A very good morning and a warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live on day 3 of this Vitality County Championship Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire, and it's a special day here at Trent Bridge. We'll just show you some pictures of the pavilion and you'll see literally just to my left that all of the Nottinghamshire players and staff are out there, and that is because today is a day that we get to say thank you and also goodbye to the legend that is the Bulwell bomber Luke Fletcher. So there's going to be a presentation at 10:15 which we will show you, and then hopefully I'll be able to grab him for a little chat as well. But the state of play is Nottinghamshire on 324 for 6. That means that they've had 2 bonus batting points, so realistically what's needed to stay in Division 1 is a draw from this game. But we'll get through all of that. Dave Bracegirdle is back today and he'll tell you everything that needs to happen over the next 2 days as well. But today and this morning especially is a very special day for Luke Fletcher. So the presentation is due to take place in a couple of minutes' time, so we'll just get ready for that special presentation for the Bulwell bomber.
still have to sort of pinch myself in a weird way. It's incredible how it's happened.
Fletcher, the persistent bowl, is it? Vessel's on the pad! Another one! Fletcher 3 in the over! And look at him! Just look at him go!
What is this?
Next ball, D'Oliveira was a face. Always a little bit of hesitation here. D'Oliveira's going to have to put the afterburners on. And he's gone.
I love it. I love being around the lads. I love being in the dressing room. And I couldn't really imagine life without it.
Is Luke Fletcher, who bowls a very straight delivery. There's an LBW appeal. Siddle goes first ball. Luke Fletcher, 6 wickets to his name.
There's actually a young lad there who named his dog after me. That's grown about 2 foot since I last seen him. So he said, "Do you remember me?" But I had to take a couple of looks at him. But yeah, I do remember.
Fletcher bowls another one. Fletcher's got a 7 for career best figures for the 2nd match in a row now for Luke Fletcher.
You know, we've all got grandparents, elderly people that we've grown up to love over the years, and it's important that we look after them. The Trust have done an amazing job with this. Hopefully the funding continues to come in and we can kick on and make this a popular thing and something that can happen for a long time.
Can you believe it? Direct hit from Luke Fletcher.
The journey it's took me on the last 14 years has been incredible. I mean, and that's all through having an opportunity to play for Notts. So, I'll be forever grateful for that.
So as you can see now, Fletcher's just been greeted by all of his teammates, some players that he's played for many years, and obviously some people that might just know Fletcher from the last couple of years, but it's an emotional time here down at Trent Bridge. 17 years Luke Fletcher has played for Notts. He's been a Notts lad all his life. Yes, he might have been on loan to a couple of teams, but if you've ever known Luke Fletcher, then you will know he is Notts through and through. There with Paul Franks there, another Notts legend. We will try and get a word with Luke Fletcher, but obviously it's very important that he spends time with his teammates. The Duke, the scorer for Notts there, and then Kevin Shine. But this morning it has been about Luke Fletcher. With OHD from Warwickshire. But let's try and grab a word with him before the start of play. I'm just going to grab you for 2 minutes.
Yeah, all right, then.
How are we feeling?
That was hard, yeah.
Was it hard? You can use your microphone, you know.
We're not on yet, are we?
Yeah, we are.
Are we on? Yeah, hard, but
Yeah.
glad it's done, but grateful for everyone turning out.
Yeah. What's your emotions been like over the last couple of days since the news has been released? Have you had time to kind of soak it in? I imagine you've had a lot of messages, a lot of phone calls.
Yeah, fact, man, I couldn't work in reception, Jesus Christ. I had a headache all the phone calls. It's really nice, a lot of lovely messages, so really grateful. But it's been quite full on, It's been nice to get through this week. Appreciate this place one more time and let the dust settle and then think about the future.
Indeed. You've got loads of people here. You've got obviously your family, lots of friends. I know today you've got a special gig on here at Trent Bridge. But how nice is it to see everybody here just coming out for you?
Yeah, it's quite overwhelming, really. Yeah, nice.
What's this place mean to you? I can't see you because of the sun glaring, but...
I think it's the sun. It's not my eyes. I think it's the sun. A huge amount, like I said there. You know, I've got some great memories here, and it's been my life, so it means a lot.
Take yourself back to 16 years old, looking at what you've achieved. Could you believe that this is what's happened to Luke Fletcher, that lad from Bulwell?
No, that's the strange thing about it. When I first came in, I had no really expectations. You know, I was just trying my best to bowl as well as I could to play in the side, really, and then, you know, I never really looked too far ahead. You know, things just sort of fell into place. I did well, won some trophies, had some successes individually and as a team, as a club, and then it just seemed to keep going, really. So I never really, I definitely didn't expect this.
And you've not been sacked in the 17 years.
And that's what I said to me. It's far as it took him all this time.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? In 3 words, describe what this place means to you and what memories you'll have.
I'd say home, special, I don't know.
That's 3 words there at the end, but I'll let you off. Look, as a famous saying says, don't be sad because it's over. Smile because it happened.
Yes,
this isn't the end. But from myself, from obviously Kirsty from Trent Bridge Live, you're an absolute legend. I know this isn't the end for us, but thank you for everything that you've done. Make sure you enjoy today, all right?
Thank you, I will. I definitely will enjoy today.
I'm sure you will, knowing you like I do. I'm sure you...
Every last little penny out this one.
And rightly so.
Yeah.
I'll give you the final word for people that obviously might have not been able to come here. Lots of, you know, Trent Bridge supporters, lots of cricket supporters, should I say. What would you like to say to them down the screen?
Just thank you for all your support over the years. It's meant a lot. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. See you in a bit. All right. Right, let's hand you over to your commentary team. I don't know whether he's made it back up there, but Dave Bracegirdle is back with us today. So let's get ready for day 3 of this fixture between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire.
And hello everybody, a very good morning. Welcome to Trent Bridge on this lovely Saturday morning.
Hello, good morning. This is Trent Bridge. Adam Pinder-Smith here, representing the Warwickshire half of things. Dave Bracegirdle currently frantically pressing buttons alongside us here on a beautiful Saturday morning in the Nottinghamshire sunshine. Wherever you're listening to us, it's great to have you with us. Play should start on time. The outfield looks immaculate. They're just sort of taking the rope, the customary rope around the outfield as we speak at the second, but that is going to be done, and we shall be starting on time. We're thinking it might even be 106 overs today as well to get in, so we're going to be bringing you ball-by-ball commentary here from Nottingham of Notts against Warwickshire. Overnight, 324 for 6 Notts are. They need 10 points from this match to ensure their Division 1 status. Warwickshire need to make sure they get 5 points so that the Red Rose of Lancashire, who are away at Worcester, can't catch them. And again, preserve their first division status. So a draw would be good enough for both teams. A result is going to be difficult from here as well due to the time lost due to the weather. Dave's still trying to light up like a Christmas tree, but I think he's arrived. Good morning, Dave Bracegirdle.
Yes, a very good morning. Not entirely sure what happened there. You pop out.
I didn't touch
for
anything
2
there,
minutes,
Dave.
and
We're not guilty.
nothing works. Hopefully you can hear me. It's a lovely morning. It's a glorious morning. The Nottinghamshire club have just said farewell to one of their real legends, certainly a devoted clubman over the last 17 years he's been here at Trent Bridge. Luke Fletcher's just been down on the field, just accepting 1 or 2 presentations, 1 or 2 gifts from the club, and has had 1 or 2 words to say to the supporters and the members. Hopefully he'll pop up and say hello a little bit later on. He's going to be with us all day here at Trent Bridge, so we will get him up, and also maybe 1 or 2 guests. The players are just making their way out to the middle. Verreynne and Rob Lord. Verreynne played beautifully yesterday by all accounts. 76 not out, Rob Lord 12 not out, and I guess the first thing for Notts is just really to pick up where they left off, continue that same momentum, and just get as many batting bonus points as they can. They're already in a situation where they know pretty much a draw will guarantee First Division status for next season, but they'll be hoping to really put a big score on the board first time round, and maybe put a little bit of pressure on Warwickshire later today or tomorrow. Players have made their way to the middle. Jack Shantry and David Milnes are our umpires. Mel Smith for the Bears, Roger Marshall for Notts are the scorers. Dean Kosker is the match referee. Ian Smith's working the big screens here at Trent Bridge. There seems to be a little bit of a spot on the screen that's caused huge problems over the first day or two. I understand it wasn't working at all yesterday, and hopefully they can get that remedied. We'll be underway in just a moment with Oliver and Dolby just completing an over here, and we'll be up and running on day 3 of this final match of the season in just a moment. Good morning, Nicole.
Morning,
former
Dave.
Nottinghamshire County player, of course. Former Nottinghamshire County player. You're going to finish. You're going to start us off at this end.
I'm going to start us off. Radcliffe Road end, then it's going to be Hannah Dolby to come in to Lord, who's on 12. Verreynne batted very well yesterday, as Dave said, but Freddie McCann as well. What a fantastic innings. He had 130 of 223 balls. Hannah Dolby coming in here, 2 slips in play, just back of a length, defended into the onside for a dot ball.
Enjoyed your first couple of days here?
Yeah, and lovely sunshine today. I've got my sunglasses on. Didn't expect that. I've had my raincoat for 2 days.
Not brought your shorts though.
No, wow, no, it is chilly. I must admit, I'm not used to this temperature drop. It's just dropped this last week, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was strange last night, putting the fire on, thinking I'm going to be sat watching cricket in the morning. That was a very odd juxtaposition.
Hannah Dolby coming in. Lord on strike. Full and defended straight back to the bowler. Nottinghamshire 324 for 6 here. 83 overs. The sun is shining on the ground. It's looking beautiful here at Trent Bridge. Got quite a few people coming in to watch on a Saturday, which is nice to see. We have had some primary school children over the last few days coming in to watch. It's been lovely hearing their excitement, even though there hasn't been too much play. They've still had a great day out.
It's one of the great grounds, isn't it? Trent Bridge, there is a bit of magic. As I drove sort of in this morning, got off the M1 at Ratcliffe Power Station, came in that way along the A453, and you start seeing those brown signs for the ground. And just when you see those floodlights as you're coming up through West Bridgeford, you think this is a magical, special place. I love coming to Trent Bridge, even though I am a bear through and through. I'm going to nail my colours to the mast on that one. There is something special. A play and a miss there by Verreynne, who's on 76. It's Barnard who's starting proceedings from the broad end today. Again, 2 slips in place for Notts.
Just think a bit of a fielding change here. Might bring a third one into the slip cordon.
Yeah, it looks like what they're going to do, isn't it? They're going to go on the attack here, Nottinghamshire, looking for Warwickshire wickets. In again now comes Ed Barnard, past the umpire, right arm over, and it's worked into the leg side, but no run there, and the score stays on 3-2-4 for 6. Bit of a change in the outfield now as well. A guy dropping back towards a sort of deep backward point, and then they're bringing up into the slips as well for Verreynne, who's on strike. It's Lord at the non-striker's end as Barnard turns in front of the pavilion from the broad end now, in past the umpire and bowls, and it's played off the back foot this time by Verreynne, and that will be at least a single. First runs of the morning for Notts moves the score
on by 1 to 325 for 6.
Freddie McCann yesterday had such a beautiful innings, played some glorious clever drives, flicks off his legs, played really well to the spin, like to reverse sweep. What a great and exciting player to have, only 19 years old, Dave.
Lord facing Barnard this time, and there's an appeal for leg before, but I think that's going to run away for the first boundary of the morning down in front of us here at the Radcliffe Road end. Yes, leg bys signalled by the umpire, 4 of them added to the total. So 5 runs so far this morning, 1 off the bat and 4 in the extras column.
Yeah, he obviously enjoys batting here. Two matches he's played here, Freddie McCann, 154 against Surrey, 130 yesterday. He'll do well to keep that going next season, won't he, that sort of record?
He's an exciting player. I enjoyed watching him.
Barnard at the end of his mark with 3 slips in place. In now and bowls, and this is worked into the leg side by Rob Lord. So a dot ball in the book this time. The score stays on 329 for 6.
A good technique, but very mature for 19, composed.
Fearless, aren't they, these youngsters? Absolutely fearless.
Well, the scoreboard survived, 1 and a bit overs today, so we are flying a little bit by the seats of our pants. My neck is going to be well and truly craned by the end of this as we look out towards the scoreboard at the other end of the ground, and that's a wider ball this time from Barnard, which is taken comfortably by Burgess behind. So end of the over, 329 for 6. Notts have moved on to Barnard on 1 for 48 from his 21 overs so far. And it's going to be, is there going to be a change in the bowling? I can't quite see from here. No, Alan Dolby is coming up again, and Nicole will talk you through the next over.
What tactic did you develop? What did you find best for keeping up to date with the score yesterday, Nicole?
Well, I was trying. I was trying to just keep an eye on the scoreboard on my computer as well.
Shall we send a scout out to go and stand at the far end of the ground and can hold up a sign with what the score is? Because the one in front of the old council building is a little bit of a neck craner.
Alan Dolby coming in here. Just played a beautiful shot through the offside, out to the man on the boundary, just going to scamper through for a 1. No, a beautiful sunny day. I think yesterday was actually really windy. There was a bit of wind here. Warwickshire went a little bit full at times, gave a little bit too much width as well, some of their bowlers, but they were trying to negotiate that wind. Their bowling coach said about, on another day that could have been some wickets. They were still playing and missing at times. But I think when they got it wrong was only when they got their length particularly a little bit too full.
But staying on the attack though, aren't they? Keeping those 3 slips in for Hannon Dolby.
Hannon Dolby coming in, left alone, way outside the off stump. That's 6 stump line.
Yeah, he's in
good shape here from Hannon Dolby.
No interest at all, Rob Lord, in playing those ones. He's just letting Burgess worry about that behind the stumps. There's no danger of him being bowled or LBW to that sort of delivery. Swinging away from the Radcliffe Road end. First aeroplane of the morning in the distance out towards East Midlands Airport, away from the broad end of the ground.
Hannon Dolby coming in, back of a length, driven, but a great stop there at point. It's going to be a dot ball.
Yeah, I can't see who that is down there. He's got his jumper on, and my eyesight's not good enough to decipher. It could be Danny Briggs, but that was a good stop. That would have been 4 if it hadn't been cut off.
Yes, normally big fan of the cable knit Wally Pulley, but I think the Bears are one of the sides that just about knew all their numbers off by heart, and most of the mannerisms were familiar. The two sides obviously come up against each other so many times, but just a little off-putting to see them in cable knit Wally Pulleys, and you've got to have a double or indeed a triple take just to identify them. Those of us that don't see them too often.
A one-handed diving catch on the boundary by one of them might be a little bit difficult to decipher at first viewing in a little while, but we'll keep an eye on that one.
Hannon Dolby coming in, 3 slips in play to play and miss outside the off stump. Just pressing forward there, and a little bit outside his body.
fact that it's a warm, sunny day actually might help. Might inspire one or two just to pop off their woolly pulleys a little later on. So again, we can see the numbers. Great to have you with us once again on the live stream. Those of you following the pictures, Trent Bridge live, or trentbridge.co.uk to get you into the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club. Just look for the links to Trent Bridge live. You can follow the pictures. Or we're on via the BBC Sport website and app, and the
Lord on strike here, it's just defended into the covers, no run.
And the smart speaker as well, if you're able to get us on that. Ask BBC Sounds to play Notts versus Warwickshire, day 3.
3 balls gone here, 1 run scored off this over. It's just pushing out. He's going to put out a deep backward point. He's going to put out a deep mid wicket. Still 3 slips in play, but a slight change of field here. Got mid on, mid off in the ring. Extra cover. 3 slips. Wide fine leg. Hannon Dolby coming in, just back of a length. Worked through point. He's going to scamper through for a 1. Lord moves on to 13. Nottinghamshire move on to 331.
Yeah. I think that's right, David. You can pull your laptop in ever so slightly because it's covering the score. There we go. 331 for 6. Notts find themselves on at the end of the over.
Lack of scoreboard is just. Hannon Dolby's bowled around 72 to 74 mile an hour there. Just at the end of the over, he's happy to give Lord a single. He's happy to. Warwickshire are happy to bowl at Lord at this point.
New over beginning then, and it's Barnard who's into Lord, and a play and a miss. A lovely full delivery that was taken by Burgess behind the stumps. He was looking to score there, was Rob Lord, getting on the front foot, but didn't connect, and crucially for Lord as well, didn't find that edge through to Burgess. They've still got 3 slips in. Mid on, mid off, extra cover, backward point. And then they've got a guy down at fine leg. And a sort of deepish mid-wicket, stopping the ball through the leg side as Barnard comes in once again from the broad end, and it's played off the back foot this time by Lord. Fielding done at backward point and no runs scored, so it stays on 331 for 6.
We'd love to hear from you if you'd like to get in touch. If you've got anything of national importance that you want to get out there, or any questions that we may or may not be able to tackle. At Brace Cricket on the old Twittery thing if you want to get hold of me. Nicole
Harvey 02.
And I'm Adam_PS.
The old underscore.
If you want me, as Barnard is in once more. Lord tries and creeps forward. In fact, he's struck on the pad, and appeal for LBW, but the umpire not interested. It looked a little bit high and a little bit wide, did that one, as it struck Rob Lord. So not out the decision. The score stays 331 for 6. He's just doing a bit of shadow batting on his popping crease at the moment, is the right-handed Notts player.
Elsewhere, we've got Worcester against Lancashire. Worcester are 126 for 7 off 28.4 after they were completely off yesterday due to rain. Somerset versus Hampshire. Somerset are now 62 for 4 in their second innings.
So lots of cricket being played once more as Lord plays this one off the back foot. It's going for extra cover, but it's well fielded out there, so it will just be a single. Moves the score on to 332 for 6. Lord moves on to 14. 2 balls to go in this Ed Barnard over from the broad end. Verreynne now on strike. Number 7 on his bat. On his back. I haven't been on the pot, promise.
It's Chris Reeve's old shirt number. Somehow it seems right to see a wicket-keeper with 7 on his
Yes,
back.
I like a wicket-keeper in 7 as well. We'll maybe talk about that a bit more. And off the back foot this time.
That's well stopped.
Lovely bit of fielding off Verreynne's back foot drive there. I can't quite see who that is from here. Is that... It could be Rob Yates. Yeah, it looks like his sort of stature at extra cover. 332 is the score for the loss of 6 as Dave dons the binoculars for the first time this morning here from the Radcliffe Road end.
Well, I tell you what, they're good quality cable nits because you can't see the number through even with the binoculars.
Last ball of Barnard's over is played on the front foot. It's a lovely bit of fielding there at mid-wicket to deny what would have been at least 2. So it's a dot to finish the over. The score stays on 332 for 6. Rob Lord on 14. Alongside him is the wicket-keeper Verreynne. He is currently not out. 4, and the screen has just changed in front of me. I can't see how many runs he's on. 31. There we go.
I was going to say you're probably right with Yates, but just peering and peering, I think that might have been 27 if I could just make it out rather than 17. It might have been Michael Booth, but we'll keep half an eye on that. There's 3 slips as Hannon Dolby continues. Isn't he on 49 first class wickets for the season?
Yeah, he's been working hard. He really wants it. It's a great shot. Back foot punch through the covers. It's going to race the way for 4 here. Just back of a length there from Hannon Dolby. He's gone a little bit too short. Nottinghamshire are going to maximise on that, get themselves to 336.
Applause for the 50 partnership. Yeah.
50 partnership there for Verreynne and Lord. Verreynne has added 31 to those 50 so far. And he batted really well yesterday, accelerated through his gears, played some aggressive cricket. It was very entertaining to watch. Hannon Dolby coming in, 3 slips in play full. Defended through to the onside.
That was right up in the block hole, wasn't it? That would have been crashing into maybe middle and leg. But he dropped the bat on it just in time there. Did Rob Lord, so stays on 18.
Verreynne is on 78 off 97 balls. Lord 18 off 49. Has been pretty patient in his innings so far. Hannon Dolby's just wanting to square him up a little bit here. He's getting a bit of movement early doors here. Hannon Dolby comes in, full delivery, flicked onto the onside, no run scored.
Bit of a wider one, that, wasn't it? Sort of on off stump, maybe 4th stump. Again, good ball that from Hannon Dolby to get Rob Lord thinking about something a little bit different. Obviously, not a scoring shot either, but been a good over this from Hannon Dolby for Warwickshire. Been a good start to the day as well for both teams.
I think yesterday went to quite a few slower balls, but today he's going to make the most of this new ball now. 74.5 miles an hour. Just defended into the offside there, no run scored. 4 off the over so far. Hannon Dolby's bowled, this is his 25th over. He's 1 for 82 so far.
So round the country, playing 3 of the 4 Division 1 games. In fact, all of them. They've started at Durham as well now. So all 4 Division 1 games are underway. No play so far at Leicestershire or at Hove.
Hannon Dolby coming in, Lord on strike, just back of a length, sits back, defends that into the offside.
So we'll keep you abreast of what's going on up and down the country. Worcestershire still 7 down, 129 for 7. Lancashire really have got to get those last 3 wickets, score 450, win that game, and hope for a little bit of a miracle here where neither of these 2 sides, or one of these 2 sides really, doesn't pick up any more bonus points and loses heavily. But you'd imagine a draw is the favoured result from here at Trent Bridge.
Hannon Dolby coming in. Full delivery. Oh, it's very well bowled. Lord shaping up there a little bit, squaring up a little bit. That's the over there. Hannon Dolby 1 for 82 off 25. Nottinghamshire 336 for 6 off 87 overs.
I know there was a boundary in that, but that was a really good over that from Hannon Dolby. Really full with the length. Couple of, on another day, would have clattered into the pads of Rob Lord. Really asking questions. There was one that went past the outside edge as well. That was really quite potent, that from the leader of the Warwickshire attack, really, in the absence of Chris Wokes.
One of the Warwickshire fielders has just drawn the umpire's attention to something on a strip. Well, it seems to be in between strips, about 3 away from where they're playing. Those who are watching the live stream will see. And I think the umpires have called the ground staff on, whether there is a damp spot or whether there's a little bit of something that needs removing with a brush and dustpan. And I guess we'll find out in a minute or two. But yeah, it was one of the Bears fielders that drew the umpire's attention. Come and have a look at this. Jack Shantry went across first, then called David Mills. So there'll be a slight hold up, unfortunately,
Verreynne wanted to crack on. He's gone over to the umpires.
Yeah, there's always something holding play up. Seems to be. We've got an extra long day, 104 overs and a bit to get in.
Well, it wouldn't be cricket, would it, without a delay of some sort? We're okay for light, we're okay for rain, so let's have a delay for something else.
Here comes Richard Marshall. He's not brought a huge battery of tools.
No, I was expecting a wheelbarrow full, but hasn't arrived, has it? It's just him and... Oh.
Well, whatever it was has been unceremoniously removed, and away he goes. Maybe, well, who knows? Who knows? If I have the presence of mind and bump into Richard later, I'll ask him what it was. But
bit of chewing gum, maybe?
Well, it could be
something
anything,
like that, couldn't it? Anyway, we're back underway here. It's Verreynne on strike to Barnard, who's in, and it's flashed through the offside. This could be 4. No, there's a man out there, so it will just be 1. Moves the score on to 337 for 6, and he moves on to 79 not out.
This is absolutely beautiful weather, Dave. This is more like it.
Sun always shines on the righteous.
You wouldn't bemoan this in July. Not a cloud in the sky really above Trent Bridge. A beautiful warm, well, say warm, we're in double figures. I'm in a shirt and sunglasses in late September. That's quite interesting. Barnard again, a bouncer this time. It's the 1 for the over signalled by the umpire, and it goes through to Burgess for a dot in the book. Score stays 337 for 6.
Yes, a couple of milestones not too far away. The team milestone for Notts collectively is the most important. 13 more to get that 3rd batting bonus point. Carl Verreynne is 79 not out. He's got a first-class average of just over 50.
And this is forward this time by Lord on the front foot, defending to Barnard. No run. Bit of polishing being done on the ball at mid-off by, I think that's Alex Davis down there, the Warwickshire captain. We need to have a jumper amnesty at lunch.
Yeah.
I can see Rob Yates in the slips, so it's not him. I'm trying to think of other people who are...
Well, it's Rhodes at first because he's caught a couple.
Yeah.
Great catch yesterday.
It looks like Sam Hain at 3rd slip as Barnard in again. A straighter one that's worked off the back foot this time by Lord, but only as far as the fielder at backward point. So again a dot. 337 for 6.
I think it's Briggs at mid-wicket. Generally tends to swoop in there. Left arm thrower, so fairly easy to identify.
Lord tapping his bat on the crease. 18 not out. Plays this one off the front foot up to the mid-off fielder. Sorry, mid-on fielder for no run. Score stays 337 for 6.
The non-football crowd in today, I'm afraid. The commentary team yesterday had Colin Fray. Well, he's going to be behind us. There'll be a lot of noise coming over the road later on. Colin's behind us. He'll be covering Nottingham Forest this afternoon on BBC Radio Nottingham, and Clive Eakins headed off up to Leeds to do the Leeds Coventry game.
Barnard in with the last ball of the over. Oh,
well played.
3rd slip was interested for a second there as Lord edges this one down towards the boundary here at Radcliffe Road, and I think that's going to go for 4. Yes, it is. So a boundary to finish the over. 341 for 6. The score moves on to for Notts. Lovely little shot in the end. It was never really going to be endangering 3rd slip, and it ran away even on what might be still a slightly soggy outfield for 4. 341 for 6.
Yeah, looks very pleasant, but there's definitely a bit of a nip in the air. But we'd take this, wouldn't we? Certainly after day 1, and of course you lost the morning session yesterday as well.
The sun just makes you happy. I walked from Lady Bay. Nice walk, fresh, but it was so sunny.
Well, you're a Cornish person, aren't you? So you must be used to the sunshine. Are you close to the sea?
Yeah, I am. I can see the sea from my house. Hannon Dolby coming in here. Verreynne on strike. Played through the offside. Just going to get a single. They're happy for him to get a single. They've got 2 boundary fielders out. One on the offside, one on the leg side, as well as their fine leg and 3rd man. They're happy for him to just work free for a 1. Won a bowl at Lord. Verreynne yesterday was more attacking in how he went about his business. played his shots.
Which part of Cornwall is home?
I live near St Ives.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Did you bring us a pasty?
I didn't, unfortunately.
Oh, it's a shame.
I came and Dave had all these cakes and was spoiling us, so luckily not. Hannon Dolby coming in just back of a length.
Would you have thanked her had she brought you? Here you go, here's a pasty I cooked and brought for you 3 days ago.
I could have brought some orange chips from the Black Country. It would have been a lovely meal, us all sat here together with a pint of Bathams afterwards. Oh.
No, thanks to the lovely Rach, we've still got a few brownies and some cake left behind us.
And Clive's decided to go to Leeds rather than sit here and eat some chocolate brownie.
My dad's a big Leeds United supporter, so I told Clive that yesterday. And Dolby coming in, 3 slips in play. Lord's been very on the defensive so far. Full down the leg side, that's a fantastic take, one-handed. Very casual and calm there.
Yeah, we could take that by Burgess. One-handed, his weaker hand as well, his left hand, but swatted that one with relative ease.
Yesterday, he's quite effortless as a keeper and took some great stops.
He's a good guy, Michael Burgess. Yeah. Have a chat with him for work, or if I'm taking the kids to Edgbaston, always game for a little natter is the Warwickshire wicket-keeper.
Hannon Dolby coming in, Lord on 22, driven, great shot. That's going to be a runaway for 4, I think. There is someone chasing after it. It's just going to be pulled. Ooh. Debatable, but pulled back in.
Steward's inquiry on that one, I think.
That's going to take Nottinghamshire on to 345 for 6.
Got back for 3. Nice looking shot from Rob Lord. This is now his highest first-class score. Only came into the side 3 matches ago.
Held his shape there, just punched one through extra cover. And was unfortunate not to get the 4, but he did get 3 in the end, so he moves on to 25 of 61. Verreynne on strike here with 2 balls left in this over. Only 2 slips in play now. Hannon Dolby just back of a length, just absolutely cut him in half. It's a brilliant ball from Hannon Dolby. I'd like to see the replay of that. The sun's shining a little bit glary here, so it's not the easiest to see. But Verreynne has ended up backing away.
It was a great delivery, that, from Hannon Dolby. Just caught him on the crease. Didn't know whether to come forward or back, ended up sort of chopping onto it. Didn't find the edge, though.
Hannon Dolby coming in. Full, or Verreynne has miscued that, but he's going to get a couple here through the leg side. They're going to move on to 82. Nottinghamshire going to move on to 347 for 6. He's just skewed that one through the leg side, but he's got away with it.
High quality player, Kyle Verreynne. As mentioned earlier, he's averaging over 50. He's played about 80 first-class matches. That's a terrific first-class average from that number of matches. South Africa's international wicket-keeper, of course, missed last week's game, flying back to, well, they actually played against Afghanistan in Sharjah, a quick 3-match one-day series. Dane Schardendorf playing down at Canterbury, but Verreynne getting his spot back for this one. Final round of matches of the season.
So Barnard in from the broad end, and it's played off the front foot for no run by Rob Lord. Score stays 347 for 6. I'm going to have to disappear in a moment to update radio listeners to BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM. So I'll do a couple of balls and then hand over to you for the rest of the over, if that's okay.
No worries.
Don't want to keep Mark Rhodes waiting for his update. As Barnard turns with the ball in hand from the broad end. Running in now, there's 3 slips in place, in past the umpire and bowls, and Lord is forward to that one, and it's fielded at mid-wicket again for no run.
So what do you know about Lord then, Dave, the man who knows everything?
What do you want to know about Rob Lord?
Tell me a little bit about him. Where did he go to school? Where did he grow up?
Salford's his place of birth and where he came from. Went through the Lancashire academy system, and was obviously hoping to make it as a professional cricketer with Lancashire. Always whipped this one away through mid-wicket for a lovely looking shot away for 4. Nice shot, but then as you're sort of well aware yourself, the number of youngsters who want to be professional cricketers, as the 350 comes up as well. So that's the 3 batting points to Notts. Terrific shot there from Lord to bring it up. There's always that the disappointment at under 12s, under 13s, and so on and so on, and then you get so far in the system, and then you get the bad news. You get the can you come and see the coach morning, and Rob was let go. Played in the national counties for Cheshire the last couple of years, done really well there, bowled with good pace. Here comes Barnard, bowls to him, and he just defends it back to the bowler. Notts were given a tip-off just to have a little bit of a look at him earlier this season. Liked what they saw, invited him for second 11 cricket. Liked what they saw, brought him in the 50-over competition in August. Second match, he got a 5 against Surrey. There was England internationals playing then, Burns and Sibley and Folkes. Got, as I say, he got a 5 for. Really impressed, which is, you know, all you can try and do, isn't it, when you're given that opportunity? And they've given him a full contract until the end of the season. This is played up to mid-on, and there's no run. In fact, I think that's been extended now.
Like you said, it's just an opportunity, isn't it? It's just... Can you hear me? It's just being given that opportunity, and sometimes it's a patient game, you know, keep working hard. National counties, they seem to have got a few players from their teams. Tommy Sturgis went down to Worcestershire after putting in some performances for them.
Barnard bowls, driven into the offside again by Rob Lord. Should get another couple of runs, playing some nice shots here, and come back for 2. 351 for 6. In fact, 353 for 6 after those 2 are added on to the total. So just wonder if there might be a change at the far end sometime soon. Bit of a natter between Ed Barnard and skipper Rob Yates.
Yeah, I think the national counties in women's and men's, they're giving players opportunities to play against the domestic teams, second and first 11.
You turned yourself off. You've swapped headphones this morning. That's what's done, mate. There we go.
Sorry.
There we go.
I was just
You were talking to yourself, essentially.
Sorry, Adam took those ones. No problem. Yeah, the national counties, I was saying, Hannon Dolby coming in here, down the leg side. It's just going to be a dot ball there. No, the national counties, men's and women's. I mean, Tommy Sturgis from the national counties playing, he also got a deal at Worcestershire after putting in a few performances, and they're doing the same with the women's as well. They're playing some second 11s, they're playing some first 11s, and players are getting the opportunity to put in some performances and try and get in the scene or get back in. Verreynne on strike here on 82. Dolby's now got 2 slips in. Comes in, full delivery, driven straight back to the bowler. He's hit his boot. It's going to be a dot ball, but Verreynne has hit that very well, timed it beautifully.
Yeah, all you can do is just, at whatever level you're at, try and impress, do your best, and hope you get recognition for it and can go on to the next step and the next step. And if you do get a chance for a second 11 or a county trial, try and impress then. And obviously once he'd got into the 50-over side in August, second match at 5 for, and he bowled quickly. He got some good wickets. As I say, there were England internationals amongst his 5-wicket haul, and you know, certainly he showed very capable of stepping up to this level.
Hannon Dolby coming in. Verreynne on strike, well bowled, just held his length there. Verreynne has just sat back in the end. Yeah, I think cricket's a funny game, isn't it? You're always having to prove you.
Been update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a second. Sorry, Nicole, they might just come on a second to us. Lovely morning here in Nottingham as Hannon Dolby turns down below us. His run-up actually starts beyond the pile of sawdust. where we're on to the third morning of this game, and Nottinghamshire are still batting in their first innings. 353 for 6. Kyle Verreynne, the South African wicketkeeper, 83 not out. Rob Lord's played some shots this morning. He's on 31. A draw will suffice for Notts. They will stay in Division 1 if that's the outcome at tea time tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Dave. Commentary on the BBC Sport website.
Update there for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. You've not missed anything. Those of you who are with us on the BBC Sport website and app, and also on the smart speaker, not watching the pictures. Just a little push into the offside. Verreynne.
Lord on strike here, 31. Hannon Dolby coming in, 2 slips in play. He's brought in the boundary fielders. Full ball defended through to the offside. No runs scored. Yeah, I was saying cricket, it's a funny game. You're always having to prove yourself. Even when, you're in, you're always having to perform, and it's a situation of, if you're not in, you've got to just keep banging on the door and hoping that someone will give you that opportunity.
He also started, I think, at 10 in the order and scored a few runs and showed he was capable of defending, and worked his way up to 9, and he's in at 8 in this particular match, ahead of Brett Hutton and Jacob Duffy and Farhan Ahmed.
Lord on strike here, just back of a length, rocks back, defends that through to mid-off here.
And it's the end of the over. Incidentally, the scorecard is showing that Duffy's at 10 and Farhan Ahmed is at 11. Just to mark your card, they did come in at the other in the other order last week at Canterbury.
Oh, okay. Nottinghamshire 354 for 6. I think there's going to be a change of bowling here.
Looks like Michael Booth going to take over from Ed Barnard.
He's an exciting bowler from what I've seen. Bowls at good pace. Can get some good carry, but he's got that ability to skid the ball through.
This second new ball, just 11 overs old. Warwickshire would have been eager to make it count. Would have been certainly hoping to have picked up a wicket or two in the first, 35 minutes or so of this morning's play. But the 7th wicket pairing still together. Here comes Booth, and Verreynne pushes it into the offside. There's no run. Lovely day, decent crowd in. Just trying to pick out 1 or 2 red shirts. I think most people have got their overcoats on. They've got their top coats on. It's chilly out there, particularly if you're not in the glare of the sunshine. Way to our left, the Fox Road stand, and it should be nice and warm in there, as this is a little bit of a uppish bottom edge down to third, and it's gone for 4. It was well wide of the 2-slip cordon, and another boundary to the Notts total, and Verreynne inching closer to a 3-figure score for Notts. He's on to 87, 358 for 6.
Michael Booth is a bowler. He bowls at good pace. He's trying to attack the stumps, but he does have a tendency to not be as consistent with his lines and lengths. And that one was short and wide.
Welcome boundary to the Notts tally. Oh, he's had a little bit of a waft at that one. It was about 18 inches outside off stump, and sort of a nothing shot really, wasn't it? He wasn't sort of trying to cut it or guide it down to third with an open face. It was just a little bit of a loose waft. Didn't move his feet. Could have got in trouble. Went through to Burgess. Rhodes at first slip, Yates at second. This ball is beating him on the outside. That was a better line, wasn't it? It was a lot closer to off stump. Good delivery.
Good bit of shape on that ball. Verreynne, is he a hockey player, Dave? Did I read?
Yes, yeah, he had a very nasty hand injury.
Yeah, that was it. 4 plates in his hand.
Yeah, it's a 15, 16-year-old, something like that. And at the time he was obviously juggling both sports at a very decent level, as he drives this crisply to mid-on, and there's no run. And I think that, as much as anything, prompted him to devote his time to cricket, or put that uppermost in his ambitions. Asked him when he joined, were there any sort of after effects or whatever? Being a wicket keeper, obviously there would have been a lot of days where the hands have taken a considerable pounding from the ferocity of the South African fast bowling ranks, but no, there's sort of no adverse feeling in there at all. It's not an issue, as again he has a little fiddle outside the off stump and it goes through to the keeper. So Booth back into the attack, figures of 1 for 65 from 15 overs for him. He's bowled with good pace but unable to break this partnership. There's been, I think, 7 bowlers used and 6 of them have each taken 1 wicket, which is a little bit strange. You usually have somebody dominating in the wickets column.
I think Hannon Dolby really wants his 50th, so he's been working really hard. Economy of 3.29 at the moment for Hannon Dolby. It's going to come again here. I think this will be his 28th over.
Worcestershire have lost a wicket. They're 143 for 8 at New Road against Lancashire. Might be an interesting one to watch, that.
Hannon Dolby coming in. Strikes him on the pad and the umpire's fingers straight up. Lord is going to go for 31. Nottinghamshire are now 358 for 7. And Hannon Dolby has got his 50th wicket now. Bit of a cheer from the Warwickshire boys getting behind him. Pleased to see him get that achievement.
Yeah, 50th wicket of the first class season. It's regarded as sort of being a little bit of a milestone for bowlers, especially somebody like Ollie who plays most of the games. They would have set that out as the benchmark for the season, but Rob Lord, with his highest first class score to date, a very decent 31, has played very well there in support of Verreynne.
The crowd just giving Lord a little bit of an applause there. 31 off 70 balls. And breaking that partnership.
New man should be Brett Hutton. Here he comes on his way out to the middle. Not played a lot of cricket of late. Had Achilles injury in the middle of the summer. Not seen much of him since. Nice to get him back out there. Real shame for Brett Hutton, because he was the standout bowler for Notts in 2023. Comfortably won their County Championship Player of the Year award. He was the leading wicket taker in the entire County Championship last year. Terrific performance, but as I say, injuries have limited his appearances this year. 358 for 7. Warwickshire will now be open just to try and run through the last 3 wickets here as quickly as they can. Adams back alongside.
Yeah, good morning both.
Hannon Dolby coming in, Hutton on strike, 3 slips in play. Full defended through to mid-on, no runs scored. Field is up here, we've just got 3 slips in play, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Square mid-wicket and a deep fine leg, wide-ish. I'm sure Brett Hutton wants to get a few more runs here. Nottinghamshire 358 for 7 now. Face 92.2 overs.
Well, the only way they can really force a result from here is to bat big, bat once, and then try and skittle the bears out. So you would think they're going to want to get a few more yet, wouldn't you?
Hannon Dolby comes in, it's full. Hutton's defended that. Not too much foot movement there from Brett Hutton. So far, wicket ... Elsewhere, we've got Somerset now 75 for 6 against Hampshire in their second place battle. A lot riding on that for them, and the prize money's difference. Durham versus Kent is 50 for 0. And Worcester are 147 for 8 versus Lancashire. And Lancashire obviously will want to be bowling out Worcester as soon as they can, getting as many bowling points. Hannon Dolby coming in full. Brett Hunt's just defended that again, once again to mid-on.
Just a bit of cat and mouse going on out there at the minute, isn't there? They don't know whether to stick or twist, the Notts batters.
I think Brett's going to have a little bit of a look. He's an experienced player.
Yeah, I mean, they've got plenty of overs left in which to get a 4th and indeed a 5th batting bonus point. It'll be all about the 9, 10, 11 just supporting the South African.
Comes in, defends through to the offside, hit that pretty well, late underneath his eyes. It's picked up pretty swiftly by extra cover there.
Just looking, this is Brett Hutton's 5th game of the season. We've really not seen a deal of him. Took 65 wickets last year. He's only been around for long enough to take 7 wickets this season. And as I say, he's been dogged by injury. Let's hope he can come back and have a healthy 2025 and is available for selection for the entire season. Lots have missed him when he's not been around. Sure what the delay or long legs just being moved around. They'll double bluff, no doubt.
Hannon Dolby coming in full and straight and defended straight back to the bowler.
That's on page 1 of the let's move to plan B. Let's
pretend we're putting a short ball in here.
Let's make it obvious to everybody in the ground that it's going to be a short ball because we're just taking an extra long time moving long leg to the exact spot, so this is going to be hooked down his throat, and then of course it's
full and off
pitched up.
stump.
Yep.
There we are, Nottinghamshire 358 now for 7. Verreynne on 87. He's faced 111 balls so far.
And it's going to be Michael Booth from the broad end. So, as you say, 357 for 8. Here he comes now, in past the umpire, bowls, and it's hit up in the air. This has gone right over the umpire, the wicket-keeper's head, I should say. I would think 1 bounce 4. It's dropped into a blind spot just in front of us. Yes, 4 signalled by the umpire. He gave that a right old heave. It flew over Michael Burgess's head and found its way to the boundary. So the score moving on to 362 for 7.
Yes, if you're going to flash hard. It's a first-class best of 216 not out, Verreynne. So
as he moves into the 90s, he's 91 not out. In comes Booth again, the right-handed, and that's gone all the way for 6. Stand and deliver batting from the South African wicketkeeper.
Nervous 90s.
Who needs nervous 90s? He's on to 97. Flashing away. Lovely shot, caught all of it, and it just disappeared into the crowd. 3 away from a ton. Do you want to take this, Dave?
Well, that's very kind of you. I don't necessarily think I need all the extra burden of being responsible for this very likeable wicketkeeper getting his first Nottinghamshire ton. But don't jinx him out. Here is Michael Booth to bowl to him, and this one's off the outside edge. I think there's a man down here below us who emerges and fizzes in a return. That's Ed Barnard down here below us. So just a single taken, moves to 98. I'll pass it back to you, Adam.
Well, thank you very much. I had visions of there being 3 forward defences in a row there to wrap up the over, but no, it was on to 98 he goes, and he'll have to wait at least another ball to reach 3 figures. It's Hutton that's on strike. It's just taken a moment. 369 for 7. Here comes Booth. In and bowls to him, and it's left alone there by Brett Hutton. So another dot in the book. Score stays 369 for 7. 2 balls to go in this over.
Yes, he does like a raid on the old confectionery at the back of the box. Kevin Howells, the headmaster, is here with us all this week. Just popped in and out. There he was and there he wasn't.
I haven't spotted the sweets. Where have you hidden them, Bracegirdle?
No, they're not hidden.
I'll have a look at the end of the over.
Help yourself. Don't let it put you off your your lunch, though.
Absolutely not. Hutton still on naught, facing up now, and that's played through the offside. Well fielded, actually, at extra cover, so that would have been a 4, I think. It was stopped in its tracks there by Sam Haynes, so the score stays 369 for 7.
Did the fish live up to expectation yesterday, Nicole?
Very good. Fish chips and mushy peas.
Ooh.
I avoided it on the first day. I thought I've got to be good, but then it was fish and chip Friday, so naturally I just thought, well, I can't say no, can I?
You can't.
And the lovely lady in the canteen sold it to me.
Last ball of Booth's over. He's in now, and it's a straighter ball that's worked into the offside. So that's him off the mark now, Hutton. And he nicks the strike as well.
She told me it's one of her favourites, so I thought, well, I can't say no.
And exactly.
The chuckle of Dave Bracegirdle tells you all you need to know. Verreynne stuck at the non-striker's end, 98 not out. The score 370 for 7. I'm off to find some sweets.
What a lovely day it is.
Yeah, I think it's one of those days which you think this is perfect for cricket. It's not too hot, so your players aren't, they're not boiling hot out there, and they're not. But at the same time, this is when we want to play cricket in the sunshine, isn't it? Hannon Dolby coming in here for his 29th over, I believe.
I think you two should just carry on here, and I don't want to be responsible for jinxing.
You don't want to have to be the person that puts a microphone under his mouth later when he's out on 99 to a dodgy LBW. Is that what you're saying?
Hannon Dolby coming in, Hutton on strike, 3 slips in play, squirted through to backward point.
It was funny before start of play. They well, it wasn't funny. It was lovely. But they gave Luke Fletcher his presentation out on the field, and then said, "Now, if you look at the big screen, some of your highlights over the years." And it was interesting how many times obviously I was on commentary for some of his big wickets, but how many times I wasn't. It was nice to hear lots of other different BBC commentators there for when he got a 5 for or whatever. Because with wickets as a bowler, it's different, isn't it? You don't know when it's going to happen, but. They were nicely shared out amongst some of my commentary colleagues over the years.
Hannon Dolby comes in, full driven, straight to mid-off. Nice shot from Hutton. Full face of the bat.
We'll be popping up to join us, we promised, at some point. Luke Fletcher, obviously somebody that we've got to know and love over the years. Been there for, well, all of his career, but many of those moments. And if you guys remember when he was clonked on the head at Edgbaston.
I can say that was at Edgbaston, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I remember that very clearly. I think I watched it on the telly. I don't think I was there that day, but yeah, it was a bit of a whack as well for poor old Fletch.
Certainly was.
Hutton on strike, full, flicked through to the leg sides, racing away. Fielder running. Oh, it's a great effort. Diving stop, but can't quite make it, and Hutton's going to get his first boundary of the day. Moves on to 5. Nottinghamshire move on to 374 here. It's a good shot from Brett Hutton. He's flicked it through the leg side just behind backward square. Hannon Dolby's got a little bit straight and full there with his line. Brett Hutton's maximised there.
I know I nipped off for a second, but has Hannon Dolby bowled? He's not had a break so far this morning. No. He's been plugged in from this Radcliffe Road end, so he's got to have got through the majority of this spell, you would say.
This is his 29th over here. Slight field change there. Brett Hutton, mid-wicket, brought in close. Hannon Dolby coming in, short ball. Just pulled to the onside. Just going to take a single. And that will be 4 balls gone, so only 2 for Verreynne to make the most of here. They want to bowl at the new batter.
Well, there was an over that was partially completed by Hannon Dolby, and then this is his 6th since then, so you'd imagine he'll be getting ready for a spell. 2 men out on the leg side. This could be Verreynne's moment. This could be Nicole's moment.
You can have the moment.
No,
Dave.
go. Did you get Freddie yesterday?
I think I did, actually.
Go for it.
Someone out on the cover side. Hannon Dolby coming in. Verreynne on strike on 98. Worked into the onside, no run score.
How's he gone this season for Notts, Verreynne?
Well, he's only played 3 of the 4 matches. 3 of the last 4 matches in September. He got an unbeaten 50 here against Surrey. Didn't get too many down at Chelmsford. Then last week he missed Canterbury. As I said, he had to go back and play for South Africa in 3 ODIs in Sharjah. So this is only his third appearance for Notts.
So this would be his debut ton for the county if he got there.
It certainly would. Yeah.
Brought in cover now, actually. Hannum Dolby coming in. Verreynne on strike, slightly slower ball. Worked through to mid-wicket. He's not going to get his 100 this over. And Nottinghamshire are 375 for 7 after 95 overs.
Chanceless, I presume. Nicole, you were the only one of the three of us here yesterday. He wasn't put down spectacularly on naught or anything.
No. No. But saying that, I tell you what, it was quite funny. I was saying, I think he's just going to see it through to tees. He wasn't on many, he was in single figures. And about 3 balls before tees, he's come down the track and made an almighty waft. And he's edged it, nowhere near anyone. But it was really quite bizarre. I thought there's only 3 or 4 balls left till tee. And then he came out after tee and played some brilliant shots and made it very exciting.
Booth to continue from the broad end. He's in now and he bowls, and that's worked into the leg side.
Just a couple of things. If you're listening in the ground, or if you're planning on coming later on or coming tomorrow, don't forget this is the week of the great giveaway, I think they're calling it. The library back of the pavilion. The library obviously relies on donations of books and cricket magazines over the years. Lots and lots of books in there. Are in boxes to be given away. So if you're coming along and want a cricket book, get yourself to the library.
Bouncer this time, playing a miss by by Hutton, so no run. Score stays on 375 for 7. Hutton 6 not out. Verreynne stranded at the non-strikers end at the second, 2 away from a debut Nottinghamshire century.
Just been joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Very good morning to you from a beautifully sunlit Trent Bridge. Floodlights aren't on and we've got blue sky.
As Booth comes in now from the broad end and bowls, and that's left alone by Hutton for no run. 375 for 7. Notts find them on. As you join us here on Sports Extra, the South African wicketkeeper currently at the non-strikers end. Verreynne is 2 away from a debut century for Notts. Notts have got 1 batting point, I think it is so far, isn't it, in their move towards survival. 1 this morning, 3 in total. And it's Booth that's bowling. Michael Booth from the broad end. In he comes, past the umpire, bowls, and it's forward once more by Hutton. So another dot in the book. 375 for 7. Notts find themselves.
Yeah, essentially we went into this match in a situation where both Nottinghamshire or Warwickshire could be overtaken by Lancashire, who of course are playing at New Road against Worcestershire. They knew with a draw with bonus points they'd be able to both achieve Division 1 safety. That's provided that Lancashire got 24 points, which is a long shot.
In once more and left alone is that ball. So Hutton once again leaving a Booth delivery alone. 375 for 7.
Booth, he's not bowling as quick as he did yesterday. He's bowling about 84 mile an hour today, only bowling 78 mile an hour. Still good pace and good carry from him.
5 dots though so far in this over, so 1 more to complete the maiden.
Sam Hain coming out of the covers.
Yeah, into leg slip. There's 2 orthodox slips as well, and this is worked in the leg side. Will be at least 1. May run away for 4. It's going to be a chase for the fielder. It does make the boundary. So no maiden for Booth that over. Moves the score on to 379 for 7. Hutton moves on to 10.
Yeah, he's no mug with the bat. Brett Hutton, he's just been starved of cricket this season with this dreadful run of injuries. Does have a first-class best of 84, 6 first-class 50s, so he's a capable enough player coming in at number 9. Clearly Notts want him and the 2 that will follow, Jacob Duffy and Farhan Ahmed. If Verreynne stays there just to support the South African wicketkeeper, they'll clearly be looking to get maximum batting points if they can, and then try and put some pressure on the Bears over the remainder of today, presumably, and then again tomorrow. Forecast is good weather-wise, so we'll just have to see how this pans out. But the immediate focus, Nicole, is on these next 2 runs if the South African can get them.
Very much so. Just saw a lovely moment there, though, from 2 young boys who picked up the ball from the boundary and threw it into the fielder. Hannum Dolby coming in. Verreynne on strike. No run scored. Squirted through to cover. Is this the nervous 90s?
They've put the fielders out, haven't they? They've got 4 on the fence now, just to try and stop him just angling it away for a boundary, too behind the wicket, too square of the wicket.
Yeah, they don't want to make it too easy for him, but at the same time, if he plays the long game, works a one and then works another one, that will take him to his 100. Doesn't have to be a big shot, but we'll see what he's going to do as Hannon Dolby comes in. One slip in place, works that through to the offside. It's just going to take a single, moves on to 99. And that was a very good decision, I think, from him. You could get tempted, oh, I'm going to play a big shot and get out, and he doesn't want to do that at this point in the game. He's batted really well yesterday. As I said, he went through his gears and very much was composed in his innings, minus the one shot before tea, where he came down and took a big swing. Brett Hutton on strike now, 2 slips in play. That offside fielder has come into the ring, just defended. Solid from Brett Hutton, as you say, experienced, and I'm sure he'll want to get some runs after those injuries. Notts 20 runs short of their next batting point. That will take them to 4 batting points if they get to 400.
Field has obviously changed for Hutton. It was set deep for Verreynne, who was 2 away, now just 1 away from his century, but it's much closer, much more of a ring field currently for Hutton.
Hannon Dolby comes in short, works through gully area, and he's going to run away for 4 there. Brett Hutton's going to move on to 14. Nottinghamshire going to move on to 384. Just back of a length there from Hannon Dolby, giving a little bit of width for Brett Hutton to just work that down through the gully area.
Yes, if that was a little game of cat and mouse, the mouse certainly got the cheese there, didn't it? The third man fielder was brought up, and Brett Hutton promptly just ran the next one straight down there and saw it clatter into the advertising board. 384 for 7, Hutton up to 14.
Hannon Dolby coming in. Long run up, 6'7", and just defended straight back to the bowler. Solid from Brett Hutton, just watching the ball onto the bat nice and late.
Be interesting to see what Alex Davis does now, because we're coming up to 11:30, so Hannon Dolby's been bowling since the start. He's a fit young man, is the focus of the Warwickshire attack, but I wouldn't imagine he'll keep going for much longer.
This is his 30th over so far.
In fact, Ed Barnard's loosening up down below us as I speak.
And he's 2 for 99. Just asking the umpire to sort the sawdust there. As Hannon Dolby comes in, Brett Hutton on strike, moved the fielders out, it's defended. They want Hutton to get a single, so he's on strike again, but it's going to be Verreynne to face this next over on 99. Faced 118 balls so far for this 99. Nottinghamshire are 384 for 7 after 97 overs.
Just very quickly, there's play going on in 7 of the 9 county championship games. In Division 2, no play as yet. The match hasn't even started at Leicester in the East Midlands derby, Leicestershire and Derbyshire, nor down at Hove, where Sussex and Middlesex being kept frustrated by the bad conditions. Division 2, Glamorgan are 343 for 4 at Cardiff against Gloucestershire, and Northants 147 all out now at Headingley in a match that Yorkshire will be hoping to get enough points to secure promotion. Will this be Verreynne's moment, Adam?
Well, we're about to find out. He waits on 99, not out. It's going to be Booth that's in and bowls to him. Right arm over from the broad end. There we go. Lovely shot through mid-wicket. Whips it away for 4. A debut century for the South African wicket-keeper in Notts colours here at Trent Bridge. A lovely shot through mid-wicket to do it. 103 off 119 deliveries. He puts his bat up to all 4 corners of Trent Bridge, embraces as well with the other batter, Brett Hutton. A lovely century. He's moved through the gears with ease this morning and takes the score for Notts on to 388 for 7.
Verreynne has had a little bow there as well to the crowd, and the crowd have very much applauded what has been a brilliant innings from him. Some attacking shots yesterday after tees.
388 for 7 then, as the crowd just settles. The cheers that went up for the century have died down, and he's on strike. 103 not out as Booth comes in from the broad end. A play and a miss this time from Verreynne. So no run, it goes through to Burgess. The score stays on 388 for 7.
Yeah, his first ton for Notts in just his third match, and his 10th in all in first-class cricket. As mentioned when he came out, he averages over 50 from 80-odd first-class appearances. So he's got a great record, really has got a top-notch record.
He's looked the part today. First time I've seen him in the flesh. Attacked when he needed to, solid in defence as Booth comes in once more and plays a straighter one that's worked off the back foot this time by Verreynne, and it will just be a single. So he gets up to the non-strikers end, moving on to 104, bringing Hutton, who's 14 not out, down to the strikers end. 389 for 7 Notts find themselves in this first innings, needing another 11 runs for their next batting point. Booth 1 for 86 from his 17 and a bit overs. Hasn't bowled continuously from the broad end this morning. He's been sharing that with Ed Barnard, but he's coming in now to 2 slips, and that's worked off the back foot. There's a bit of a yes, no, maybe between Booth and Verreynne. There was something accustomed to the Strictly Come Dancing dance floor out there in the middle here at Trent Bridge, but they decide to not go for the run in the end, leaving the score 389 for 7.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Are you a cha-cha-cha man yourself, Mr. Bracegirdle?
I avoid it as religiously as I possibly can.
4 gone in this Booth over. He's in once more, and it's worked into the leg side this time, up to mid-on for no run.
Shouldn't say that, should I? The flagship programme of the BBC, but
yes,
there we are.
One of those sacred cows, along with the Archers and Doctor Who.
I'm generally at cricket or on my way back from cricket, or at football or on my way back from football, so thankfully I'm not subject to it very often. But
do you not have the iPlayer in the Bracegirdle household?
There's so much sport to catch up on, Adam.
Last ball of this Booth over then from the broad end, and he comes past the umpire and bowls, and it's worked through the leg side beautifully by Hutton. There'll be runs here, but only one of them, I think, yes, fielded on the boundary by Hannon Dolby. End of the over. Notts need 10 more for another batting point. They find themselves on 390 for 7.
Division 1, New Road, Worcestershire, 163 for 9. So Lancashire have got maximum bowling points. They'll need that extra wicket. It'll be very interesting to see how they go there if they set their stall out from a very early stage to try and rattle up the runs today at Taunton. Who knows, that might be the first one to finish in this round of matches. Somerset 116 for 7, leading Hampshire by only 56 with 3 wickets left. Durham 70 without loss after just 15 overs against already relegated Kent. There's a whole deal of nothing going on down below us whilst we wait for Ed Barnard to come into the attack and set his field. At Chelmsford, they've lost a lot of time there as well to the weather. Essex 167 for 1 against already crowned champions Surrey. I think we're up to speed with all the scores, all the county championship scores up and down the country. You can keep abreast of them yourself via the BBC Sport website and app, where you'll get all the scores, all the wickets as they go down, as Barnard comes in to bowl to Brett Hutton, who's moved on to 15. His scores this season from his first and only 4 previous matches, 0-0 against Essex. First round of matches of the season, he got a pair. Made 20 at Taunton, 11 and 1 at Durham, and 3 here against Surrey. They're the 4 matches he's been able to play, either side of a dreadful run of injuries, as Barnard bowls to Brett Hutton. This one just shaped back into him nicely, and it's turned away square of the wicket on the leg side. A single.
Nothing like getting a pair in the first game of the season, is there, to set you up for a run?
Well, I would imagine also, without looking it up to back up this, I would imagine also he may well have been one of the victims in Sam Cook's hat-trick, because Cook got a 4 in the first innings, including a hat-trick which ended the innings, and then a 6 in the second innings. That was the very first round of matches. The only positive result that week came here with Essex beating Notts. Barnard bowls, and this is driven into the offside, and there's no run. Sam Cook getting 10 wickets in the match. It's a little unusual for a bowler to leave with both match balls, isn't it? One for a hat-trick in the first innings and one for a sixer in the second, but Cook did that.
Good player. I like him a lot.
Yeah.
Cook at Essex. I think he can treat himself a little bit unlucky not to have got any international honours yet.
There's been one South African's morning out there in the middle. Kyle Verreynne. There's another South African international walking around the boundary edge to my right as this is worked for 4 through mid-wicket. There was an attempt from Oliver Hannon-Dolby to drop down to the ground, but he was dropping down in instalments, couldn't get there, and it went for 4. Nice shot again from Verreynne. Yeah, Dane Patterson just walking around the boundary edge, who's another one who's been here this season, only around for a limited number of matches. Nice to see him here, though. The end of the season. Barnard comes in and gives a little bit of width outside off stump, but it's crashed away. Good bit of fielding. Square of the wicket on the offside, though. I think he was probably expecting that. The previous ball was too leg-sided and it was clipped through mid-wicket for 4, and I think Verreynne was expecting Barnard there to maybe overcompensate, put one outside the off stump, so he's quickly onto that, but good bit of fielding out on the ropes, and it's just a single, and Notts moved to 396 for 7 here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC CWR, BBC WM, Trent Bridge Live, and on your smart speaker. Wherever you look for us, we're here this morning, bringing you the last round of matches, as this one wide of the off stump and it goes through to Burgess. It's the end of Barnard's comeback over. 6 runs from it in all. He's got figures of 1 for 66 from 25 overs of toil, and Notts a 396 for 7 after 99 overs.
Good over that from Ed Barnard, switching ends from the Broad end to this Ratcliffe Road end, and got the ball to talk a little bit. I know there was the boundary and then there was the good bit of work in the deep to stop the other one, but Warwickshire just need to push on the accelerator a little bit, get this first innings if Notts done.
I was just thinking when Rob Yates won the toss at whatever time it was, 48 hours ago anyway, on Thursday, he wouldn't have been expecting to still be bowling at Notts 48 hours later.
Booth to continue from the Broad end. He's in, and that's worked into the leg side by Verreynne. Should just be a single, yes. Deep mid-wicket there doing the fielding and throws it in. So the score moves to 397 for 7. Notts 3 away from a bowling point. Sorry, a batting point, I should say.
Nicole very firmly based in the southwest. Verreynne, actually, his only previous experience of playing cricket in England, a couple of years ago he played for South Africa in their 3-match test tour.
Buffin once more, and this time it's worked into the leg side for no run by Hutton.
But before then he had one season, 2016, playing down in Devon, North Devon, somewhere I think you've played, for Instow, the beautiful Instow, the club of the Overtons. And of course, David Shepherd, played there many times. You've played there as well. It's a lovely little spot there just on the estuary. Great place to play and watch your cricket.
Yeah, it's very scenic and picturesque.
397 for 7 Notts are in their first innings, and this is a play and a miss this time by Hutton off the bowling of Booth for no run.
Not as pretty as Braunton, my former club down there in the same part of the world, just the other side of the estuary.
I was waiting for that day.
We have to. It's Mark Lathwell's club. When I was down there, I was just a young lad. Lathers went on to great things with Somerset in England.
Beautiful part of the world is the southwest.
And they know the right order with your scones and your jam and your cream as well.
In once more comes Booth, and it's played off the back foot this time for no run. I wasn't going to bring up the elephant in the room, considering the 2 people sat to my left, about which way round to have your cream tea. I prefer cream on the bottom and jam on the top. Is that Devon or Cornwall?
Well, that's Devon. That's right, because that's the dairy.
I'm not going to get involved in this, but let's just say you're both wrong, all right?
If there's a rain break later, we'll chew the fat on this one.
No, they do it properly up here. Thank you.
2 to go in this over. It's a play off the back foot for no run.
We've had some lovely cream teas here, and the jam has been on first here at Trent Bridge because they've done it properly, Dave. And,
well, wars have been fought over less, haven't they? Which way round?
There's been many an hour in this commentary box spent on that over the years. I've no Devonian roots, but I did play down there for 4 years, so I take their side. Cornwall's just too far.
You've still got it wrong, Dave.
It's too far.
It's a lovely place.
1 to go in this booth over. It's in now and he bowls, and that swears up Hutton, who's forward on the defence. So they still need 3 more runs, do not, to get this next batting point. They find themselves 397 for 7 with Hutton on 16 and Verreynne, the wicketkeeper, 110 not out.
Notts have had a fine relationship with Cornwall over the years. Of course, Mike Harris, nicknamed Pasty Harris, came from Middlesex in the 70s, but in more recent time, Charlie Shrek, Neil Edwards, Jake Libby have all very much been part of the furniture, part of the first team here at Trent Bridge, having been born and brought up and very much fostered a fine bond with their home county of Cornwall.
Yeah, Cornwall had that emerging players programme link with Nottinghamshire, and just bowled, comes in, worked back. Verreynne has just worked that through the offside. Deep backward point is out there. He's just going to come through for a single, moving on to 111 now. Nottinghamshire 398 for 7. Yeah, they had a nice link with their emerging players programme, and a few of us were lucky enough to come onto the Nottinghamshire Academy then, including myself, and work with the likes of Chris Tolley and a few others, and it was very much something really brilliant and exciting to be involved in, and that's how I came and played for the women's.
So you were headhunted by Notts?
Oh, I don't know about that, Dave, but something along those lines. And in comes Barnard, back of a length. Hutton's just hit that. That's racing away for 4 through the covers. Hutton's effortless with that. He's hardly even hit that. He's just timed that lovely. Back of a length. Barnard's just got his length a little bit wrong there.
Just didn't quite look right as it came out of his hand, Ed Barnard. It was one of those.
That's 402 now for Nottinghamshire, and that's another batting point. Nottinghamshire moving on to 402 for 7 here. Brett Hutton's just sat back and hit that through the covers. Barnard coming in. Short ball, Hutton sits back, timed that beautifully, pulled that just in front of mid-wicket. He's out on the boundary. It's another 4 for his score. Great timing from Brett Hutton there. What are you doing? That's me.
We're just playing musical chairs with the headsets a little bit.
Bernard's got his length wrong these last 2 balls. Brett Hutton on strike. Fuller delivery, play and miss outside the off stump.
So Adam's having a little 5-minute breather. We'll pick up with Adam in a moment. I'm now joined by 2 former Nottinghamshire players, Nicole Harvey to our right, and I don't know if you know the gentleman to your right. Well, he'd have been here. When did you play for Notts, Nicole?
I don't ask questions like that, Dave, because then people will try and guess my age, and I just don't want to get involved.
I know you're only 9 and 10 at the time, but
here comes Barnard. Hutton on strike, full delivery, defended into the onside.
When was it?
Well, I got involved in I was on the boys' academy when I was 17. So,
I see. Now then, you see, I'm asking
now
years.
32.
Right. Oh well. This fella was around then. We've been joined by Stephen Mullaney. Great to see Steve. Always great to have a catch up. Thanks for popping up. We tried to get a word with you on the first day, but there just wasn't enough hours in the day, literally, because it rained. Bring Stephen in after this delivery.
1 ball left in this over. Defended by Hutton. Thinking about it, but they're not going to come through for a single. Verreynne wants a strike next over. Nottinghamshire 406 for 7 here.
Well, good morning and congratulations. The reason we couldn't get you up on the first day and the reason you were on the ground, apart from all your coaching duties, was you're here to collect a little bit of silverware. So many congratulations.
Thank you.
And it was for?
Yeah, it was. We won the second team championship, which was, a nice reward for a lot of hard work that's gone in from especially the players this year. I think we've had, we've put some strong sides. As I said, I was with Kev Howells yesterday on the 5 Live show, and I'd have been disappointed if we weren't challenging with the sides we've had put out this year. We've had a lot of first team and some established first team players, so it was very nice to get a reward at the end of the season.
And was that always a goal, or was that sort of second or somewhere on your list of tasks for the season? Because when we've spoken to you, obviously developing these younger players and getting them ready for first team cricket, I presume that would be paramount, but it is nice to get a little bit of silverware at the end of the season as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't say we set out to win the championship, but obviously we set out, and I think I've said to you numerous times, my goal going into this new role was to try and bridge the gap between second team and first team cricket and get lads ready to go if they got selected, that it wasn't that too different. Now there's certain obviously situations where you can't replicate first team cricket.
Start of a new over, and Verreynne has pulled this away down to long leg for a single, and he will move up to feet off the ground time. You've been here forever, as I have. Can you ever remember?
No,
that
I was looking at it. I keep having to do what you're doing. 112 he's on there.
Yeah, it's never gone out. There's some places we go. I mean, we go to Durham. The boards never work.
Yeah,
we've been to whisper it quietly because we've got a lot of Warwickshire. We've been to Edgbaston once or twice, and the boards haven't worked there. But I can't remember it here before.
It was you, Dave. You actually did the commentator's curse because you were talking to me about this being the Batman scoreboard.
Craig Miles bowls, and this is just pushed back in the V. And of course, with nothing on the screen, you can see why it's called the Batman scoreboard.
Well, yeah, we had this discussion, and then yesterday, all of a sudden, it was lights out. I couldn't see anything.
I think it's because they're playing too many videos of Fletcher this morning. That's why they've run out of electricity.
Well, I understand it. I mean, on the first day, there was the bottom left-hand corner was flickering.
Yeah, we're doing that this morning, actually.
And then I understand yesterday I don't know if it's the umpires or the players.
Apparently it was the umpires.
Too much of a distraction. Craig Miles in and bowls, and Brett Hutton, who's timed the ball beautifully this morning, pushes it into the offside. So, like a proud parent, Stephen, seeing these youngsters blossoming and getting their chance.
Yeah, I think the most rewarding thing is to see players. I think we've had maybe 15 debuts or something like that this year. But to see people like Freddie yesterday and against Surrey and Farhan come in, you feel like you've had a small impact with, obviously not the be all and end all, but to have a small impact on someone's career is very rewarding.
Next ball's cut to backward point.
No, I'm going to leave now because I think they've been on the beer already. They're on the beer, look.
Freddie McCann, I'm raving about him, but I thought what a great innings yesterday.
Yeah.
Shows maturity for 19 years old, doesn't he?
He is very mature, and he's a bit of a cheeky chappy around the place, but he's been a pleasure to coach and work with.
Times the ball really well.
I can't explain to you how bad of a net he had yesterday morning. It was the worst net I have ever seen from a professional cricketer, and he went out and got 100, but played beautifully. Yeah.
It seems to be Mr. Trent Bridge, doesn't he? Played here twice and got 2 big scores. Craig Miles comes in again, and Hutton drives it straight back.
He just seemed composed, and he timed the ball really well. Reversed to the spinners early.
Yeah, it's kind of, he might get out to it every now and then, but it's kind of a low risk shot for him. He practices it really well, and there was a big gap off Briggs to him, and I think he played it 4 or 5 times and played it really well.
Dave, are you causing trouble?
Yeah, what's happening here, Dave?
There's Craig Miles coming in past David Mills. Clean shaven Mills. That's a little bit loose from Brett Hutton.
Clean shaven. You've got good eyes from here.
Well, I went out to the toss on the first day because I don't know if you saw him at the Royal London One Day Cup. I mean, he had a beard longer than yours. He looked like the werewolf on the first day. Nicole, if you have your 5-minute breather, and then we've got a box full of
special guests.
Looks like they're going to have a little bit of a drinks break out there in the middle. 407 for 7 is the Nottinghamshire score this morning. They've lost 1 wicket, that of Rob Lord, career best 31. Relatively small sample size. He was given out LBW to Oliver Hannon Dolby, 358 for 7, and just waiting for play to start. Trouble with a lot of sweets at the back of the box and people popping in to say hello is that we're trying to get them on air, and before they do that, they stop by the confectionery. It's been an emotional morning already here at Trent Bridge as Danny Briggs prepares to come on. The slow left arm spinner. And Briggs bowls, nice looking shot into the offside, and Verreynne gets a single. Takes the score to 408 for 7. As I say, it's been an emotional day at Trent Bridge this morning because the club has said farewell to one of its stalwarts, one of its longest serving players at the moment. And this time last year I think we were saying bye-bye to Sammit in this room, and Jake Ball was here as well, and Stuart Broad, and this year I'm afraid it's Luke Fletcher's turn. He's popped up to say hello, perhaps tempted by the smell of Rachel's brownies, because we've still got a badge on the offside here. Hutton, it's it. No, very good morning. How are you, fella?
Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. She's made me a couple of batches myself, so I think they're in the fridge over at the far end, so I need to pick them up before I go today. But yeah, I'm glad that's done this morning. It was emotional.
Briggs bowls is cut to backward point, no run,
but nice in a way. Nice for the support. Seems like there's a lot of people turned out, so I'm grateful for that.
It's such a shame, and in a way it's such typical Luke Fletcher look that you got a niggled at Canterbury last week, so you couldn't get a playing farewell.
Forest are playing at home today, Dave, aren't they? You need to read into it a bit more than that.
I understand.
Mick Newell did put in my contract that whenever Forest are at City Ground, I can go.
Briggs round the wicket, bowls, and again cut to point, and there's no run. I understand from a reliable source that your good ladies in the building and won't let you go. Is this right?
No, I wear the trousers in my relationship. I'm in charge. I am in charge. No, all my family's here, so I didn't want to just shoot off across the road.
Next
didn't
one
feel right, really.
Pushed into the offside. It was lovely to see your young man Freddie out there on the field with you. He's been around the place for the last few years, and to be there when his old man gets a present, it's very nice.
He said, could he bring his hardball this morning? He thought he was going in the nets. I said, I'm not quite allowed to do that yet, but he loves it down here. So does Rosie as well. All my family love it down here, so it's always nice to have them around, and he's already tapping me up to go out there at lunch to hit a few balls.
Voice of Luke Fletcher. Still got Stephen Mullaney with us. You've captained this bloke. Stuart Broad has often talked at great length about how he can be the player on the field, just, when it's going a little bit flat, just to gee everybody up, whether it's a bit of clapping and the stare and the glare, or whether it's with a joke, or whether it's indeed with his actions. But he's always somebody you could turn to on the field, I guess, and just get some sort of response that might just lift the side.
Yeah, I think Brody forwarded his book, didn't he? And he said the best teammate a player could wish for or something, and he's absolutely right. I've loved it. I got a bit emotional this morning. We've obviously been very close for 15 seasons, and he's godfather to my youngest child, so as is Jake, who's here as well. And it's never nice when you see one of your best mates leave, obviously, but I think he knows that it's the right time for a new challenge, as he said. But what nobody can take away is what he's done for this club, and it'll be remembered for a very long time.
Well, indeed. We've missed one ball in this over. Craig Miles bowling at the moment to Brett Hutton, who's moved quite sweetly onto 25 here. Just one slip now, not bright sunshine, racking up the runs here. This is turned away on the leg side. There'll be one more to Hutton. Knots go to 410 for 7. Luke, is there something that over the years we maybe haven't discussed in terms of a little moment? And I know that's a hard one to throw at you, because we Stephen said we have done the book with all your big moments. But is there one wicket in there, or one ball that you'd like to relive again? One special moment that when your head hits the pillow, or you wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, that was a good ball, as this has turned up to mid-on.
There's been loads of good balls, to be honest. It's difficult to say. No, I don't think so. I don't think of it like that. I always think back of the the times of the success we've had, and basically being part of the team, really. Individual success is nice, but when everyone's around and you win something, and the feel in the room, you've got everyone from the offices coming in, and the buzz around the place. So I think just to be lucky to have that opportunity quite a few times. We've won a lot of trophies here in my time.
Miles bowls wide of the off stump through to the keeper. In a sense,
just to be around that, I never really looked at what I've done. It's always been about what we've done, you know what I mean, as a team, as a club, and they're the best moments, really. The Manchester giving you a wedgie in the hotel when we won the county championship, that sticks out there, and sitting on you and pouring beer on you. Lord's final when Ailsey got his 187 not out. All these little moments, really, but it's more about the collective, really, what we've all done together, and they're the ones that I'll remember.
We have got, understandably, one or two people listening and clearly wanting to send a message or two as this is pushed onto the offside. A lot of them supporters, but not all supporters. Who's this then? Chicken Chorizo's on the commentary. Give the big man my love. He's a legend.
Andre Adams.
Andre Adams. It's always great to hear from you, Dre.
Oh, he still sends shivers through my spine, him.
What a great man.
Oh, great. He's still the best bowler I've played with at Trent Bridge. Obviously Brody as well, but them early days, having people like Andre around was incredible. A lot of senior players that knew their game, knew what they were doing, and to come into an environment like that, it made it a lot more easier.
Lovely to hear from you, Dre. As Craig Miles bowls to Hutton, pushes it into the offside. It'll be people like that, and then obviously David Hussey, Ryan Sidebottom, Graham Swan. I mean, these are some of the greats of the county game, indeed the international game, that you've played with and learnt from.
Well, like I say, we're coming as a young pro, as 19 years old, and to have all them people around at the same time. Mark Elan was in there as well, who I learned a huge amount off. To have them as early on in your careers as I did is lucky, really, because it sort of fast-tracked me through the system in a way, and how to go about it, how to prepare for games, what skills you need in certain formats of the game, how to get through certain spells, loads of things, really. Use of the crease, Andre was brilliant at that. So lots of little golden nuggets, like they say, that can help you improve your game. So I was very fortunate that this one, Danny Briggs, is played out the offside dot ball. There you go. I'm still doing your job, Dave. I'll do all your job, don't I? Brett Hutton's still on strike. In comes Briggs again from the Radcliffe Road. Left arm spin, and it's again played out to extra cover, dot ball. All these little bits of advice that I got such early in my career have helped me and put me in good stead for right the way through, really. Briggs in again to Brett Hutton, who's slashed it out to point.
The question everybody wants me to ask is this the end, or what happens? A year ago, as I said, I was sat in here and Jake Ball told me he had no plans, and then the next day it was announced that he was going to Somerset. A year ago, Samit Patel in here, no plans. A day later, he's signing for Derbyshire.
Briggs in again to Hutton, played out to mid-on, dot ball. I spoke to Nuno across the road at Forest, and they're looking for a goalkeeper. And I said, I still got it, Nuno, I still got it. I don't know. Listen, I'm gonna enjoy these next couple of weeks with the lads. Let the dust settle a bit, and then see. Keep my options open. There's a quick run here. Hutton played out to cover. They've gone through for a single. Verreynne now on strike.
Just have to do a little update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second, so keep that in mind. But you intend to play on. You're going to look at any offers you get and then make a decision from there on?
I'm not going to make a rash decision. I've had some great advice in Briggs again to Verreynne, who cuts it out to the deep cover fielder. 1 run scored. I've had some good advice the last few weeks, really, from people who I trust, and they've all said, take your time. Don't make an emotional decision. Think about what people are saying to you, and let the dust settle, and then make a decision that you think's right for me and my family. It's it's easy to rush into some things, and longer down the line think, oh bloody hell, what have I done, sort of thing. So I don't want to make that sort of error. There's a lot of time left yet. There's a lot of conversations to be had. My phone's been going berserk, and it's done my head in. It's given me a headache. I don't like it. I couldn't be a receptionist or anything like that. So enjoy these next few weeks with the boys, and then we'll have a think about it.
414 for 7. Still just waiting to do this update for BBC Radio Nottingham as Miles comes into Verreynne, who's on 115, gets another single, cutting it to deep backward point. Luke Fletcher with us, the club honouring him today as he brings down the curtain on a career that spans 17 years in the Nottinghamshire first team. Most of those spent with Stephen Mullaney as a teammate, who's with us as well. As Miles in front of the pavilion comes into bowl. Notts continue to make good progress in the East Midlands Sunshine. 415 now for 7. The 1 wicket to go down this morning, that of Rob Lord, dismissed for 31. But the South African wicketkeeper, Kyle Verreynne, is 116 not out. This is a terrific knock from him. Notts have got 4 of the 5 batting bonus points. As long as they don't lose this, they will stay in Division 1 next year. So there's a quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham that's now left us, so we can hear ourselves. Brought your dad in with us, with you, which is this one goes through to the keeper, which is nice. I think you brought most members of your family in over the years.
No, my dad said he wants to go into commentary in a few years, and he's been listening to you, Dave. You're his hero. I'm only joking. I said, come on, let's, have a look, see what we've been doing over all these last few years in the commentary. He listens to you. He watches the live stream, don't you, Dad?
Yeah.
He's been a miner for 30 years, so it's a bit out of his comfort zone, this.
It's the same mine that Harold Larwood worked down, wasn't it? Next ball is dropped on the leg side.
It was Annesley, I think.
Yeah. That's where he was. Crikey, that's good stock, isn't it?
It shows you, don't it? It's there.
Was there a tear this morning for you, or have you sort of become used to all his antics?
I looked at my wife, and her lip was quivering, which sent me quivering a little bit. But it's 17 years. I wish we got another 17 years. I do, honestly.
Have you enjoyed it? Have you taken a great deal of pride in watching his performances over the years?
Everybody's saying, I bet you prayed, aren't you?
This is pulled away on the leg side. You managed to keep him away from hails enough not to get into any serious trouble.
Oh, I don't know. We've had his moments. I can remember when Ailsey, he stopped at our house, didn't he? And his mum got up and says, I don't mind you sleeping on the settee, but next time take your shoes off.
What did you think when he said, I'm going to get a chance, I'm going to leave Hooters because I've got a chance to play county championship
I just couldn't
cricket?
believe it. It was like, it's happened so fast. It was weird.
Next ball is pitched up there. Verreynne can't get it away, chops it on to his boot. I think there were 1 or 2 quotes at the time. I think Wayne Noon was one who was desperately keen on you to lose a bit of weight, Luke, and Mike Hendrick as well. And Mike Hendrick say, don't mind you having a Don't mind you having a little bit of timber. You have to say it in the mic. So
he said, Mark Hendrick said, Fletch, I don't mind you having a bit on you, but you can't be as fat as a pig.
And didn't Nooney weigh you, and then you said he's that good, and you said...
Well, he said it is good because you're the heaviest kind of cricketer aboard in the country, but the thing is, I'd never done a sit-up, I'd never weighed myself, ever. And then I'm brought into this environment, I've been cooking chicken wings and prattling around, really, not really doing much. And then you're thrust into this environment full of professional cricketers, and I honestly didn't have a clue what I was doing. I just sort of winged it and went through with it.
But as the years have gone on, I mean, I don't know because I'm understandably not there, but Stephen, he's top of a lot of the ratings during the winter, so I'm led to believe, and all the cycling stuff and the swimming stuff, he's up there right at the front.
Yeah, I think he's still undefeated in the triathlon we used to have. So that's a swim, bike, run, and he's very, very solid swimmer, very, very good on the bike, and a solid runner, to be fair to him. So, yeah, he did his work, and I don't think he was ever going to be Peter Andre in that video, but he did his work and he was fit enough to do his job.
Should a fast bowler be rotated, Luke, or should he bowl week in, week out, like Mike Hendry used to do, like Andre Adams wanted to do?
I think it depends on the style of the bowler. Bowlers like me need to keep bowling. You need to keep going. And actually, over time, you become numb to the pain of it, and your body actually quite likes it. But I mean, an express 90-mile-an-hour bowler, you need to look after them. They're the X-factor bowlers that have a big impact, but chubby, overweight dobbers like me need to keep going.
We've got a bowling change. Danny Briggs has come into the attack, come out of the attack, and he's been replaced by Rob Yates, the only one of the 7 Bears bowlers to be used so far not to take a wicket. Just very quickly on events at New Road, Worcestershire are all out for 180. And Lancashire just starting their reply, so maximum bowling points, and this one's gone through. Brett Hutton, and he's been bowled by Yates. Brett Hutton is out.
Stumped, I think.
So Yates has got his first wicket, 416 for 8. We'll have a little look at that in a moment. He was just groping, wasn't he, outside his off stump?
A bit of a wobble on there, Brett Hutton.
Did he come in your box before he went out there?
He's done well to stay all right there, Brett Hutton, but spin's not his forte, is it, Brett? He likes pace on the ball, but yeah, he's done well to stay up there, Brett. Watch him there. Oopsie.
So he has been stumped. Just
might need a fresh pair of trousers there, David. All by look at that angle.
Just pulled forward. Who's going to come in at number 10? Because the scorecard says Jacob Duffy, but it was young Farhan who
looks like Farhan
came in at 10 down at Canterbury. Crikey, 16 years of age. They say spinners don't really develop until they're in their 30s. I mean, this is extraordinary, isn't it?
Well, no, he's got a bit of old school about him. He's been bowling probably on his dad's garden at his brother's. He's got 2 older brothers. So he'd have been bowling for hours and hours, you know, as a young lad, 5-6 years old. And I quite like people like Farhan that sort of he's been through our system, but you know, he's bowled and bowled and bowled and bowled and bowled, and I think you need to do that. You know, you need to learn your skill, develop your, you know, what's going to put you in good stead for the future. And he's someone that's been around the system for a while now, and I didn't see a huge amount of him, but he's got this aura about him. When you watch him in the nets, people are drawn to what he's doing, and he's obviously got a bit on it. But
him and Freddie are hopefully going to be here for many, many years to come. I'll give you the score from Taunton, and there's a reason I'm doing that. Hampshire 196 all out in their first innings, of course. Second time around, Somerset 151 for 7. Somerset leading Hampshire by 91, so that could be the first game to finish. Rob Yates will be bowling to Farhan, and the reason I say that Somerset on the way to defeat is they've made an absolute abomination of picking their side this week, because they've not picked Jake Ball, who's popped in to say hello. What are you doing here, and why aren't you playing at Taunton?
I've got to see the big man. You know, as soon as I heard it was going to be his last game, and I wasn't playing or wasn't picked down at Taunton, I was like, I need to be up there for that.
Yates bowls to Farhan, and
obviously spent a lot of years up here. At some point, us three have all lived together at some point, and you know, we've been through a lot here. So you know, I felt it was right for me to come up and say bye to the big man.
Yates in again to Farhan, pushes it onto the offside. We'll get off the mark with a single. It's a year to the day, I think, since you were in here. The very same emotions, no doubt, at leaving. You did have your plans confirmed. You were going down there. How's it gone? Have you stayed fit? Has there been a little bit of regret? Once or twice I've seen sides like this week without Jake Ball in it, but how's your year been?
Yeah, it's been really good. Managed to stay fit all year, which is the main thing for me.
This one's turned away by Verreynne for a single. Notts move up to 418 for 8.
Yeah, and then obviously played a big part in the T20 where we made finals. They got to the final, and obviously beaten by Gloucester in the final, which wasn't ideal. And you know, the lads managed to get through to the final of the 50 over and push Surrey up until last week, where we lost at Lancs last week. So that was. It was disappointing, but you know, I think when you're pushing all the way, then it's you know, it's a good year. I think obviously we would have liked a bit of silverware, but second in 2 trophies. And
Yates to Farhan, he defends. You've moved down there, lock, stock and barrel.
Yeah.
What's it been like living in the West Country, living in Taunton?
Yeah, family are down there. Actually, really enjoying it. It's a slower pace of life. Got a little girl now as well, so it's. It's ideal, really. Once she's gone to bed at 6 or 6:30, wherever she goes to bed now, it's just sit on the sofa and chill out. It's either cricket or bath and bed for me at the minute. So looking forward to October and getting away for a little bit and chilling out after the summer.
And they're desperate to win that first county championship title, aren't they? I mean, I always have a little bit of a chuckle and a joke reflecting back to 2010 when Notts won it, Stephen. On most wins. I mean, you know, if it was an American sport, they'd have made a movie about that, wouldn't they? Notts winning the title that day, beating Somerset, same number of points, but getting there on most wins.
Yeah, 2010. Yeah, they were at Durham, weren't they?
Yeah.
We were at Old Trafford. Yeah. Seems like 2 minutes ago. It actually came through on my Facebook memories the other day, and it was like 13 days ago when we played 16 games. So, God knows what we're still doing here, nearly in October.
418 for 8. Danny Briggs bowling from the Stuart Broad end, the Pavilion end, which of course is going to look very, very different when we see cricket here next year. Very different indeed. Be a bit of a building site down the far end, with a lot of the present structure. There's a swish and a miss. It strikes the back pad of Verreynne on its way through to the keeper. Danny Briggs was absolutely convinced he'd got his man, but not out. Not spat on. 418 for 8. This is the 108th over, so I guess important for the Bears to try and get another wicket in the next couple of overs.
I'm not sure Carl's quite read that. I'd be just getting through these and not giving him a point, really. Unless he's trying to get 450. That'd be a good effort.
Yeah, that's the flip side of that. Notts need 32 from 14 deliveries. He defends this one. And of course, this is another fella you've had the pleasure and the privilege of captaining.
Yeah. I've always been a pleasure playing with Jake for a number of years. I think obviously he was here when I signed in 2010, and we became close friends, and families became friends, and always nice to see him back. So I just didn't expect to bump into him actually, so it was a nice pleasant surprise. But obviously we've not seen each other a lot through the summer, but always nice to catch up when he's back.
Homegrown boy, you can't get enough Notts lads in the Notts team, can you, Jake? It's always nice to see the youngsters coming through, and of course with Verreynne and Freddie, I mean we're certainly claiming them and very proud of them, and look forward to seeing what they can do over the years.
Yeah, it's great to see. I managed to play a couple of games with Freddie last year in the second team, and you know, when you watch somebody, always said I feel like he's got something about him. Looked like he was somebody that played the game a few years above what his age is, and it's been really good to see him come into the side and do what he's done this year. And I think he's only going to kick on and get better and better. Briggs
in bowls, and Verreynne has hit this down the ground, and will get a boundary to end the over. 422 for 8. You say you're here to honour Luke Fletcher. Presume you're not driving today. Then it's going to be a bit of a long day, is it?
Yeah, I've left my car. It's going to be a long day, I think. But yeah, just came up for the day, and like I say, as soon as I found out that it was going to be his last game, it was.
When did you first meet him? I know you shared digs in the very early days, but when did you first meet him? Can you remember?
I actually can't remember when I first met him. Probably playing in the leagues or something. I actually played against him. My very first Welbeck game, my first team game for Welbeck, I bowled against Fletcher. I remember he came out with this. Remember Matthew Hayden had that big purple grey Nichols, and he
the ultimate, I think it was called.
Yeah, and he whacked me all over the place.
For Papelwick.
For Papelwick, he opened the bat. I don't know what he's doing.
Was Footick playing and De Freitas and all those? He had a heck of a team.
That was my first, and that was the first time I came across him, and then. Obviously, we end up all living together. We used to all live in and around Gampson at one point, and we had a few WhatsApp groups flying around. But it was good fun, and we had so many great memories. And like Fletcher said in his speech, you play the game and it's good, and what you do in the game is great. But I think the friendships that you make off the back of it is what's going to carry you through. Obviously. I came up today to see Fletch, and I think it's something very special. The friendships that you make throughout your career, and they're what's going to last a lifetime, hopefully.
422 for 8 after 108 overs. Jake Ball's with us, Luke Fletcher, Stephen Mullaney. There's a couple of the gang missing. Is Hales around? Is Samit around?
Yeah, they're on the way. Apparently, they're coming as well today at some point. So it'd be nice to see them. And
This one's defended back
get
to
everyone
Yates.
up here at some point, Dave, I reckon. But yeah, it'd be nice to see those guys and have a good catch up.
The traditional trip around Nottingham, it's it's not going to start a day early, is it, before the season ends?
No, definitely not. Mine's Exeter now, Dave. I've got a trip round Exeter.
Round Exeter. It's just turned away on the leg side. Or you having an open bus parade for all these runners-up spots that Somerset have got?
Yeah, why not? Let's do it.
Your best moment in... I probably asked you this a year ago. Your best moment playing for Notts? The blast,
You
the first
did ask me
blast.
that. Yeah, blast. I think probably the first blast was, I think it's something we worked towards, and I think we had 2 or 3 years where I think like it was probably one of the best white ball sides I've been a part of, and that was just fun, real fun to be a part of.
Nice to hear from Andre Adams, who you played with a bit. You played a lot in white ball cricket under Dan Christian. I mean, he was another one that was, as this is driven down the ground, I guess he's another one that has influenced both your careers, actually. I mean, he was a winner, wasn't he? You look for what sort of player does a team need. You need a winner. I mean, I think if Dan Christian stared at me, I'd be, as he has done. He's come up. He's come up here and he said I dropped one the other day, a week last Thursday, Dave, and I didn't. He only came to me on the half volley. I mean, he's given me that glare. I mean, he was a winner, and he was good for Notts at the period he was here.
Yeah, I think getting people like that as overseas as it's. It's absolute gold dust.
Yeah.
To have him for as long as we had him, by the end of it, he was part of the furniture. He's part of this Notts team, and he was a big part of what made us so good in those periods. Like you say, his winning mentality and will to push everybody along and drag everybody along with him, even in times where we felt like we weren't in games. You'd get in after a wicket and he'd give you a bit of a rocket, and all of a sudden we turn the game round and we win. So it was absolutely fantastic. And obviously then Mull coming in as captain, obviously learnt a lot from Dave and carried that on, and it's absolutely fantastic. And hopefully the lads can keep doing that and keep pushing. And it wasn't the best white ball campaign this year, but there's plenty of great white ball players in there, and no doubt that next couple of years they'll bring that back.
4:24 for 8. Rob Yates rattled through that over. That's the 109th. Jake, great to see you. Really appreciate you coming up and spending a few minutes with us. Absolutely wonderful to see you. Still with Somerset?
Still with Somerset, yeah.
They gave you more than 1 year, did they?
Yeah. I've got another couple of years down there, so hopefully
I'll say this, and you know how I mean it, but good luck next year in the county championship.
Cheers, Dave.
Really,
thank you.
really nice to see you. One of the great moments here was hearing that Jake Board had been selected for England for the first time. One of the great moments I've enjoyed on commentary was Jake's hat-trick here against Middlesex. That will take some beating. They were 0 for 3. Have a bit of that. Thanks to Jake for coming. Thanks to Luke, we might catch later on. Stephen, you're leaving us as well, because I know the queue's starting for lunch.
Lunchtime, yeah.
Many, many congratulations to all the team. Just finally, one last one. Testimonial year. How's it gone? Do you want to thank anybody? Any events left?
Not at the minute. We still may have one later in the year. It's been hard work. Kirsty and Aaron, who will be listening, I think they'll probably pop their head round, but they've been amazing for me, my committee, but them two in particular have been incredible, and I couldn't have done it without them two, so the biggest thanks goes to them.
Great to see you.
Cheers, Dave.
Thanks for popping up. Stephen Mullaney with us on 5 Sports Extra, BBC CWR, BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, and on the live stream. 4:25 for 8. Many thanks to all the guests for popping up and saying hello. Apologies to the Bears supporters and followers if that was a little bit not centred, but you don't very often get veterans bowing out, and you don't very often get Somerset players popping in and saying hello. As this strikes the pad, they're asking, and it's not out. Thanks to Nicole and Adam for patiently sitting at the back of the box and listening. Apologies, folks. I know you want to get on air and all the rest of it, but
fascinating listen, huh?
Yeah, I mean, that in this part of the world, they are players that we've really enjoyed over the last few years. 2 balls left. by the way, in the 110th over. 425 for 8, and Notts aren't going to get to 450. Can the Bears get a wicket? Danny Briggs round the wicket, bowling to Farhan Ahmed, who's on 2 not out, pushes this up to mid-on. So this is the last ball in which Warwickshire can get that 3rd bowling bonus point. May not be significant, but they'd very much like to get it if they can. Fielders all around the bat. Danny Briggs from the Stuart Broad end, past umpire Milnes bowls, and Farhan defends. So that's it in terms of points. It'll be 4 batting points for Notts, 2 bowling points for Warwickshire. If it's a draw, Notts have done enough. If it's a draw, Warwickshire, they'll have done enough. If it's
just
a draw.
about if it's a draw, yeah.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
It's nearly lunch. Got
It
10
is.
minutes to go in the session. However,
This sunshine coming through this window is beautiful. I've even taken my jumper off.
And I can see. However, of course, a reminder, if they're 9 down, we will play on.
I've just been out on the balcony in the sunshine, not quite topping up my tan, but it's been lovely. Who've we got then? It's Rob Yates bowling a bit of spin before lunch from the Radcliffe Road end here. 425 for 8, Notts find themselves. Verreynne is still there, 123 not out, but he's working this for a single down to the leg side. It's Ed Barnard that does the work. 1 more added to the total, 426 for 8.
So who's your... You can't have favourites, Adam, but who's your match-winning bowler or your go-to who's going to make a big difference?
What, in the
For
11?
Warwickshire, yeah, in the 11. Oh, it could not be in the 11. That would be very controversial.
Well, Chris Wokes isn't here, so I think that's sort of fairly academic, if you see what I mean. But I think they're going to get to lunch and then they're going to go and pepper them. See, OHD would probably be what they'll be looking for. He has this sort of Stuart Broad knack of just, when the chips are a little bit down, of having the ball tossed into him, and he can just go bang, bang, as Yates is in once more, bowling some finger spin, and it's worked into the offside for no run, 426 for 8. So I think that's probably what they'll do, is they'll get to lunch and reassess. 110 overs in now, so where they are with the points, they'll see what's happening. Oh, I was going to say a few miles away. It's a bit more than a few miles away, as Yates is in again, and this is into the leg side. No run this time once more between Worcestershire and Lancashire. But the Bears are the draw specialists this season.
Oh, they're famous last words, that, Adam. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that. But, yeah, what an experience here for Ahmed. 16 years old. Pressure's on him a little bit to perform, but he's done so well. The amount of wickets he's taken for a 16-year-old in this situation, he's played that lovely. Soft hands.
Yeah, worked through 3rd for a well-run 3. 429 for 8. Moves Ahmed on to 5. I've not seen him live, and I always think it's difficult to judge a player until I've seen them physically with my own eyes. I've only seen a little bit on the stream watching yesterday, and then in the previous games. But so you're much more qualified than me, the two of you to my left. But he does look like a prospect.
I've watched him. I haven't seen him live bowl yet, apart from in the warm-ups, Dave. But I'm excited.
Yes, he's had a sensational start to county championship cricket.
So
there's quite a few young ones on the circuit, as you say. You're normally at the age of 30, sort of getting to your peak as a spin bowler, but was down at Somerset a couple of weeks ago.
Yates in again and a reverse sweep this time, and it's not beat the man. So it's all in vain, that bomb of Verreynne.
Watching Alfie Vaughan, he was bowling lovely as well.
I first saw Alfie Vaughan as a 9-year-old at Sheffield Collegiate Cricket Club.
Is it Archie?
Archie,
sorry.
Yeah.
And I didn't even need to be told it was Michael Vaughan's son to know it, even at the age of 9.
Really?
It was just on a different level. As Yates is in once more, and he's back this time. He's Verreynne for no run.
What he does really well is he gets such good drift on the ball. He puts so many revolutions on it. He gets such good drift, and he bowled really well with Jack Leach down at Somerset.
That's the end of the Rob Yates over. They're 429 for 8 Notts are.
Yeah, just looking at Farhan Ahmed, his debut match here, the last home game here against Surrey. In the first innings, 50.4 overs, 6 maidens, 7 for 140. Second innings, 26 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 77. So he bowled effectively 77 overs, 10 for 217. Then we went down to Chelmsford, 28 overs, 3 for 102. And at Kent last week, well, he only needed 15 overs, 4 for 37, bowled them out very quickly, very cheaply. So he likes to, to have the ball in his hand. 50 overs and his first-class debut, the first time he bowled.
Yeah, it's remarkable. In comes Briggs. Ahmed on strike.
The board was at plus 19 at the end of that for knots over 8.
Rooney, there we go. Briggs bowling his 15th over here. He's 1 for 61 so far. Ahmed on strike, 1 slip, leg slip, little bit short. Ahmed a little bit tentative, and he's just a little bit frustrated with himself, thinking he should have put his hands through that.
Should have found the boundary with that,
I think
really.
he was trying to place it, and, 16 years old, obviously going to be a little bit nervous. Well played that, though. He's sat back and he's guided that down to fine. Third man, it's going to be a couple for Ahmed. Thought about 3. He's played that really late. Watched that onto the bat and guided it down. 1 slip in play, 1 leg slip. And another man on the onside under the lid.
Knots were 324 for 6 at start of play, so they've scored more than 100 in this session.
Got a backward point, cover extra in close. Worked onto the onside for a dot ball. Briggs slightly flatter and quicker delivery there. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and 3 catches in play. Briggs comes into bowl slightly flighted, worked through to mid on, wide of mid on, one-handed pick up, throw at the stumps. But Farhan Ahmed gets through for a single, and he moves on to 9.
Direct hit would have been interesting there, I think. Certainly watching it live. Didn't make contact with the stumps.
Apologies, he moves on to 8. Verreynne now on 124 off 149 deliveries. Well, it's been a brilliant innings. Showing some class and style. Briggs comes in flatter. Verreynne has flat batted that back over mid on. And that's going to race away for 4. Briggs bowling it short. It's a pretty loose delivery. That Verreynne is just smashed over mid-on's head.
What a shot that was. Just stand and deliver batting, wasn't it? Swatted it away through mid-on.
Looks tough work for the bowlers out there, actually. They're not getting a great deal of assistance, either the seam or the spinners. It's flattened out. And
it is pretty flat. I think I said this yesterday. They got their value for runs when the ball was too full, the bowler bowled too full. It allowed the batters to hold their shape and put their hands through the ball, and they very much got value for shots.
New Road, Worcestershire 180 all out, Lancashire 15 for 2.
Ooh.
Wow. Yeah, some work to do down there then.
Keaton Jennings and Harry Singh, the 2 openers, have been dismissed. It's a wicket for Joe Leach there, who's another one stepping away from the county game this winter.
Rob Yates starts a new over of spin from the Ratcliffe Road end. He's in, and that's worked through to the offside, but Yates does the fielding off his own bowling. No run there for Ahmed, and stays on 8 not out. 4.36 for 8 the score. Rob Yates 1 for 13 so far from his 4 and a bit overs. In once more, and this is just nudged into the offside. Should be cut off at extra cover, and it is. So 1 more to the total. 4.38 for 8 now. Field changes for Verreynne. Looks like they've got a slip and a leg slip. But the scouts go out to the boundary. Long on, sort of 3/4 of the way back. Deep mid wicket, deep square leg, deep mid off as well. Deep backward square as Yates is in, and there's, well, it's sort of inside out shot really. Didn't quite make full connection, did that. Verreynne. So a dot into the book. 4:37 for 8. Yates just takes a breath or two before coming in once more and bowls now, and back and across goes the South African wicketkeeper, and it's another single. He moves on to 130 and the score 4:38 for 8.
Yeah, lovely touch, these Haribos, Dave, thank you.
Spoil your lunch. We'll call that a Freddie McCann, of course, 130.
Yeah, that was a brilliant innings.
So the field comes up for Ahmed.
In fact, I think he's on 129.
Yes.
I think it beat you to it.
I went too soon. But 4:38 for 8 is the score. Ahmed 9 not out. Field change, and there's a guy in under the lid on the leg side, a catching sort of mid-wicket and a deep mid-wicket as well. Square leg in place, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, a slip and a backward point as Yates from the Radcliffe Road end bowls, and on his crease Ahmed plays this. He stays on 9 not out. 4:38 for 8.
Ahmed's just trying to use the depth of his crease a little bit, I think. Haven't seen him come down the wicket yet. He's tried a couple of reverse sweeps.
Last ball of Yates is over. The field has gone back, but Yates fields off his own bowling, so a dot to finish that. So it will be Verreynne on strike for what could be, oh no, I thought that was 38, but it's not. It's 32 minutes past 12, so there will be at least a couple of more overs before lunch.
Yeah, of course, they're playing catch up a little bit, aren't they? So I suspect lunch will be. I've probably been sent it. I imagine lunch will be 12:40 today, with the extra overs.
Adam, you thinking about the fish and chips already?
Not just the fish and chips, but then
They do a lot of pies here. If you like a pie.
Fish and chips and pie for lunch.
I saw that. Well, no, you can't have both, but
Sorry.
one or the other. I think there's meatballs on the menu as well. Briggs coming into bowl here. Defended by Ahmed.
I can't have meatballs in this white shirt.
Sorry, by Verreynne.
I'd look a disgrace after lunch. I'd be wearing most of it. Mushy peas might be dangerous as well with the fish and chips.
Briggs coming in, flighted delivery. Verreynne just moves out of his crease, works that down to deep, long off.
Match
Can it come through for a single? That's his 130.
Match at Chelmsford. Essex at 254 for 1. Tom Westley 135 not out. And Dean Elgar's 98 not out. That's against Surrey, who've clearly taken the foot off the gas, having won the championship. Now they've made 1 or 2 team changes as well for this last match of the season.
Just spreading the field there for Verreynne, wanting him to get off strike. And bowler Ahmed, he's on 9 of 25. Get another wicket, another bowling point with Warwickshire if they do. Briggs coming in, flighted delivery, full played through to point, no runs, raced across the square.
Aaron, who's in charge of leads and wires here, tells me that the session times today are lunch, yes, at 12:40, then we'll go 20 past 1 till 3:30, and then 10 to 4 onwards.
Briggs coming in, slightly flatter in his trajectory. It's defended through to backward point, no run.
Does he have that on a badge, does he? Head of wires.
Wires and leads.
Wires and leads. Well, they're very vital for our job. Otherwise we'd just be sat here talking to ourselves.
I was talking to myself earlier for a little bit. Didn't turn the right switch on.
For the oldie but a goodie, Bryce Girdle.
Ahmed's just defended that. And they're now going to spread the field again, and 1 ball left in the over.
I've done whole radio shows before where I'm broadcasting to myself.
Imaginary. Briggs coming in here. Flighted. Ahmed's going to hit it out to mid-on, get a single. Nottinghamshire are going to move on to 440 for 8 after 114 overs. Yeah, I think they're spreading the field. Ultimately, they want to bowl at the man on 10, not the man on 130. Yeah. And, yeah, I mean, 10 more runs for Nottingham to get to that batting point. Oh, no, they can't now because it's gone past.
No.
All academic now, isn't it? Yeah.
It's gone past, so they can't. But putting the runs on the board, I mean, it's going to be a good position for them.
I think they're all just counting down the seconds until
until the fish and chips.
Well, 4:30 tomorrow afternoon.
So it's going to be Yates then to continue from this Radcliffe Road end. In and bowling to Ahmed, who's back and works it into the leg side for no run. Fielding done there. A very close catching mid-wicket. Surely it's warm enough for them to take their jumpers off now.
Well.
KnittedSweaters.com down there, isn't it? Yates in once more, and this is a straighter one again, worked into the leg side. He turned round just before I was trying to focus on whose that number is. Is it? It can't be Rob Yates. I was going to say it's Rob Yates, but he's bowling, so it can't be. Barnard's at mid-on.
Mid-wicket is Danny Briggs.
It's Danny Briggs down there under the hat. In the Trent Bridge sunshine is.
That's good stuff.
It's a lovely bit of fielding there.
No, saving one is a conventional mid-wicket is Danny Briggs. It might be
Sam Hain, is it?
It could be Hain, couldn't it, under the helmet?
Elsewhere, you've got Somerset, Hampshire. Somerset are on 176 for 8.
Back this time.
Yeah.
They now lead Hampshire by 116 runs. 2 wickets remaining there.
Yeah, it's Sam Hain at short leg.
Durham and Kent. Durham 145 for 1. And Worcester, Lancashire are now 18 for 2.
Oh, and gone. Ahmed chipping that one to backward point off the bowling of Rob Yates. A simple catch actually there. It's a sort of wideish gully. And Ahmed has to go. Departs for 10. Bit of a sorry look on his face as he trudges off. Didn't have to play that shot really. We're on the brink of lunch.
And I think he thought it was a wide one, so it was there to hit, but he's just sliced it to backward point.
And they're going to go for lunch now, it looks like. The ground staff are walking out to the middle.
Well, I am suggesting here that Notts have declared, because 9 wickets down, they would automatically play on. So we'll keep abreast of that, but 9 wickets down, they would normally...
There's a batter coming out there, Dave.
...play on. So 4:40 for 9. We'll get confirmation for that. They're heading off for lunch.
Looks like they've declared.
I think that's probably what it is. So
Jacob Duffy got halfway down the stairs before couldn't see if it was Ahmed or Verreynne pointed back towards the dressing room. So we're going to take that as a declaration. Verreynne not out on 130. Lovely batting by the South African. And the ground staff get to work. And there's going to be lunch taken here at Trent Bridge. 440 for 9 declared then off 114.5 overs.
Thanks to Adam, thanks to Nicole, thanks to all our guests that popped in this morning. Luke Fletcher, Stephen Mullaney, Luke Fletcher's dad, and Jake Ball. This morning, Notts have lost. Brett Hutton stumped by Michael Burgess from the bowling of Rob Yates for 29. Farhan Ahmed caught Davis, bowled Yates for 10. 440 for 9. I'm missing somebody. Rob Lord earlier, he was LBW, of course, to Oliver Hannon Dolby for 31, leaving Kyle Verreynne 130 not out. And the players are at lunch. I'm fairly sure that all that little miscommunication at the end was Notts declaring on the fall of the 9th wicket, but we'll sort that out for you when we come back in 40 minutes time. Play will resume at 1:20, and we hope you'll join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. With play just about to restart after lunch. Nottinghamshire 440 for 9 as Rob Yates comes in and bowls, and this is played down on the leg side by the new man, Jacob Duffy. So if you were with us just 40 minutes or so ago, speculating that the declaration had come, well, it hadn't. You can't extend an already extended session, apparently. So lunch was taken at 12:40, with Notts 9 wickets down, and they bat on. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM and CWR. We're also on the Trent Bridge live stream. 440 for 9. How will Kyle Verreynne go about this? We should have a clue in this over. In fact, he's just pushed a single to get down to the non-striker's end. First ball of the session. 441 for 9. Frustrating morning in a sense that once again the screen's not working, the Batman board that we can see. So have to bear with us if occasionally we're 1 or 2 out with the scores. So Jacob Duffy, the Kiwi international, playing just his second game for Notts after a debut at Canterbury last week, pushes his first ball into the covers, and there's no run. There's a slip, a leg slip or a backward short leg in old money. The regulation squarish short leg as Briggs bowls again and Duffy defends. So they're the 3 round the bat, and then rings on either side. Warwickshire taking 3 wickets in the morning session as Duffy cuts this into the gap on the offside. We'll pick up a couple of runs here. And he's away. 443 for 9. Nice way to get off the mark. I'm sure Notts will be hoping that he can hit the straps when it's his turn to bowl. Had a match down at Canterbury last week where he got better and better. 5 wickets in the contest against the already relegated Kent, as this is pushed back to the bowler Danny Briggs. Comes the former England spinner. This is wide of the off stump through to wicketkeeper Burgess. And that's the end of the over. First full over after the restart. And Dave Bracegirdle. We'll have Adam Pinder-Smith with us before too long. Nicole Harvey's already nestled in for the afternoon, and it continues to be warm and sunny. Going to be Rob Yates to bowl from this, the Radcliffe Road end.
Verreynne on strike here, 131 so far. Spreading the field. One fielder at 45 and a slip full toss. Hit out to Cow here. It's going to come through for a single. Nottingham move on to 444.
All the 4s.
And everyone's going to come in here for Duffy. They're going to bring the field in. Catchers in. Leg slip. Man in front. First slip.
Can't remember what he did last week, if anything, with the bat down at Canterbury. 2 not out, so not a particularly memorable first knock for Notts. Here he is on his Trent Bridge debut.
Yates comes in, bowls, flighted delivery. He's defended straight back to the bowler.
Yates with 2 of the 3 wickets to go down this morning. Bears of you 7 different bowlers, they've all taken a wicket.
Yeah, he's only bowled 6.2 overs and got 2 wickets. Yates coming in, flighted. Oh, he's just driven that into his pad. Saw it up there, and I think he eyes lit up a little bit there. Yates coming in, flatter delivery. Oh, it's come up off the side pad. It's going to go to 45. No runs scored though. Not spread the field again yet, but I'd imagine they will next ball. Keep bowling at Yates. Let Verreynne starve him of the strike. Leave him at the other end. Yates coming in. Flighted. So, great piece of fielding. Duffy has just driven that through to mid-on. Great power. But it was a brilliant piece of fielding there at mid-on. Diving stop. Duffy moves on to 3. Squeezing now a little bit for Verreynne because they want to keep him up at that end with only 1 ball left. So not spreading the field as normal. Mid on, mid off. In the ring. Well, extra cover. Backward point, first slip. 45. Square leg. 2 mid wickets, 1 in closer. Yates coming in, Verreynne on strike. He goes, and he goes big, down, slog sweep over mid-wicket. Brilliant shot for 6. And Verreynne moves on to 138.
How easy did he make that look? I mean, it was premeditated, yet you brought the field in. So if I can't just nudge a single, I'm going to...
I think he thought, well, you guys want to play this game, I'm going to show you and bring it to you. So that's Nottinghamshire now on 451 for 9. 117 overs gone.
Yeah, so they don't get the 5th batting point for reaching 450, but a very decent effort nonetheless. 4 batting points. The match at New Road, Lancashire 19 for 2, replying to Worcestershire's 180.
Have you seen how they're using the traditional old scoreboard down there, Dave? Just seen a steward put 451 on there.
Oh, yeah. It's Briggs bowling and defended by Duffy. So this is the foot of the Fox Road stand. There we are. Those of you watching the live stream will see it. I've got the total on there. 451 for 9. Crikey, I wonder where that's been.
Haven't seen one of those.
From.
I haven't seen one of those scoreboards in a long time.
If that's been brought up from Lady Bay, I don't know.
Ooh.
This is drilled into the short leg fielder. Sam Ain at square leg. I don't know who that is. Very close in on the offside.
Is that Alex?
Might be the skipper.
Yeah.
And this is turned away by Duffy. 2 mid wicket. Will get a single. 452 for 9 this morning. Notts lost Rob Lord for 31, Brett Hutton for 29, and Farhan Ahmed for 10. 9 down at lunch. 440 for 9. So they've added 12. Verreynne back on strike on 138. As Briggs bowls short and wide, and this is just chopped out to deep backward point for another single. With support, Verreynne honestly looks as if he could bat there all day. In fact, all weekend. He's looked in very little trouble at any point today. Bring the field in, he'll hit you over the top. Briggs to Duffy, defensive block. Warwickshire, I think, will be mightily pleased to get this final wicket, and of course those of them that aren't or won't be batting in the top 3 or 4 can put their feet up for a while as Duffy gets a single off the final ball. I suspect that's what the Bears were after. 454 for 9. Duffy on to 5, Verreynne 139. So An innings built around two substantial scores. This one from Verreynne, 130 from Freddie McCann, 47 from Jack Haynes, 31 Rob Lord, 29 Brett Hutton, and a 16 and a 12 and a 10, and it all adds up to 454 for 9. Just clouded over a little bit. It was glorious this morning, wasn't it?
Susan Martin is saying that Verreynne looks a class act, and she would hopefully see many more of his runs to come for Nottingham. Really enjoyed the innings. That's just defended into the offside, no runs scored. Lots of people saying sign him up, get him back for next season. Duffy on strike here, Yates coming into bowl. Just back of a length, worked into the onside for none. 2 dots so far in this over. Yates comes in, bowls, pushed through the offside, sat back on that one, and it's going to race away for 4. Duffy's going to move on to 9. He's quite tall, isn't he? So he's just sat back on that, pushed it through point.
Yeah, and runs continue to come fairly easily. 18 already added since lunch. We're partly explained, I think, by the passive nature of the surface. Maybe at the moment the relatively passive nature of the Bears bowling.
Yates comes in, Fuller delivery, defended into the onside.
Not that they're not hugely talented performers, Rob Yates and Danny Briggs, but not exactly bowling 90 mile an hour chin-eye bouncers, are they?
Yates just getting a little bit of purchase, a little bit of bounce there. It's hit the thigh pad.
10 of those runs came in 2 blows from Verreynne.
Spreading the field again. 1 ball left in this over. Yates comes in. Duffy on strike, flatter, short, worked through to square. It's going to get a single. Nottinghamshire are going to move on to 459 for 9.
So we are into the 4th innings of the match at Taunton. Hampshire require 121 to win, and after 1 ball of that pursuit of 121, they are 0 for 1. Toby Albert out first ball of the innings to Lewis Gregory. That's one that's still got
legs there.
Maybe a twist to do down there. Durham 152 for 1 at home to Kent. They lost both of the first 2 days in that one. Lancashire 26 for 2, replying to Worcestershire's 180. Again, they lost all of yesterday. Essex 273 for 2 at Chelmsford against Surrey. Big century for Wesley, and Elgar's 109 not out. That's Briggs bowls and driven crisped up to wideish mid-off, and there's no run. Division 2, Glamorgan declared their first innings on 381 for 4. Gloucestershire 25 for 1 in reply. They've got underway after the first 2 days were lost at Leicester as Duffy pushes us into the offside. Leicestershire 54 without loss against Derbyshire. They've started also at Hove. Middlesex 38 for 1 against Sussex. And at Headingley, Northants made 147. Yorkshire 69 for 1. Briggs in again, and Duffy pats it back to him. All the scores, all the updates, all the wickets as they go down on the BBC Sport website and app on the cricket page.
What's your thoughts on Rhodes leaving then, Adam? Oh. Welcome back as well. Hope you had a nice lunch.
Briggs bowls cut into the offside. It'll be a single to Duffy.
Yeah, I'll be sad to see him go. He's been an excellent servant to Warwickshire as well, Rhodes. He's with the bat, the ball, as he was captain all through the COVID bubbles. He's always been brilliant to work with and interview, and has always got an interesting outlook on the game. But I can also understand why he's heading to Durham next year. But I will be sad to see him in opposition colours when he comes to Edgbaston next year.
Briggs bowls very.
Who's going to score the runs?
Cuts this.
It's averaging 45.
Deep backward point for a single.
Well, that's the big question.
62 for 9.
That is the big question. It's a case of...
I'll keep asking Clive this as well.
Rob Yates, unless England call-ups get in the way. Alex Davis has had a good season. Obviously, again, call-ups providing.
Briggs, well, he got it almost to the point of delivery. Duffy backed away. I think there might have been a bit of chatter out there on the field, and Danny Briggs has to start again. Comes the all bowls it short, and this is laced down the ground by Duffy for another single. 462 for 9. Nottingham born Will Rhodes, by the way.
Yes. You wouldn't know it talking to him. He's got a broad Hull accent.
Yeah.
But
I think he was about 5 or 6 when he moved up to Humberside. We've had him up here before, actually, and doing a bit of commentary with us in the past.
But it'll be a big summer for Sam Hayne next year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think when you're averaging 45, it's a lot of runs to get, isn't it? But yeah, Warwickshire, they've got depth, haven't they? And
well, Moseley and Bethel have sort of come on and on and on, and obviously England are already calling, but you know that you've got to find a place for those two when they're available.
But I think they'll have flown the nest more and more in red ball cricket next year. I can't see them, certainly not Bethel, playing that much red ball cricket next year. I don't think Chris Wokes has played it. I know he has, obviously he had the death of his father at the early part of the year, but I don't think he's played any red ball cricket domestically this summer.
Got a bowling change. We've got a very interesting field.
Alex Davies looks like he has 3 jumpers on.
Yeah, just look at this field. Number 27 bowling to number 27.
There we go. So we've got a fine leg. We've got a man. I'm not sure how I'm going to describe that, Dave. Booth coming in. It's worked just to sort of mid-on, and it's going to come through for a single. I would say that was like a 45, but also having a fine leg. How would you describe that field?
Well, we haven't got to describe it for a minute because they took a single, and so they'll change the field. But there was a square leg, a deep square leg, as Nicole says. There was a man almost on the 45 without getting protractors out, saving one, and then another man out at the long leg in front of the Batman board. It was very much a clue, a pointer to the fact that we may well have had a short delivery, but then typically we didn't.
Yeah. Booth coming in here, Verreynne on strike. Full, driven straight down the ground to mid-off. Just going to come through for a single. 141 now for Verreynne.
Do you think he'll go back in there? Is he going to go back in there?
This is Booth's
He's having a wander.
20th over. And he wants to bowl at Duffy. He wants to get his wicket, doesn't he?
There's no wonder overs take so long when
Sam Hayne's coming back under the lid.
Almost everybody's moving.
One slip in play. Sam Hayne in close on the leg side. Booth comes in, short ball, pulled out. Fine legs, just got there. That's a brilliant stop, actually. It's done well to run around and cut it off. Only going to get a single, but that's what they were setting up, as you said, Dave.
What they need is more men out there on the leg side.
Didn't quite go to plan for Warwickshire, but they've clearly got their game plan on what they want to do.
It's 3 balls, 3 singles, so this over's taking forever.
Yeah, the new sport of helmet tossing is being practised in the middle at the moment.
You know, we're bowling bouncers at number 11 here, folks.
And Sam Hayne is now going back to long on after being in close. Just taking his helmet off. Booth coming in. Verreynne on strike. Thought about a single. No one in the ring there other than the slip. Everyone out is on the boundary. Three off this over so far. And Nottinghamshire 465 for 9.
Field coming up though. Hayne coming to a more orthodox mid-on. Davis coming to mid-wicket as well, the captain.
Booth coming in. Full, flicked through onto the leg side. Mid-wicket cuts that off for a dot ball.
A cloud has arrived whilst I've been at lunch.
Yeah, I had to put my jumper on.
That's not because you got some tomato stain on your white t-shirt at lunchtime. No.
It was all good. I thoroughly enjoyed that meatballs.
I think I'm gravy free on my top as well.
There we go.
I said to the guy at the hatch, I will have some gravy, but just a tiny bit with this shirt, please.
Booth coming in full, driven through the covers. A little bit of a misfield there. It's going to race away for 4. Verreynne is going to move on to 145. Alex Davies just gone underneath him at extra cover there. Slightly full from Booth. And 469.
I'd imagine subconsciously, when you know you're coming out with the opposition 9 down, number 11 there, we can bowl at him. Let's go out there and just get this job done. Subconsciously, any side I think would expect just to go out there and get the job done. And
what you're saying, Dave, is they've eaten a lot of lunch.
No, I'm just saying that I think just suddenly Warwickshire have realised that
running away.
They've added. Well, 29. I was going to say nearly 30, but they've added 29 since lunch in next to no time at all, with very little difficulty. And there is a job still to be done here for the Bears.
There is, and it's Danny Briggs bowling left arm round the wicket, and he's bowling to the number 11, Jacob Duffy, who just knocks it out to a very, very close extra cover. Alex Davis, I think that is in there. 469 for 9. Duffy 14 not out as in again comes the left arm of Briggs. Again, no run.
Lancashire 30 for 3. Do well to get 450 from there.
They certainly will. So both of these teams here at Trent Bridge know that a draw is going to be pretty much good enough for them. As Briggs is in once more, a straighter one, and once again Duffy forward and defends. No run.
It's not 4 batting points, 2 bowling points for Warwickshire.
Midway through his 20th over, Briggs in, and this is a straighter one, flicked into the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch. Umpire not interested though, either drop short or maybe not any bat on it at all. 469 for 9. Briggs just back to his mark, in once again, round the wicket, and he's left alone this time. Is Duffy's. It goes through to Burgess, I should say, from the bowling of Briggs for no run.
Apart from Nottinghamshire, Dave, what's your favourite cricket ground, and also not your club in Devon?
As Briggs in to complete this over, and forward comes Duffy to defend. So end of the over, 469 for 9, 1 for 79 off 20 overs so far for Danny Briggs. Duffy on 14, the wicketkeeper Carl Verreynne also still there, crouching towards his 150. He's 145 not out.
I always say my 2 favourite away trips are Hove and Lords. Lords for understandable reasons. The the pageantry, the majesty, the history, all about it. The home of cricket is Lords. Yeah, there's lots of things I don't like about Lords. The media centre, the spaceship up in the air, sometimes the Wi-Fi doesn't work, you can't get the windows open, so you've not got the fresh air and whatever, but still Lords on a good day's cricket is a special place to be, and the other one for me is Hove.
Very good. Booth coming in to bowl. Verreynne on strike. He's just driven that through extra cover. He's going to come through for a single. Alex Davies just picking that up.
And again, that's a lot to do with the people and the place generally where we stay. We can walk in along the seafront. That's a little bit nice and invigorating, and it's nice to have a bit of a sea breeze, and a lot of places the people there are welcoming and friendly, and the people we work with are, but especially down at Hove. Our good friend Adrian Harms, who's covered Sussex for many years, couldn't be a more amiable host, and always enjoy the little trips down there.
That's nice.
Don't happen that often though.
Duffy on strike, just back of a length, hit straight back to the bowler.
Lancashire 30 for 4. They're at the moment diving headlong into Division 2 without so much as a squeak. Jennings, Singh, Bohannon and Flintoff have all been dismissed.
One slip in play. Haynes in close under the lid on the leg side. Booth comes in short ball.
Wow.
Gone very high, but it's going to be a 1 bounce 4. pretty fine, down to fine leg. Didn't get all of that, but it's 1 bounce 4 for Duffy.
The afternoon sound effects will tend to change a little bit. We can just start to hear the first strains of music from across the road. Just started up. You've heard the tannoy system there.
Is it your karaoke choice, Sweet Caroline?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. You'll hear all that as the afternoon goes on. Forest playing just behind us.
Booth coming in, moving fine leg as the bowler's actually coming in there, just a little bit finer.
It's Fulham they've got, isn't it, today, I think, Forest?
Yeah. We sometimes get our fabulous camera crew to try and pick out 1 or 2 Forest shirts. I've not really noticed so many today, but it is just not the sort of day where you're going to be sat out there in shirt sleeve order anyway. I think there might be a few shirts hidden under heavy top coats today, but
I've seen a couple
maybe
of Forest
they can see 1 or 2.
A couple of Forest caps I've seen.
Booth coming in short, just worked into the onside. 5 off this over so far. Booth bowling a little bit quicker than he was earlier in the day. Now up about 80 clicks.
Yes, I wonder where that speed gun is and also how reliable it is.
Well, it would have to be up fairly high, I would think, in order to be able to get, because I can't see there being 2, so I would think there'd have to be 1 that does both ends.
Duffy just not getting hold of that at all, hitting him on the pad.
Oh, they're generally sideways on, aren't they?
Pass, I don't know.
474 for 9, Nottingham. Booth's bowled 21 overs, 1 for 100.
There on the live stream is one of the yellow away shirts from, I think that's from last season, but that counts. He's gone both, the gentleman that we saw on the live stream.
Cricket hat and football shirt.
That's it. There's
Forest
scarf in the crowd, but generally the cameras are able to spot a good 15 or 20 Forest fans sat out there. Might be a gentleman at the front of the Larwood and Vose. I can just see a bit of red with the naked eye. I don't know.
Ah, yes, right in front of that blue bin. Yes,
close to the.
You've done well there.
Scoreboard. Like it's a red shirt, isn't it? But whether it's actually a Forest one, I can't tell.
Briggs coming on again from the Stuart Broad end.
Yes, it is going to be Briggs from the far end. Continuing with his left arm round the wicket. In he comes now, and he bowls to Verreynne, and he'll get at least 1. Yeah, just the single actually played out through the covers for a single, moving the score to 475 for 9. And him on to 147, but brings Duffy on strike. 18 not out, the number 11. The Bears will want to get this done and get batting, because the cloud cover is coming in a little bit, so let's hope we don't get any rain. Briggs just going through his pre-delivery routine, and he's in now around and he bowls, and that is added up by Duffy, who's forward and defends for none.
Hampshire 16 for 2, set to score 121 to beat Somerset in the battle for the big prize money, 2nd or 3rd.
Briggs in once more, straight at 1, and lovely drive this. That's going to be 4, beautifully timed by Duffy. A straight of the dart, down towards the pavilion, flies away to the boundary, 4 to the total, 479 for 9.
Must be the first time in a while, I would imagine, that Notts have had 2 overseas playing in the same game, which hasn't happened all that often this season, and certainly sharing a partnership, albeit for the 10th wicket partnership, but they're doing very well. Added 39.
Briggs midway through his 21st over, and that's one that's a bit wider. Oh, it's a good stop by the man at a very close catching extra cover. It was a bounce into his hands, so no run there. Score stays 479 for 9. Duffy still there on 22. In comes Briggs again. This is one that's worked into the leg side. There'll be runs. Good shot that. May even be 4. Yes, it's going to beat the man to the rope. Lovely timing that from Duffy. 4 more into his account. He's looking good here at number 11. 26 off 43 balls. He is now 483 for 9 a Notts.
Yes, he's clearly not taken very well to being relegated to number 11 in the order, has he?
He's taking guard again as Briggs comes in and bowls a straighter one and defended by Duffy.
Oh, they're going to take
Oh, they've snuck through a bit of dodgy fielding there. That's really not what the Bears needed at all. They've managed to scamper through for a single, although that does mean that Duffy keeps the strike.
Yeah, I was going to say up until this point, they maybe would have been happy with that, but he's certainly shown great positive intent. There's another gentleman in the stands with the red on of his favourite football team.
He looks a bit like Keir Starmer.
It was really nice seeing those families out at lunchtime, wasn't it, Dave?
Yeah.
Lovely to see that. See the children playing cricket, running around.
Unless it's soggy and sopping wet up and down the country, there's no reason that any side shouldn't let people, especially youngsters, go on the outfield and have a run around at lunchtime.
Booth coming in here. Duffy on strike, pulled away, hit well. He's just going to get a single, though. There's a man out on the boundary there.
He's got a few shots, hasn't he?
Yeah, not bad for a number 11.
New Zealander, isn't
Moving
he?
on to 28, Duffy has moved on to 28. Nottingham 485 now. Just changing the field a little bit, bringing those close catches out. Another football shirt Dave spotted.
Well, it looks as if he's on his way. He's going over the road. He's got his forest shirt
leaving
on in
the
front
ground.
of the William Clark stand.
Booth comes in just short. That is
I don't think that's Keir Starmer leaving, though, is it?
No,
I think that's a different guy.
pushed Verreynne back. Booth's 22nd over here. Alex Davies having a little bit of a chat. I think that's with...
What about this lakeside field, folks?
There's a few gaps, isn't there?
Well, there's no one in the ring minus the slip. Booth coming in. Fuller, but still sat back on that. Looking for a 2, but I think they're only going to come through for a single as a man races off the boundary.
Must be infuriating here for Warwickshire and indeed any other side in this situation that you've got one set player who is pretty much doing as he wants, and then the number 11 that you're hoping to knock over. When you get him on the strike, he's just going for the big hits. The floodlights are coming on, which is a shame, but as I look to our right, we have got blue sky, so that hopefully will be on its way here in 10 minutes.
I mean, the field's definitely set for a short ball. You've actually got a man pretty much behind the keeper on the boundary as Booth comes in. It's Fuller. Work to mid-wicket. He's not going to set him up yet.
Yeah, that's almost an old-fashioned long stop, isn't it? Right there.
Well, he's almost sat in the front row of the stand, isn't he? He's that far on the boundary.
What he's done is he's gone from first slip all the way back onto the boundary on that line.
They've got 5 behind the wicket, 2 on the leg side, obviously, and 3 on the off side. They've got another one almost square, well, 2 square of the wicket on the leg side, just in front.
Booth coming in. Short ball. Duffy ducks out the way of that one.
I mean, I can't see the ramp shot coming from the number 11.
No, but maybe he thinks it's going to get onto him too fast and he's going to top edge it down to them.
Was that a Looney Tunes character, Duffy Ducks?
Very good, Dave. Yeah, maybe he thinks he's going to get on it a little bit late. Top edge. Go down to the man straight behind.
Well, I don't think we'll be far away from Hannon Dolby if these two don't make the breakthrough. I think they'll have a burst.
Booth coming in. Fuller worked through the offside, sat back on that one, hit it to backward point on the boundary. Lovely shot.
It's 47 in less than half an hour since lunch.
Nottinghamshire now 487 for 9 after 125 overs. And Duffy moves on to 29.
Men out this morning. Rob Lord for 31. That's his highest score in first-class cricket so far. Brett Hutton 29, his highest score of the season. And Farhan Ahmed made 10. 2 wickets for Rob Yates, 1 for Oliver Hannon Dolby, who thereby claimed his 50th first-class wicket of the season. We are going to get another bowling change from the far end, and is this going to be the first time in the innings that Dan Mosley's going to come into the attack?
I think so. He was warming up, and looks like that is the case.
Bowls a lot in white ball cricket, Adam, doesn't he? But not so much in red ball.
Yes, he's scarcely used with the ball.
He'll probably come on, get a wicket, and one for none, Skip. One for none.
Told you should have bowled me earlier.
125 overs with.
I've been demanding to bowl. Anyway, he's in from the broad end now, and he's bowling a forward. Oh, that almost is dragged onto the stumps actually by Duffy. Not a convincing shot there, and just about gets away with it. Michael Burgess behind the stumps, I think thought it was going to hit the stumps, so didn't try and get it for a stumping because he was out of his crease as well, Duffy, but he just about survives as in again comes Dan Mosley, and this is a better shot actually from Duffy out towards extra cover for no run. 29 not out now, the New Zealander, supporting a brilliant 148 at the other. Oh, a play and a miss, he's bowled him.
There's a told you so moment, and Dan Mosley's punching the air.
He's celebrating like he's just won the World Cup. Both hands aloft.
And he's clapping away.
But that is the end of the innings. 487 all out.
Yay, we did it, I think, is what they're saying.
Yeah, I think it's gone down as a stumping. I did that this morning, thought there was one that was bowled, and it was tagged as a stumping. They put that as a stumping. Duffy giving him the charge, trying to get it away. 47 the last pair put on, and well down the track he missed it. And good glove work from Michael Burgess. 487 all out, but Duffy's done well there, and I think Notts will be absolutely delighted to have made that many. 487 having been put in, and the noise level rises understandably for Kyle Verreynne, who has finished on 148 not out from 167 balls. Wouldn't imagine there'll be that much disappointment at not reaching 150, but he's got another not out in his only other game here for Notts. He made 50 not out, so he's another one like Freddie McCann, obviously likes batting here.
Yeah, he's taken a fancy to Trent Bridge. He's got value for his shots, played quite aggressively. I'm sure he's going to be delighted with 148, 167 balls he faced. Just a break in play here. We'll be back on at 2:02.
Yeah, I was just going to just mention a couple of things, Nicole. The next couple of minutes. Just quickly that on the card, 487 all out then today. I think I've just told you that Lord made 31, Houghton 29, Farhan Ahmed 10, and Duffy last out for 29. Kyle Verreynne's figures, 148 from 167, 19 fours and 2 sixes, and of course that all backs up what we've seen over the course of the first 2 days. Freddie McCann 130 not out, and Jack Haynes 47. If you weren't with us on the first day, been asked to give a mention for the Notts Cricket Lovers Society and their speakers over the winter. They've got the first meeting not too far away now when we find the right bit of paper. Thursday the 17th of October, the first meeting of the winter for the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society. John Morris will be here, the former Notts player, of course, had long spells with Derbyshire and Durham, played for England, of course. Lots to talk about for John Morris in his glittering career. I'm sure the old aeroplane ride with David Gower down in Australia will get a mention as well. That's Thursday the 17th of October. Other guest speakers, 7th of November. Tim Crowe, who's written a biography of Clive Rice, will be talking about that. Stephen Mullaney, who was with us this morning, is the guest speaker on the Thursday the 5th of December. And into the new year, they keep coming. Annie Chave, who we all know, who's a regular down when we go down to Taunton, joins in with the commentaries down there. She's going to be with Ryan Sidebottom, needs no further introduction. Star of Dancing on Ice, Ryan Sidebottom, who's always good value. Thursday the 9th of January, that's an afternoon chat, that one, 2 p.m, Thursday the 9th of January, Ryan Sidebottom with Annie. Thursday the 6th of February, back to an evening one, Lyndon James, the Notts all-round, of course, England Lions new captain. He'll be one of the guest guest speakers. There'll be one of the Blaze players as well, as they start to look forward to the 2025 season. Lyndon James, and there'll be a guest from the Blaze. Wednesday 27th of February, Harry Gurney's here. Publican of note locally, but of course Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire and England. And then Thursday the 20th of March, Wayne Madsen, dear old Wayne from down the road in Derbyshire. It says here on the bit of paper, of course, KwaZulu-Natal Dolphins, Derbyshire and Italy. Good old Italy. Forza Azzurri, we've all played for Italy, haven't we, Nicole? Have you not?
No, I
have you not?
I've been to Italy. Have you been to?
I've played for Italy.
Happy day.
I have. So that's that. Another thing to plug, if you're listening on the ground, if you're here and now and weren't aware, at tea time, the library will be open. You can pop down there, help yourself to a whole shopping bag full of books and magazines and anything else. They've been donated, obviously, over the years. Lots and lots and lots of material, and they've got 15 copies of whatever, the Graham Gooch autobiography, 25 copies of Michael Atherton's latest book, etc., etc., and there's plenty to give away of all the famous and popular cricket books. You can go and help yourself. Just whilst we're rabbiting on through the interval, as we wait for, well, there's the 5-minute bell. Beth. It's Beth. I always say Beth with 2 F's, but it's Beth from the commercial and marketing. Sorry, Beth, the marketing manager here at Trent Bridge. Dave, can you give a mention too? Of course, we're not too far away now from the annual Robin Hood Beer and Cider Festival, always held here at Trent Bridge around about this time of year. This year, 9th to the 12th of October. They will actually be you will actually be able to go out on the Trent Bridge outfield for the first time ever and enjoy your beverages. There'll be over 600 beers, 150 ciders and perries, including 18 ales imported from the United States, Beth tells me. Non-alcoholic options and gluten-free options are also available. So if that's your thing, the Robin Hood Beer and Cider Festival, not too far away, the 6th to the 12th of October.
My mum said, what a lovely idea, the library, giving away books.
Yeah, well, indeed.
She told me to go in there.
In you go, gal.
Yeah.
There'll also be a bar run by No Half Measures, a group of female beer enthusiasts from Nottingham. So there you are. So that is the Robin Hood Beer and Cider Festival. Beth also tells me that tickets are going well. They're in high demand for the fireworks and street food nights, 1st and 2nd of November. That's a Friday and a Saturday. Very popular nights, the firework nights. 2 nights instead of 1. It was a terrific event last year. There'll be 12 street food traders in attendance, and of course lots of fireworks. That's 1st and 2nd of November. Nearer to Christmas, Saturday the 7th, 8th and Saturday the 7th and Sunday the 8th of December is the Drone Light Show. That always goes well here at Trent Bridge. Matt Lucas, you know him from Little Britain. Shooting Stars, remember Shooting Stars? Matt Lucas, he'll be the narrator for that, for your drone display. 7th and 8th of December, A Christmas Carol will be the Drone Light Show. Tickets for all of those are now available. You can get in touch with Beth in the marketing department. The Robin Hood Beer and Cider Festival, 9th to the 12th of October. The fireworks and street food nights on the 1st and 2nd of November, and the Drone Light Show the 7th and 8th of December. All the information available on the trentbridge.co.uk, Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, if there's anything there that tickles your fancy. Tickling my fancy right now are the 2 umpires, David Milnes and Jack Shantry, who are making their way out to the middle, and in a moment we'll have Asib Hamid, who we haven't seen for 48 hours. He was the one of the casualties on the first day, that truncated first day. They're not skipper, so he's had his feet up for 48 hours. And since then he's seen his side rack up 487. He's just getting them together for a little bit of a huddle, and behind them just emerging like the villains in the pantomime. Here they come. Here's the villains in the background, sneaking onto the Trent Bridge turf behind the Nottinghamshire huddle. They're not villains, of course. They're wonderful chaps, both of them. Alex Davis and Rob Yates making their way out to the middle. The floodlights are on. The filthy black cloud is still overhead, but blue sky and brighter weather not too far away. 2 o'clock here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM and CWR, and on Trent Bridge Live. We're doing an update for Radio Nottingham in a second, but we might have time for a ball or two before then, Nicole. What if you lived locally, what would be attracting your interest there? A nice drone show just before Christmas? A fireworks night? No, the Beer and Cider Festival.
No.
No.
Definitely the fireworks and a Christmas carol. Definitely.
We all love a firework.
I've never had a beer in my life, Dave.
No?
No. So there we go. Brett Hutton's opened the bowling here. He looks fired up, ready to go.
He does. 487, that's quite an imposing score put on the board by Notts. Here's Brett, here's Nicole.
Coming from the Stuart Broad end, 3 slips in play. Brett is coming to the crease, just worked into the leg side by Yates. No runs scored.
The thing with fireworks is have them when it's dark, and then you get the full effect. It's you know, you sometimes get it here. I don't know if it'll happen this afternoon, probably not, but sometimes here you can hear the bang, bang, bang on a bright, sunny Saturday afternoon when they're coming out to play football behind us. What's the point on a bright, sunny afternoon? You don't get the full effect, do you?
No, I totally understand that. Hutton coming in, Yates on strike. It's just defended into the offside. It's a great start here from Brett Hutton. As Dave said earlier, he's been injured for a while. It's good to see him back out there.
Yeah, it's been his Achilles. It's been his Achilles heel, all these injuries, literally. First slip, Joe Clark. Second slip is Freddie McCann. Third slip, Lyndon James.
Rob Yates, 25. Left-handed batter. Warwickshire Academy production. Scored his maiden championship 100 at the age of 19. Hutton in. He's played and missed. Oh, no, he hasn't. He's just... Apologies, he's just actually played that down into his foot.
He couldn't see where the ball had gone, could he? It sort of got wedged almost between his pads and his feet somewhere.
I couldn't see it either. Yates' last match was 5-1 against Essex and 12-5 against Worcester. And before that he had 40 against Kent, so he's going to want to put some runs on to his name. Hutton comes in, defends. Yeah, he hasn't had any runs in the last couple of games, so 40 against Kent. Before that he had 69 and 4 against Somerset, but I'm sure he's going to want to get some runs under his belt and make the coaches remember him for all the right reasons at the end of the season. You always want to get a big score. Hutton comes in. Just back of a length, driven to cover, no runs. Have only got... Can't see here, Dave. I don't know if you can, because I'm not tall enough. My little legs. We've got a fine leg. And I think that's all we've got on the boundary. Just below us.
Yeah, it's a fairly standard field, the 3 on the leg side.
3 slips.
Long leg, mid-wicket and mid-on, and then...
Backward point, cover and mid-off. Hutton comes in. Oh, and it's an edge, and it's a great catch. Brilliant from Brett Hutton. What a fantastic start here for Nottinghamshire. Yates goes for naught. Warwickshire, 1 down, none on the board. Wow. Hutton has had a brilliant start there. Dot, wicket. And Yates goes for naught. He's not going to score runs in this innings.
Yeah, it's Freddie McCann with the catch. Terrific bit of work. Lyndon James, I think, flung himself across from third slip in front of second slip, but Yates has gone thanks to some really good work by Freddie McCann.
Just watching the replay.
So there it is, and really good catch.
Yes, I think the draw is the very least that Notts can expect to get from this. They've rattled up 487 in an innings that has only just been completed. We're into the very first over of the Warwickshire reply, and already they're one down. A really good catch by Freddie McCann. What a match he's having. Scored a century yesterday, brilliant knock, and has just taken an absolute corker at second slip to send back Rob Yates without a run on the board. Today, Notts have dominated things with the bat in the morning session. Kyle Verreynne racking up his first Nottinghamshire century before going on to finish 148 not out. He had good support from Rob Lord, 31, Brett Hutton, 29, Farhan Ahmed, 10, and last man, Jacob Duffy, made 29. Notts realistically only need a draw now. They've got sufficient points to stay up, but they're well on top here. They made 487, and in the first over of the reply, Warwickshire 0-1. Update there for BBC Radio Nottingham, and eventually we can get all the words out in the right order.
Brett Hutton finishes his first over, 1 wicket to his name and no runs scored. Really well bowled by him. Just gets the outside edge.
Yeah, it's a good catch as well.
Nice and low.
Yes, and Lyndon James was very much interested, wasn't he? He may well have partially put somebody else off, but not Freddie McCann. So here is Duffy to bowl his first over, or his first ball here at Trent Bridge. That goes through to Kyle Verreynne. They shared a splendid partnership with the bat between lunch and the end of the Nottinghamshire first innings, and now they'll look to link up here, bowler and keeper. Never been to Trent Bridge before, Jacob Duffy.
Lovely bit of carry first ball.
Yes, he bowled, no pun intended, at a decent rate of knots down at Canterbury, and he's in again, and he's getting it down the other end quite quickly, but this was well wide of the mark. The speed, the gun says 83.3, but he built up as that match against Kent went on. Got 1 wicket in the first innings, was looked a little rusty in truth. Spoke to him afterwards, no real surprise. He was down
just
in New Zealand, got the call and what have you, but second innings he was right on it. Got a very good fourth, was very impressive. Here he comes again, passed on by Chantry, and forward defensive prod by Alex Davis, the Bears skipper, pushes it into the offside. Will Rhodes has come in at number 3, just having a little close scrutiny of the track and what may be his last innings for the Bears, certainly his last game for Warwickshire. Will Rhodes, he'd like to go out with a bang. Lots of encouragement for Duffy. 9 balls into this innings, and still the Bears yet to get off the mark. 3 slips go down as this is pitched up and driven into the offside, and there will be at least 1. In fact, it's just 1. And Asiba Mead, statistically for the first time this season, fields a ball without losing his cap. That's a very, very rare event. And we'll all swap over for the lefty.
Is that because he's got his glasses on top and not on his...
I do think it is actually because he joined Notts in 2020 when he had pretty much the longest hair on the circuit and was awarded obviously his county cap as an England player straight away. And I think he had a bigger cap than really he would normally have around about now, because he's certainly had a good old haircut since he first came to the club. If you can remember, he had really long hair, like Finn Hudson-Prentice down at Sussex for a while. Had long hair.
I think people would have hair envy.
I have. As Davis faces his first, Will Rhodes, I beg your pardon, faces his first ball and pushes it back to Jacob Duffy. 1 for 1, the Bears. Elsewhere, Hampshire now 39 for 3, and set to score 1-2-1 to defeat Somerset at Taunton. So 82 more required, or 7 wickets required by Somerset in a low-scoring classic. This is through to the keeper, and there's no run. I mentioned this morning,
Somerset lose that game, you know where they've gone wrong, because their best players here at Trent Bridge today. Jake Ball, who joined us on commentary before lunch. Lancashire 59 for 4 now at New Road against Worcestershire. The other Division 1 scores: Durham 190 for 2 at home to Kent, and Essex rattling up the runs. They're 323 for 2 at Chelmsford against Surrey. Dean Elgar 132, Tom Wesley 135 out.
Brett Hutton gonna come for his second over now. Davies gonna face 3 slips, backward point, cover, extra cover, no mid-off. Hutton comes in, it's defended into the onside, no run. Floodlights seem to be a bit brighter, but maybe it's just my eyes adjusting. Brett Hutton couldn't have got a much better start there. 1 wicket in his first over, no runs scored so far off him. As he approaches the crease, Alex Davies just hits that to mid-wicket, no run.
I think we asked on the first day, but there's a throw out from Verreynne to Jack Haynes, which didn't find its target, so he has to go and get it. We asked on the first day, your cricket commitment's done now, playing wise, or do you have to coach, or when do you prepare for the 25 season, or what do you have to do?
Have a little bit of a break now for a minute, Dave, and recuperate and just spend some time with friends and family. Hutton comes in and bowls. Alex Davies leaves that wide alone, just about 6 stump. Hutton just tempting him with 3 slips in play. Yeah, it's nice to have a little bit of a break, isn't it? The seasons seem to be getting longer.
When do you?
Only sort of for 4 weeks.
Oh. Is it today you've got a catch-up?
I'll have a little catch-up, yeah, I'm sure, just after teas, or around teas, and catch up with the group. Hutton coming in here. Defends just straight into the ground. Is this Brett Hutton? How many county championship games has he played this season, Dave?
This is just his 5th out of the 14.
5th. Has he had many wickets so far, or? I'll be honest, I haven't actually looked myself.
No, not. I mean, in comparison to last year when he was the leading wicket taker in the country, it's been one problem after another.
Hutton coming in here. Just gets the outside edge, goes through to backward point.
7 wickets. 8 now with the dismissal of Rob Yates.
Yeah, he's a nice bowler, a good bowler, so it's good to see him back out there.
Yates has had a mixed sort of day, had to wait before coming into the attack, and then he got 2 wickets, didn't he, this morning? Trade them all in for a good time with the bat, but that didn't happen.
Hutton comes in, left alone by Davies. Great delivery. Hutton still no runs scored. Just 1 wicket to his name. Warwickshire 1 for 1. It's looking a little bit more overcast now, a little bit chillier, and a few of the crowd got a few more layers on.
Yeah, I mean, all I can say with regards to being positive in that score is the weather comes from over your right shoulder, and over your right shoulder it's the middle of summer, so that's coming this way. So I don't think we're going to be unduly bothered by these dark clouds. Let's hope not. Going to be Duffy to come in now and bowl. Pacey right arm New Zealand international. He's not played Test cricket, but he's played plenty of ODIs and T20 cricket. This one's outside the off stump and goes through to the keeper. 30 years of age now. It's funny speaking to him at Canterbury last week when he said he'd like to come to Trent Bridge and make his mark like some other New Zealand players like Will Young and Ben Lister. Of course, they're players that have been here for years. Of course, Richard Hadley, one of the most famous New Zealand cricketer of them all, played all his county cricket here. So has dropped on the leg side. And yeah, him as well. Someone else sort of mentioned it, but Will Young was here for the first part of the season, and we had a little bit of Ben Lister in the blast. Of course, he knows those two, and I'm sure we'll have picked their brains before getting on the plane. Just nice sort of warm up for him before the New Zealand season starts in earnest, as bowls a shortish delivery, which I thought went over the left shoulder of Will Rhodes, but there was a little bit of noise and animation from the slip cordon.
A little bit cheeky there, I think they were. In a good way.
21 balls into this innings. Warwickshire 1 for 1, replying to Nottinghamshire's huge first innings score of 487. Stuffy in again, pitches it up. Turn to Hamid, who's in that fielding position that tends to cover both areas, the clip through mid-wicket and the straight drive through mid-on. You have to be on your toes in that position. You're sort of cheating, aren't you? It's two fielding positions, and Hamid is trying to just pick which is the right spot to stand in, really.
He's got a little bit of strapping on his fingers there.
He's always got tape on all of his fingers all of the time.
I can only see one today.
Oh no, there's plenty of tape on there. Every finger will be taped as this wide of the pegs and goes through to Verreynne. It's quite a work of art, actually.
Is there a reason behind that, or is it?
I think it's the old brittle finger syndrome, or maybe fearful of brittle finger syndrome. But he always has his fingers well taped up. He ought to be sponsored by a plaster company. Duffy. And again, and bowls again. It's turned up to Hamid, and I think he thought that was perhaps through the defences of Will Rhodes. It wasn't. So maiden to Jake Duffy. It is Jacob rather than Jake. He's 0 for 1 after a couple of overs, and the Bears are 1 for 1 after 4.
Davies doing a little bit of brushing of the wicket. His jumper looks really quite big. It's quite long, isn't it?
Whose?
Alex Davies. Seems to be down past it, halfway down his thigh pad. Like he's wearing a little bit of a dress.
It's all right. Keeps you nice and warm.
Sensible from you, Dave. I like that. Brett Hutton coming in here. Alex Davies on strike on 1. He's faced 10 balls so far. Just back of a length. Defended straight back to the bowler.
It's whatever you feel comfortable in,
Absolutely.
I think, is the most important thing.
Exactly. If it works for you.
You don't need to be a sheep and follow everybody else. Do what
no, I'm
do
a
what
big
feels
one for
comfortable.
That. Absolutely, Dave. Adam's just joining us.
I definitely didn't just miss the chair as I sat back down then.
I was not saying anything. I was being kind. Hutton coming in. Just driven to mid-on. Slip cordon really getting behind Brett Hutton here. I think they want him to have another wicket to his name, and it's looking quite prosperous.
Did he manage to put a positive spin on your update for listeners in the West Midlands?
Well, I managed to report it wasn't raining, and the results going elsewhere at New Road was encouraging for Warwickshire. But as I said, they'd reached the dizzy heights of 1 for 1. I think you can get the tone of my report.
It's driven to mid-wicket, no run. Third dot then.
I thought the scoreboard had froze at one point when I looked, and it was still 1 for 1 from the 5 minutes before I sat in the chair to do the report for BBC CWR, and I'll just hit refresh one last time because no, it's still 1 for 1.
Inner hope. Any birthdays to tell us about today, Dave? Brett Hutton coming in. Davies on strike. It's worked to mid-on. Another dot though.
Well, cricket birthdays, neither of whom played for either Warwickshire or indeed Nottinghamshire. Gus Logie, the former West Indies international, is 64 today. Very fine player. I know neither of you two will remember him. But also Marjid Khan, a little older, he's 78. And Marjid Khan's claim to fame.
Hutton coming in here, defended straight back to the bowler.
It's 50 years since the first ODI on this ground. England-Pakistan, September 1974, and there were 2 centuries hit in that match. David Lloyd Bumble, dear old Bumble, scored a century for England, and Marjid Khan replied in kind for Pakistan to get them over the line. And I was over at the far end watching that, but no, I've not got any birthdays associated with either of these sides.
Brett Hutton comes in. It's worked through the leg side. That's going to race away for 4. Alex Davies just plays that off his hip. Not quite a misfield, but it was a good effort. Sliding, trying to dive one-handed. Didn't quite get there. Davies moves on to 5. Warwickshire 5 for 1.
I can tell you that 30 years ago today, Saturday Night by Wigfield was number 1.
That is a tune. There's another of your karaoke repertoire, Dave, is it? Along with Sweet Caroline. Do you do the dance?
No, I can't. I can't say that was one I ever got really into. But no, it's a day sadly devoid of too many cricketing highlights or birthdays. Had some correspondence from Japan, which I'll tend to in a second.
Here's Jacob Duffy then from the Radcliffe Road and in and bowls, and that's worked into the leg side for runs. Lovely shot that by Will Rhodes.
Sam Locke, Nottinghamshire supporter, keen regular, learning Japanese in Japan, of course, which is the best place to do it. Hi, Dave. I'm back in Kobe today after my travels. Glad to see Notts getting a good score. Yesterday, I visited a local izakaya, brackets a Japanese pub, and showed the owner the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club live stream. He was interested because he's a baseball fan, but sadly my Japanese wasn't up to explaining the finer details of cricket.
Davis, the right-hander on strike. Oh, it's bowled! Clean bowled by Duffy. Davis went to leave that alone and off stump carts out the ground. Beautiful bit of late movement there by Duffy, and the Bears are in all sorts of trouble. Davis has to go for 5 and they're 6 for 2.
There you are, Sam in Japan. You can have an assist for that one. I think you might even get half your name on the highlights reel there. What a start this is by Jacob Duffy and by Notts indeed. I don't necessarily think that Warwickshire are D-mob happy and just sort of going through the motions here, but of course they go into this game off the back of 2 horrendous batting performances last week against Essex, and I guess some of their supporters might be just a little fearful that there's still a little bit of a hangover from that. If Lancashire and the Red Rose dressing room needed a lift, it will be when they click on the BBC Sport website and see that Warwickshire are 6 for 2.
Davies has just shouldered as an arm that, and it's come back, taking his off stump. And he's shaking his head on his way in, but really good ball from Duffy.
There's not much worse, is there, as a top order batter to sort of gift your wicket away.
Leave a straight one. It did come back.
Being stumped off a wide as well is pretty. I mean, I've only ever done that in club cricket, but I'm part of the Diamond Duck Club, being out without facing a ball, and I have been stumped off a wide before as well. But yes, also seeing your off-stump cartwheeling towards the pavilion is not a great way to be dismissed. I'm not going to sugarcoat that one.
Sam Hain coming out to bat, 29 years old.
Big innings this for Hain. We were talking earlier, where do you think the runs are going to come from next season with the departure of Will Rhodes imminent? Well, this man, there's going to be a lot of...
Yeah, he's a very talented player, born in Hong Kong, raised in Australia. By his English parents, and it's just shown huge potential. Every time he bats, he seems to score runs. I mean, famous last words and all of that, but every time I seem to watch him, he seems to score runs.
He's a good player. And the Bears need him here. They're in all sorts of trouble at 6 for 2 in their first innings. Trying to reply to what looks like a massive total from Notts at the moment. In comes the gain.
Good carry.
Duffy, exactly. Excellent caffey through to the stumps, and that's left alone. Through to the wicket, I would say, past the stumps, left alone by Hayne.
As either of you in your homework come across Sam Hayne's white ball record on this ground?
Does that include in the 100?
Well, you can either include it or not include it. It is astronomically fantastic, whichever way you look at it.
Well, I came last year as a punt. I think it was last year as a punter in the Blast, and he played one incredible innings that day, full of all this from Duffy, and that's Hayne off the mark, just nursing that through the covers. Might be 2. Yes, they're coming back for a second. It's pulled up just in front of the rope. 8 for 2. The Bears are.
Sam Haynes just lent on that one, and yeah, lovely cover drive to get off the mark.
I will just try and pull it up, but it seems every time he racks up here, he scores 100.
Age 18, he broke Ian Bell's record to become the youngest man to score a county championship century for Warwickshire, and he's been breaking records ever since, hasn't he?
Duffy in once more, and this squares up the man in question, Sam Hayne. So a dot there in the book. Good forward defence, no run. 8 for 2.
Overall, in 16 Blast matches against Notts, he averages 87, but that's overall. It's the Trent Bridge one we want. Averages 113 here. Again, averages 113 here from 13 innings.
Not a bad return, and the Bears will need that today. He's forward to this one, defending into the leg side. Fielding there, done. Hit mid-wicket, that is the end of the over. 1 for 4 Duffy's figures are so far. Hayne 2 not out. Will Rhodes alongside him in his last match as a Bear on 1. The Bears, and I'm going to say this slowly, 8 for 2 in reply to Notts' first innings of 487 all out.
Just correct myself. 13 matches, 12 innings, 7 of which were not out. 566 runs, best of 112 not out. Averages 113.2 here in T20 cricket. Seems every time he comes he gets a huge score, and that's backed up by the figures. 8 for 2. With Houghton and Duffy each amongst the wickets. We've not even had to resort to the young spin wizard just yet, as the noise just increases from behind us.
Houghton coming in just back of a length. Is actually nearly played on. He's hit that so late into the ground.
Steve Crawley says, ways of getting out. I once strode out to bat facing a spinner. The first ball bowled way down the leg side. I had note to do with it, and he's put note, N-O-W-T. I had note to do with it. Set off for a word with the other batter, only to hear the death rattle. It must have hit a molehill or something.
We've all had one of those.
Thanks, Steve.
Oh, Houghton coming in. Rhodes on strikes, worked through the leg side, a little bit of an inside edge there, down to fine leg. It's going to come through for a single. Rhodes moves on to 2. It's all looking good though for Brett Houghton there. It's an inside edge, and so far he's bowled very well, hit good areas. And,
that blue sky I promised you, Nicole, is coming. It's slowly coming back.
Hayne is going to face Houghton now. He's on 2 so far, face 4 balls. 3 slips in play. Backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. As Houghton comes in. Hayne just a little forward press. Just seems to cut back in on him a little bit, and he works it through to mid-wicket, but it's a dot ball.
Hampshire 66 for 4, chasing 1-2-1 at Taunton. Lancashire 82 for 5. Worcestershire made 180. They're the two with lots and lots at stake just to keep half an eye on.
Notts on the attack here. Look, 3 slips in, Ringfield, just a one-man out at a sort of deep backward square, really.
Brett Hutton coming in. Has played that down to fine leg, but it's not convincing us. Hayne moves on to 3. Hutton 1 for 6 so far. 2 off this over. Warwickshire 10 for 2. Nottingham getting excited.
And I think I'm right in saying that no matter what happens in the Worcestershire-Lancashire game, if it's a draw here at Trent Bridge, Lancashire can't catch either of them. So 10 for 2 is, it's not great for the Bears, but it's also, the trapdoor isn't exactly to the second division wide open.
Just defended there to backward point. Hutton.
We do actually need, don't we, just in case it happened, to know what the scenario would be if the Bears were rolled over twice.
Yeah, that was my point. They're 10 for 2.
But I think it would be a case of you'd have to wait to see what happens at Worcester first, wouldn't we?
If Lancashire win and Warwickshire are rolled twice.
If Warwickshire only get 2 points.
Brett Hutton coming in here. Worked off the legs, through the leg side, racing across the square there. Farhan Ahmed just picking that up. Gathering, just going to come through for a couple.
Warwickshire were 20 points clear of Lancashire, weren't they, going into this round of matches?
15, wasn't it?
Let me check.
No, Notts were 15 clear of...
Oh, was that? Yeah.
Yeah, so Warwickshire were 20. The 2 bowling points is 22. Lancashire would have more wins, so they would need to get to 22. So Lancashire need to win. They've got the 3 bowling points, and they would need to get to 350. No, they wouldn't. Yes, they would. They need to get to 350. So Lancs need to get to 350 and win, and they could then stay up if Warwickshire lost.
350 and win. There you go, Dave. Well worked out. Yeah, so at the moment, Lancashire 126, Nottinghamshire 141. Duffy just coming in here. Worked off the legs. That's going to run away for 4, down a fine leg. Warwickshire 146.
An update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment. Can hear it but can't see it. Light aeroplane going over the ground. Just a little tickle down the leg side, but I think the tickle was off the pad. So 4 leg buys, 16 for 2. Jacob Duffy into his 4th over. Figures of 1 for 4. Duffy bowls again. That's nice, but hits straight at Asiba Mead. Said earlier about him being in the right position, and there he was. Extra slip in for Sam Hayne. Notts know what a good player he is, so just desperate to try and attack Sam Hayne in these early moments. There comes Duffy once more. Bowls now wide enough to be left alone. Well, a one-sided contest here at the moment, because Nottinghamshire made 487 yesterday. A good century from Freddie McCann. He made 130. Today, Kyle Verreynne went past that. He finished 148 not out. Had great support this morning. Rob Lord 31, Brett Hutton 29, Farhan Ahmed 10, and Jacob Duffy last out for 29. 487 for Notts. Seemingly have put themselves on the way to being safe in Division 1. There's a big LBW shout here. And then what a dramatic start to the Bears innings, because in the first over Brett Hutton dismissed Rob Yates for naught, and then in the 6th Jacob Duffy bowled Alex Davis. Davis not playing a shot, lost his off stump. So Warwickshire in all sorts of trouble here. Notts making 487. The Bears aren't themselves safe of relegation. They will be fearful of what Lancashire do at New Road, and at the moment their first innings in a mess. They're 16 for 2. Here's Duffy. Past Jack Chantry's left shoulder, and then just spears this down the leg side, just hoping against hope for a little bit of a leg side tickle. It didn't happen. Very noisy that in her ears, wasn't it? Very noisy.
What, you mean the blast of whatever song it was? That was I better not say the name.
I don't know what the song was, but it's the...
it was a Harry Styles tune.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh. Yes. Bit of music once they come here for an update, as you will have heard. Got himself think as Hayne pushes this into the offside. Mead will move sharply, scampers to his left, puts a slide in, hops back to his feet and returns it. And there's a single, 17 for 2. The lights are on. There's a few people inside Trent Bridge. Not a bad Saturday crowd watching on. Of course, there's a lot of people at this end of the ground that we can't necessarily see from our vantage position, but there's a decent number come here, and of course for us all, it's the last chance this weekend to see any cricket till next April or so.
Yes, Easter feels a long way away at the moment, doesn't it? And the return of Championship cricket and cricket of all sorts. I know there's all of the various franchise leagues you can watch if you've got your subscriptions over the winter, but it's not quite the same, is it?
It's getting those fixtures out whenever they are. We never seem to know when they are till about a day before, but tended to be sort of towards the back end of November in the last few years. Jack Chantry doesn't know where to stand. Well, no, I think it's more of a bail issue. Verreynne can't get the bails to stop on, so the umpires had to come in a couple of times from square leg to assist him.
And it's going to be Hutton to continue from the broad end. It's in now, and he bowls, and that's defended on the front foot by Hayne for no run.
Shows a lot about the placid nature of the surface, Adam, that Verreynne is standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, he's sort of right up, isn't he, on that return crease. 3 slips in place, sort of wideish gully, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. It's a fine leg in place as well, and in comes Hutton once more, and there's a half appeal at best there for none.
I'd forgotten about our little makeshift scoreboard that we've got at the end of the Fox Road stand. I've not actually seen the person, whoever's doing it, go and change the numbers yet. I'll have to keep half an eye out for that.
I glanced up, and there's a guy that sort of comes round the corner every so often in a high vis. Because he is in the firing line there.
Oh, it's a high vis production, is it?
Yes. There's not quite a cordon put out as they change the numbers, but it's right on the boundary edge, isn't it? Because we haven't got the Batman scoreboard up at the moment. As Hutton's in again, and the take down the leg side for Verreynne. Hayne remains on 4, 17 for 2.
Good keeper, isn't he? Whipped off a bail there. I hadn't even realised he'd taken it. It was great work.
Yeah, always been impressed. Like I say, first time I've seen him live with my own eyes in the flesh, but whenever I've seen him play, he's very, very good cricketer.
Yeah, he just about doubled his tally today. He was 76 not out overnight, finished 148.
Hutton in again, and again Hayne is forward and defends, no run.
Clearly put a lot of faith in those that batted alongside him this morning. Was more than happy just to take what was on offer, whether it was the first ball or the last ball, and they supported him. Really good contributions from 8, 9, 10 and 11.
Absolutely. 17 for 2, Warwickshire are. 487 all out is what Knott's made, and this has worked on the leg side. There'll be just the single though for Hayne. Shy at the stumps. Oh, it hits Hayne as the ball goes through, and he thinks about coming back for a second. But he's gone over actually to pick the ball up and tosses it back to the Notts fielder. I think he's okay. That looked like it was right on the ankle. 18 for 2, Hayne on to 5.
Yeah, you take that, Mr. Hayne. Lancashire 91 for 5. I think you'd be all right. I don't think they're even going to threaten the bonus points, let alone get 3 of them.
You heard it here first.
Well, that's what I think.
Not quite a Dave Bracegirdle guarantee, but
Luke Wells is 38 not out for Lancashire. He's a very fine player. Got a big 100 last week, of course, in their win over Somerset at Old Trafford. A really good player. He's probably going to have to do it again.
Worth reiterating, a draw here means Lancashire can't catch either Notts or Warwickshire. Last ball of Hutton's 5th over is in, and he's worked into the leg side there by Will Rhodes, so no run to end that one. 18 for 2 the score after 8.
Yeah, wickets for Hutton and Duffy. The bowling change hasn't yet come. I just wondered if Asiba Mead might be thinking of ringing the changes. Rob Lord and Lyndon James are the 2 other seamers that we'll see, and of course young Farhan Ahmed, and indeed maybe a bit of Freddie McCann as the game wears on, if Notts have got to do something with their over rate, or indeed if it starts turning square.
I think they'll stick with these 2 for the time being, though. Got Warwickshire just where they want them, have Notts.
This is Duffy's 5th over, and again it's leg side, and it's turned away square of the wicket. That's a lovely looking shot. Away for 4 by Hayne, who seems to have almost monopolised the strike since he arrived out there. He's on 9 from 18. Will Rhodes has 4 from 14. First ball of the over, just a little loose from Jacob Duffy. He's got that leg slip in there now, and does tend to encourage bowlers just to slide that one more towards leg stump than normally they'd do. This one is attacking that 4th or 5th stump line outside off. That's a little better. Pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Remains 22 for 2. Steve Crawley, absolutely bang on, Steve, after the catch he took at Canterbury last week. I'd have Jack Haynes under the lid at short leg. It's a good shout. Sam says, that wicket made my evening, Dave. This is Sam in Kobe in Japan. I should credit your timing abilities, i.e. reading the tweets out as Duffy comes in, bowls a bouncer down the leg side. It's so far down the leg side, Verreynne couldn't get there, and it's gone as wide. So I think that's... no, it's not. It's gone as no balls, isn't it? Did he spread both arms there? Let's have a look. I think he's saying some...
Did he say a bye?
No, he's given that as no balls. Oh, for overstepping. So it was a call for no balls. Okay. So everything else is irrelevant. Back to Sam. I'm off to bed soon, Dave. He says 8 hours ahead of you. Realistically, both Notts and Warwickshire should be okay. The cricket gods like to keep you guessing. Sleep well, Sam. Lovely to hear from you throughout the season from Kobe in Japan. Winter well, as they say. If we don't hear from you tomorrow, as Duffy bowls nice and full, driven through the offside for 4, and that ball will clatter into the Fox Road stand.
Sam Hayne, classy act. He's played 2 beautiful shots this last over or so, and shows his class.
Must remember to look at the end of the over. I was going to do that with Adam, and then I forgot that the high-vis gentleman who's changing the numbers on the ball. I haven't seen it yet. Adam keeps seeing him, but I haven't seen him yet. Have you?
I did see once. I spotted the scoreboard down there. I said, "Oh, the old school."
Yeah. Duffy
classic.
Comes in again down the leg side, taken by Verreynne. Just spraying it a little bit this over.
Yeah, trying a little bit too hard. It looks it. Wants Sam Haynes' wicket, doesn't he? He's a big wicket and massive wicket for Warwickshire. He's going to be trying to hold the fort down. And
I've often put that to cricketers in interview, or indeed just chatting. It didn't work to start with. Do you think you were trying too hard? I said, no, you can't try too hard. You can never try hard enough. As Duffy's in and wide of the pegs, goes through to the keeper. I think you can. I think you can be desperate. You can build things up in your mind, can't you? Be desperate to make an impression.
Not just that. Sometimes you can tense up a little bit. You want that wicket so badly, and you want your name on the scorecard, and you're almost putting pressure on yourself unnecessarily. Look to bowl some dot balls, build some pressure. Naturally, it will come when you get into your rhythm.
That's the voice of Nicole Harvey, who's had a name on the scorecard. Is it more times than anybody else in County Championship cricket, as this is dropped on the leg side and there's no run? Did somebody drop that little nugget to me at the start of the week? Are you taking more wickets than anybody else?
It is. I just overtook Katie Levick this season. She's bowled a couple more overs more than me. But yeah, I just overtook her in the County Championship wickets.
County Championship wickets?
Ever in the history. So that was really good. Katie Levick of Yorkshire. Brilliant bowler.
Will that go on in the new system, or is that now?
No, so that is
done and dusted.
Unless they bring in.
Oh, there he is. There we are. He's not got a high vis jacket on.
He's got a blazer on.
He's got a nice green Nottinghamshire blazer on. That's terrific work, sir. Just changing the old score. The old tins. We've all done that at our local cricket club.
Yeah, we have. Brett Hutton coming in here. Rhodes on strike. Bit of an effort ball there, you could hear.
It's a way to get the youngsters involved. If you just sat about making a nuisance of yourself, you sit there and do the boards. And
5 overs each.
Yeah, that's it. That's the, and the brighter ones. I don't mean that in a nasty sense, but those that you would reliably trust to do the scoring correctly, you get them very quickly attuned to doing that.
Hutton coming in here, just outside the off stump, left alone.
There are some youngsters, and we all know what I mean. We all know there are some youngsters that you just wouldn't want to leave a nice pristine scorebook in the hands of one or two youngsters who are easily distracted, and then suddenly say at the end of the over, "What's the score?" Hey.
Somerset versus Hampshire down there. Hampshire are 81 for 4 now. Hampshire require 40 with 6 wickets remaining. Brett Hutton coming in here. Oh, that's well bowled. Just cut back, actually, on Rhodes. Goes through for a dot.
Can you hear the whole grunt?
Yeah, it's 2 balls running now. Durham versus Kent. Durham are 263 for 2. Nottinghamshire, obviously, a 487 all out, and Warwickshire 32 for 2 here.
Thanks to Outlaw Chris, as it's Austin doing the scoreboard. Thank you, Chris.
Oh.
Appreciate that, mate.
Down at Worcester, Lancashire are 93 for 6. Trailing by 87. So lots of work to do down there. Hutton comes in and approaches the crease. Hamid cuts that off nicely at mid-off. It's going to be a dot ball. Rhodes on 4 off 18 here. Hayne has got 13 off 24. Warwickshire 32 for 2.
So potentially, if we've got this right, Lancashire could be. No. So I'm looking at Leicestershire. The Leicestershire score on your laptop. They're 7 down. I thought it said Lancashire 7 down.
No. Hutton coming in. Just worked off the legs down to wide, fine leg there. It's going to go through for a single.
So again, to go back to what I was going to say, Lancashire potentially could be relegated in the next 4 deliveries. They're 4 deliveries away from being relegated, whatever happens in either game from there on in.
They're trailing 87 and 3 wickets remaining, so that could be game over. Brett Hutton just shining the ball here. 1 ball left in his over. 1 for 10 off 6.
It's not right, because Notts mathematically could still lose this, couldn't they?
Well, that is it.
Yeah.
Hutton comes in, defends it. Sam Hain just defends that into the offside, and Brett Hutton's going to finish his 6th over, 1 for 10. Warwickshire 33 for 2. Sun is coming back out. That blue sky you talked about, it's just coming over the ground now, Dave.
Yeah, it's not that I'm any great weatherman. It's just that I've sat here for year after year after year and know that that's the direction the weather blows from, and when you can see it's blue sky in that direction, then So it didn't need us Nostradamus to say that we'd have some blue sky over the ground. We are going to get a bowling change. It's going to be Lyndon James, who's had a terrific season for Notts as an all-rounder and personally, because of course he's the New England Lions captain, or skippered England Lions to victory in their most recent game at New Road against Sri Lanka, just before the recent Sri Lanka series. There's only Dylan Pennington taken more wickets for Notts this season, and Lyndon, if he has a good game here, could go past him. Here he comes. He's taken 26 wickets at 34 this season. His first ball is angling down the leg side, and Rhodes tickles it away for a single. Around about 10 to 3 on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, CWR, Trent Bridge Live on your smart speaker. And Lyndon's only bowled one ball. He's getting a ticking off here from Jack Chantry for running on the wicket. Get off my land, says the umpire, like an angry farmer. He's going to go over the wicket, though, to the right-handed Hayne, so that shouldn't be an issue.
Not sure if you've spotted, but Lancashire 93 for 7 now. So they need to get to 250 to even stand half a chance. So they're looking like they're heading towards the championship trapdoor.
Yes, James bowls. Oh, that's an inside edge past the stumps and through to the gate. I thought it said 7 on your laptop. You said that was Leicestershire.
No.
They've both got an L in them. That's sort of things.
You were talking about Leicestershire. I was thinking I could see.
I'm never talking about Leicestershire. How dare you?
England women, just to say, obviously they're out in Dubai and United Emirates for the World Cup. They've got a they've got a friendly coming up tomorrow.
There's James round the wicket to Will Rhodes. This goes through to the keeper.
Just totally interrupted your thought there, Dave.
Who are they
Apologies.
playing tomorrow?
I believe it's Australia.
Don't come with half a story.
And
we don't want beliefs.
They've also got another warm-up friendly on the 1st of October. They're playing Australia and New Zealand. They've moved, obviously, that due to civil unrest from Bangladesh.
I've switched back to sunglasses.
Oh, nice.
James round the wicket to Rhodes. Oh, he's got away with one there, Will Rhodes. He played that almost flamingo-like on one leg with a leading edge that ballooned up into the offside, and it was, in the end it was well wide of Brett Hutton, but could easily have lolloped up to him.
Certainly wasn't textbook, was it there, from Will Rhodes.
36 for 2. Tall man Lyndon James, 6'5", something like that. Former Oakham school pupil, same as Stuart Broad. Where's Broad's 8 now as he comes in again? Ball strikes him on the pad, and they're going to scamper through for a hasty leg by with Rob Lord coming in to do the fielding. I'd imagine Rob Lord will be into the attack before too long. Been succession of singles this over.
We'll see. We'll get your choice of commentary on the way in just a moment. Before we do that, at 7 minutes to 3, shall we check in just across the road from here at Trent Bridge on the cricket? Dave Bracegirdle.
Where Nottinghamshire made 487. Good century today from Kyle Verreynne, finished 148 not out. 487 then Notts, and immediately they've picked up both Warwickshire openers. Brett Hutton dismissing Rob Yates for 0, and then Jacob Duffy bowled Alex Davis for 5. Warwickshire 37 for 2. There we are. Get off my case now. BBC Radio Nottingham. They can leave me alone for the rest of the for the next
for a minute
50 minutes or so. Now they'll concentrate on the different frequencies on the 3 football matches this afternoon. Nottingham Forest playing Fulham behind us. Notts County are at Morecambe, and Mansfield Town are at Shrewsbury this afternoon. The 3 different frequencies, the 3 different commentaries this afternoon, and they'll all join up to come back and find out what's happening here at half-time.
Brett Hutton's going to come back for his 7th over. Bowling Sam Hayne, and it's him on the pad. There's a big appeal, but the umpire's not remotely interested. Brett Hutton started really well here.
Yeah, he has.
He's been bowling some brilliant lines and lengths and getting some good movement. Only 10 scored off his 6.1 so far. 1 wicket to his name. Sam Hain on 14 off 28. 3 slips in here, backward point.
I like this field though.
Yeah, Hutton approaches the crease. Just back of a length. Hain has sat back, rocked that and hit that off his hip. Lovely shot from Sam Hain. Classy batter. Really good technique from Sam Hain.
It's the only place he could really find the boundary there with how the field's set at the moment. Sort of a ring field on the offside, mid-on, mid-off. And it was sort of swatted between mid-wicket and fine leg. Past the umpire for 4. Dave Bracegirdle leaving us for a moment, so...
Sam Hain, exciting, very exciting player, and easy to watch. Times the ball really well.
What did Dave say his average was on this ground?
113, was it?
A big number anyway, yeah. I mean, that's Bradman-esque. I know not being white ball cricket, but that's not a bad...
Yeah, I mean, he hits the ball very late, times it really well and hits it clean. A little bit of a fielding change here, just bringing a man in front of square. Brett Hutton approaches, full ball defended into the onside to the man at mid-wicket. No run. Brett Hutton certainly, though, seems to be getting into a rhythm, considering he's been out for quite some time with this Achilles injury. And his action's looking pretty smooth, and he looks pretty relaxed in what he's doing. Sam Hain just taking a minute there. Approaches here and defended, solid from Sam Hain, defended to mid-off. No run. Brett Hutton bowling around 74 mile an hour.
You wouldn't say, looking at him, that he looks like he's had a lengthy injury layoff. His action looks smooth, doesn't it?
It does.
He's, I wouldn't say roaring to the crease, but you know what I mean. He's sort of, he's not wincing and having doubts in his mind. He's racing towards that line and that popping crease to deliver the ball.
No, he's got quite a smooth action as he comes in. Nice, strong action at the crease. And no, smooth. It looks like he's got a good rhythm and bowls at a good pace.
Bit of gardening from Hain, just wandering up the pitch.
Yeah, a few dots now, isn't it? 4 dots in the over and 1-4. And that delivery that was just a little bit too leg side from Hutton. He worked off his hip. Hear the football now starting to get louder. Just behind us. Great shot from Sam Hain. A little bit too full there from Brett Hutton. And he's driven that straight down the ground. It's going to run away for 4. Just in front of the Batman's scoreboard. That takes Sam Hain to 22. And Warwickshire 45 for 2.
Good start this from Hain. And Rhodes, they've steadied the ship well actually, this pair. Put on 40 odd for this 3rd wicket. They're 45 for 2.
I'd like to say I've been away and done the maths, but
has the slide rule been out?
No, Kevin Howells is right across it. If Lancashire don't get to 250, they are relegated at the point that Notts get their 3rd wicket here, get 1 point.
New over being started by Lyndon James from this Radcliffe Road end. It's past the bat of Will Rhodes for a dot. So just say that again, Dave, so it's crystal clear.
Lancashire will be relegated if they don't get to 250. But it will become
gospel.
Yeah, when Notts get their first bowling point.
So neither
at the moment, both Notts and Warwickshire are vulnerable, but with Lancashire 7 down for less than 100, whatever it was, they're in trouble.
Round the wicket to Will Rhodes, the left-handed batter, fielded by Hamid at mid-wicket.
It's getting quite loud with the football now.
It is indeed, yes. We're joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Welcome back to Trent Bridge. The sun has come back out and the blue skies are here as you join us, and a little bit of noise in the background. We're one mighty blow away from the City ground behind us where Nottingham Forest are playing Fulham, and already we're getting lots of noise coming across the road as the teams come out, no doubt.
Lyndon James round the wicket. Signals a no ball, actually. Must have overstepped there, did the Notts bowlers. So one more to the total. 45 for 2 they're on now.
The situation here is that Warwickshire losing both openers early on means that Notts are just 1 wicket away from a first bowling point, and at that stage they would be out of reach of Lancashire, provided Lancashire, who were 7 down last time we heard, don't reach 250.
In again comes James, and forward is Rhodes. Yes, 98 for 7 the Red Rose are currently in their match against Worcestershire. So it's looking bleak for Lancashire.
Yeah, right now, I guess technically still Notts and Warwickshire are vulnerable, but I think for Warwickshire to be dragged in, Lancashire would have to go from 98 for 7 to 450 and then win the game.
Round the wicket comes James, and forward comes Will Rose in his last game for Warwickshire before moving to Durham next season. He's currently 7 not out. Hayne is the other batter, Sam Hayne, at the non-striker's end. He's on 22. The wickets to fall. A 6th ball duck for Rob Yates. And then Alex Davis had his off-stump cartwheeling back towards the pavilion. That was at 6 for 2 that second wicket went down, but they've moved on to 47 with no more wickets gone. This is worked into the leg side this time by Rhodes. It'll just be 1, I think. Yep, Sam Hayne decides that a single will be enough. So 1 to end. Lyndon James is over there. He's bowled 2 of them now, 0 for 6 his figures. 48 for 2 at Warwickshire in reply to Nottinghamshire's first innings of 487 all out. The not out batters. Sam Hayne on 22, alongside him Will Rhodes on 8.
Yeah, the 2 wickets actually quite spectacular in their own ways. Rob Yates nicking Brett Hutton, and Lyndon James at 3rd slip actually flung himself across in front of 2nd slip. How Freddie McCann had the composure and the concentration to catch it with James falling across him, I'm not sure. Is James now bowling to Sam Hayne, turns it up to mid-wicket, and there is Brett Hutton. And then the 2nd wicket, Nicole, was just a complete miscalculation from Alex Davis, not playing a shot and losing his off-stump to Jacob Duffy.
Yeah, I mean, he was shaking his head on his way in. It's not nice for any batter, but especially when you're a top-order batter and you leave one and it takes you off-stump. I mean, it cut back on him, though, in fairness. It didn't go dead straight and take his off stump, and he left it and shouldered his arms, but still not nice. Change of bowling now.
Yes, there is Rob Lord coming into the attack from the Stuart Broad end. The youngster that had all his dreams crushed seemingly when Lancashire a couple of years ago said thanks but no thanks. He'd gone all the way through their age groups, their academy, and then was cut, but really impressed over the last year and a half with Cheshire in the national counties, and Notts were sort of tipped off about him, gave him a trial, came into the 50 over side in the middle of the summer, got a 5 for against Surrey, and the rest, as they say, is history. Well, whatever.
There we go, and in comes Lord. Great carry. Keeper's actually taken that up around his shoulders. First up, outside off stump, left alone by Rhodes.
As we saw this morning, he can bat as well. It was all about Kyle Verreynne, who made 148 not out, spread over 2 days, but great support this morning. Lord made 31 and Hutton 29, Duffy 29, Farhan Ahmed 10, so it was anything but an easy passage through 8, 9, 10 for Warwickshire.
Lord comes in, 2 slips in play here. Rhodes just plays that into the covers. Not convincingly, but just a defence into the covers.
First result in this round of matches. We've been saying it for the last hour or so, likely to come at Taunton. Hampshire set to score 121, which will wrap up second place. They're 103 for 5, so 18 more, and they're going to beat Somerset.
Lord coming in here. Just back of a length, sits back, hits it straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, we've got the speed gun on our monitors here, and I said he sent that down at 78 miles an hour. Well, I'm assured by all the players who've netted against him and indeed kept to him and stood at slip that he sends it down a lot quicker than 78 miles an hour. Bowled very, very quickly at Guildford when he got his 5 for against Surrey.
Nice approach. Lord comes in into his bound, has defended straight back to Hamid at mid-off. 4 dots to start off from him. It's a great start.
Never know about these speed guns.
No, but then it's relative in terms of what everyone else is bowling on the day, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, Carl Verreynne, there's your guide. Carl Verreynne was standing up to Brett Hutton. He stood a bust right away.
Yeah, he's got to be a good 20 metres back, hasn't he?
Lord comes in, flicked off the hips, good stop at mid-wicket by Lyndon James.
I promised you sunshine, and here it is.
Yeah, you did. No, it's what I was meaning was it's relative to the speed gun saying X person's bowling 70 and Lord's bowling 78. But yeah, I'm sure there's errors in them. Lord coming in, just back of a length, left alone by Rhodes. It's a maiden to start up with from Lord. 48 for 2, Warwickshire. It's a great start from him. Good carry. Just looking to attack the stumps. Push the batter back.
Lancashire still 7 down at New Road. Worcestershire 180, Lancashire 108 for 7. Some big runs being scored at Chelmsford, where Essex are 379 for 2. Their skipper Tom Wesley made 135. Dean Elgar, the South African, is 151 not out. Matt Critchley is 72 not out. So I think Surrey have still been partying. I think it's a much changed Surrey side as well in that game, but Essex are racking up the runs. But it is day 3, of course.
Lyndon James starting a new over from the Radcliffe Road end. He's in, and Hayne forward and defends. No run.
Yeah, Warwickshire, of course, last week, Adam, they were blown away in both innings against Essex.
Well, I did message you in the week, didn't I? When I said, when you said see you Saturday, and I said, well, providing it's not a repeat of what happened at Edgbaston against Essex, because we didn't get into a third day in Birmingham. We are here on a sun-kissed, what looks relatively warm as well, Saturday afternoon in Nottingham. Here comes James. It's worked into the leg side. There'll be runs here for Hayne. Might be 4 of them. A chase on the boundary. It's just going to be cut off, I think it is. Oh, there's a bit of a tweak. Oh, it's gone for 4. Just tried to push it round the post. And all that happened was he pushed it onto the rope. It'll be a bit damp down there for poor Ahmed as well, so he's probably got wet knees.
Felt a little bad for him because he has made a fair effort at a full-length dive.
But 4 is the total that goes on to Sam Hayne's score.
That was the most sympathetic comment I think I've heard for a long time, Nick.
Couldn't help feel sorry for him. He's actually done a great effort, full-length dive, one-handed.
52 for 2.
Palmed it over the boundary.
This time by Hayne. Hamid with the fielding there at extra cover. 52 for 2.
The umpire's just having a little look behind him.
Oh, he's having a chat. David Milnes likes to chat. He's the square leg umpire.
Bit of a natter.
Yeah.
He's a raconteur, is he, when it comes to...
Oh, he is. He is. He's had the week here. Well, he's a local man anyway, but of course he did the one-day cup final here against Somerset on Monday.
Hayne waits again, and then forward once more to that delivery from James. Solid in defence is the Warwickshire number 4.
Good technique. What's going on with the Somerset-Hampshire game, Dave?
There's been one more run scored since I last mentioned it.
I thought I saw a wicket.
No, in fact, it's just moved on to 109 for 5 now, so 12 more required for Hampshire.
Left alone this time by Hayne. That delivery from James flies through to the keeper, Verreynne.
I've got to say they were my tip to win the title this year, but that would be a complete and utter lie. I seem to think I'd tipped them to win the title, but we were all asked, the BBC county commentators, to do your tips for the season, and we were all sent them just as a reference this week, just to see how dreadfully inadequate we were. And like I said, I firmly believed I'd gone for Hampshire, but I had gone for Surrey, so I'll tick that one off, yeah, surprisingly.
James in and left alone by Hayne for no run.
But then just the flip side of that was everything else went absolutely pear-shaped. I tipped Glamorgan for Division 2, I tipped Lancashire for the 50 over, and I tipped Notts for the Blast. So,
but apart from that, you nailed it.
Yeah, yeah. Call me Mystic Meg or Dotty Dave.
So lottery numbers tonight, Dave, are
numbers 91, 90.
Yes, I must say I fancied Durham. Not that I was asked by anyone other than a guy in the pub, but I thought Durham might do it, where they come up from the 2nd division and then just run away with it. But that hasn't materialised either. It is the oval where the county championship will be once more this season.
Lord coming in. Stuart Broadend, number 4 on his back. And that's a dot ball to start with. Goes through to mid-on.
Yes, if you weren't with us this morning, it's the day where Nottinghamshire have said thank you and farewell to one of their servants over the last 2 decades, Luke Fletcher. There was an on-field presentation this morning, all Luke's family and friends here for the day. He's downstairs in the box. He popped up to join us, brought Stephen Mullaney and Jake Ball with him, and his dad as well, and came and said hello.
Lord approaches the crease, it's defended, and they've kind of run through for a quick single. Hamid picks up, Shy's nowhere near. Sam Hayne gets through, and Rhodes gets one more to his total. It's 9 now off 37.
First run off Rob Lord, and if they're all going to be scampered like that, it's going to be hard work. It's a big roar from behind us. I don't think that was a roar of a goal, but something got them agitated over the road.
VAR check, maybe.
Sam Hayne and Joe Clark having a little chat there.
We didn't have the fireworks today. I mentioned earlier, sometimes in the brightest, sunniest days when the football teams come out, they let off the fireworks, and you think, why? They're just making a bang, but you can't see them on a sunny day, can you?
Well, they've certainly found their voice at the City Ground. Yeah. I don't know if you're hearing that at home through our effects microphones across Trent Bridge, but it's definitely gone up a notch or two, 100 or so metres behind us.
Lord comes into Hayne, left alone outside the off stump. Hayne's just having a little chat with Rhodes in the middle as he taps the wicket.
Yeah, speaking of Fletcher, it was sometimes agony when they were playing football over the road and Luke Fletcher, Samit Patel, Stuart Broad, who were all big Forest fans, were actually out there fielding, because you'd see them cupping their ears and rushing to the crowd and asking what was going on, and then the message would be passed around the players. Don't think there's too many in the current side that are that bothered.
Lord coming in, Hayne on strikes, driven a beautiful shot through the covers, and that's going to run away for 4. Great shot through extra cover for Sam Hayne. He's just leant on that one, full face of the bat. He's got a little bit full there, Lord, and that's 4 more to the total for Warwickshire.
50 partnership as well between the two of them. 51 off 70 balls. Steadied the ship well, this pair for the Bears.
Lovely shot. One and a 4 off his over so far, so 5 off his 1.4. Just shining the ball there at mid-off. I think that's Brett Hutton. Looks like we might have a little bit of a bowling change. Ahmed seems to be warming up and warming his hands up.
He's definitely
here at backward point. He wants to get involved. Lord approaching the crease here. Bouncer. Sam Hayne just ducks under that one.
Yes, it'll be be dropping hints to the skipper if he hasn't already been asked to get himself ready.
Yeah, he's warming his hands up, he's blowing on his hands, he's turning his arm over at backward point. He's saying, I want a ball. Give me the ball.
Why not, eh? It's what you want to see, isn't it?
16 years old. Confident and very, very thorough in his warm-up. Yesterday I was watching him practice his bowling. And even though Nottinghamshire were batting, he kept bowling and bowling. That's Lord just come through to Hayne. Defended through into the covers. Dot ball. Warwickshire are 57 for 2.
So we can look to our left where there he comes. Here comes Austin. We've got a manual scoreboard in operation today. It is very much like the old village green here. Your local club at home. The big screen here at Trent Bridge not functioning. But issues on days 1 and 2 and it's been turned off, so we've got the old-fashioned board there, and Austin with the green blazer on, one of the Notts stewards, just taking down the score at the last over and popping it up there, 57 for 2. So here is the 16-year-old spin wizard Farhan Ahmed, younger brother of Leicestershire and England spinner Rehan Ahmed. Off spinner, loves to bowl.
Yeah, very thorough. He's practicing yesterday, I was saying, and it was interesting. Luke Fletcher was saying earlier that he loves to bowl and he's always practicing and bowling ball after ball after ball.
Looking forward to seeing him in the flesh for the first time. He's going to be bowling right arm round because it's Will Rhodes, the left-handed batter, on strike for the Bears. They find themselves 57 for 2. Currently to Warwickshire. He's just setting his field. Lots of arms pointing and fingers sort of being twirled round and round, and a step left and a step right here and there, and I think when it all settles down we're going to have a guy catching under the lid on the leg side close in, a slip, mid on mid off as he comes in now, right arm round the wicket, one drifting in towards Will Rhodes, and he just knocks that into the leg side, so that's a single for Rhodes. He'll move on to 10, brings Sam Hayne, who's 30 not out on strike, and the field will change for the right-handed batter. Was it 113 you said Sam Hayne averages on this ground, Dave?
In T20 cricket from 13 matches.
So I know a very different code, but he likes it here. Enjoys his time at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, that's famous last words, because didn't Dave say that about Alex Davies and then his off-stump got castled?
You don't like your omens, do you, Nicole? You're one for commentators' curse.
No, not necessarily, but, you know, he said he loves batting against Nottingham, and next minute, off-stumps cartwheeling back to the pavilion.
He averages 45 here from 6 matches in red ball cricket.
He's on strike to Ahmed, and he's back and defends. So a dot in the book. Hayne remains on 30.
So it's interesting actually as well, 16, so Sam Hayne and Rhodes are not going to have seen a lot of him because, I mean, he's only 16 years old in the first place. So something different. They'll obviously have watched a little bit of him, I'd imagine, but...
Fuller one that's driven through the offside. Just be one, I think. I think it'll get a cut off in front of the boundary there.
We do have that first result of this round of matches. It's come at Taunton, where they've managed to dodge the rain for most of the time. Hampshire have defeated Somerset by 5 wickets, set to score 121. They've just got home, so Hampshire will finish as runners-up behind county champions Surrey. Congratulations to them.
Back round the wicket comes Ahmed to the left-handed Rhodes, who's back and works this one into the offside for no run. It's fielded at backward point. 59 for 2 the score remains. He's looked neat and tidy in this first over as Ahmed. Good field as well, I like this field. Man catching under the helmet on the leg side in the batter's eye line. Slip in place as well, round the wicket he comes past the umpire, and that's into the leg side, but there won't be a run there. 0 for 2 so far off this over, just milking a couple of singles off the spinner.
You see when he came on against Surrey, when they first saw him, you could see the likes of Rory Burns, Will Jacks trying to take him down, a conscious effort, but he ended up getting them both. He He's had a terrific start to his first-class career.
In again, and forward comes Will Rhodes. Umpire calls over.
Gets nice up and down on the ball. Nice little bit of a loop. Just going above the batter's eye line. Starts wide with his feet in his run up and then narrows them as he approaches. But he gets a nice up and down on the ball.
There's a couple of things as well. He already knows his game because he sets his field, essentially tells the Super Mead what he wants. And the other thing is he likes a celebration. You see him when he gets a wicket. Loves a celebration. A little bit of Imran Tahir in him.
Oh, really?
And that's what it's all about, isn't
wow,
it?
It's
Enjoying
exciting,
it.
exactly.
Get
and
enthusiastic.
At the field settings, I'm big on that. You must do that as a bowler. You must know what your plans are, where you want them to hit you. Lord approaching, about 5th, 6th stump there, left alone. Yeah, you want to know, you want a clear plan in your head where you want them to hit you and what your game plan is. So I think you have to set your own field.
Absolutely.
Because the captain isn't bowling the ball at the end of the day.
Well, and also you've got to feel like you belong, haven't you, really? I mean, I'd say I've never played cricket anywhere near this sort of level, but like you say, someone can only bowl the ball and that person's you.
Lord approaches, just rocks back a little bit there, Hayne. Hits it to mid-on for no run.
One thing I need to keep half an eye on is when tea is today, because don't think we're a million miles away from it, are we?
Well, I've scribbled down 3:30 on my notes, but that may have been tweaked.
It is 3:30, so we're only 10 minutes or so away from the tea break.
Lord coming in to Hayne on strike. Short ball. It's not really bounced a lot there, though. Sam Hayne has made a gesture like it's kept very low.
Of course, the reason I was thinking that's quite a short session is Notts batted on for about half an hour, didn't they, after lunch? So we did have the 10-minute interval then between innings. Making up a few overs from those that have been lost earlier in the day. So tea will be 3:30 till 3:50, and then hopefully go on until 6 o'clock or so, if the light holds.
Lord approaches Sam Hayne, shoulders and arms that. He's not interested. Good carry though from Lord. 4 dots so far in the over. Yes, so the England Women World Cup squad: Heather Knight, Lauren Bell, Maya Bouchier, Alice Capsey, Charlie Dean, Sophia Dunkley, Sophie Eccleston, Danielle Gibson, Sarah Glenn, Bess Heath, Amy Jones, Freya Kemp, Nat Severbrunt, Lindsay Smith and Danny Wyatt. And that kicks off. Their first game is the 5th of October versus Bangladesh. Lord comes in. Another leave by Hayne.
Nicole Harvey?
No. And the final is on the 20th of October. That is coverage on BBC and 5 Live Extra as well.
Have you ever had a whisper? You know, it might be.
Never played for England, no, but one of my good friends, Danny Gibson. Brilliant to see her doing so well for England. She's one of my best friends, so yeah, really nice to see her doing really well. Western Storm player.
You never had a mention? Oh, the selectors are looking at you.
In comes Lord. Oh, that's very well bowled. Played and missed by Sam Hayne. Just poked that one outside the off stump. No, I was involved in sort of the junior stuff, and yeah, no, not really. I mean, everyone wants to play for England, don't they, Dave? But there's a little bit of a culture, I guess, in the women's game. I was talking about it the other day, that they seem to, I don't know why they do it, when you get to sort of 28, 30, seem to think you're sort of...
Oh, you're past it.
You're finishing.
You're old.
But in the men's game, they're playing at 38, 40. And, yeah, I'm not sure why they do that. But it's certainly not across the board. But sometimes that is the case.
Here's the 16-year-old Adam.
It is round the wicket. He's bowling to Will Rhodes, and that's knocked into the leg side. Sorry, into the offside for a singles. Bit of fielding done by Rob Lord on the boundary. So one more to the total takes them on to 60 for 2.
Tell you what, though, it must be warmer though, because not many Notts players are actually wearing sweaters.
Will Rhodes has still got his sweater on, batting.
Yeah, these are like these fleecy tops. They're not really a shirt, they're not really a jumper.
But they're certainly easier to read the numbers on from a distance. Ahmed again. In past the umpire and bowls. He's over the wicket to the right-handed Hayne, who's forward and defends for no run.
Interesting to say that, you know, that Surrey wanted to get after him early doors, maybe take him down. That Sam Hayne and Rhodes don't seem to be taking that approach.
It's the scenario as well, isn't it? As Ahmed's in a fuller one this time and defended once more by Hayne.
It is, but I mean, if a batter comes after you straight up into your spell, it's harder for you to get into a rhythm, isn't it?
Well, 4 games, 19 wickets at 21. You've got to respect that a little bit, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course you have.
He's got a slip and a guy under the helmet catching as Ahmed, and this is not a great shot by Hayne. He didn't know whether to stick or twist there really, and ends up just sort of fending it round the corner towards leg slip. Fielding done by Brett Hutton on that 45 on the leg side. No run. 60 for 2 the score. Hayne staying on 31. 2 balls to go in his second over.
Tell you what, I didn't bounce much either.
No, we're not seeing many snakes in this pitch, but that one did keep low. And he comes again, does Ahmed. It's a fuller one, and forward comes Hayne and defends and smothers it to the guy under the helmet. Will Rhodes just marking his guard at the Radcliffe Road end, which is the end Ahmed's bowling from. So just checking something there in the middle. I think there's 1 ball to go in this Ahmed over. 97 on his back. He's got a mid-on and a mid-off. A catching mid-wicket, a guy under the helmet, a slip and a gully. In he comes. And Hayne forward once more. That's the end of the over then. 60 for 2 the Bears find themselves in response to 480 all out by Nott. We are 3 minutes or so away from tea, which we think is going to take place at 3:30. So let's take you through the next few moments.
Going to get another over in here.
Yeah. You say 3 minutes, I say 4.5. It depends, doesn't it, which one the umpires are going by.
Yes, my eyes aren't good enough to see the clock on the pavilion either.
I don't think they're big. You've got to go by your own timepieces, haven't you? You can't really go on one that's on the ground, just in case, like this. You can't really go by the scoreboards if in case the scoreboard's not working or whatever. You've got to go by your own watches, surely.
Well, there's definitely no time on that old-fashioned scoreboard as Lord comes in, Rhodes on strike. Oh, and that's wrapped him on the pad. Half appeal really from Lord, but not out.
Looked quite high, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was, I think, just a little bit more excitement than actually thinking it was out, which is good. You want to be excited. You want to have that enthusiasm, determination. Lord only gone for 5 so far. 3.1 overs bowled. As he comes in and approaches Rhodes at the crease. Oh, that was a funny one, because Rhodes looks like he was actually going to leave it, and at last minute just put his bat down and it goes race away for 4, the third man.
Very wristy shot there from Will Rhodes, wasn't it? Just sort of almost surprised himself a little bit really with where that one ended up. It flew down towards the boundary for 4.
We've got notes from Clive and from Kevin Howells. Will Rhodes at the start of this innings needs 17 to get to 1,000 for the season, so he's got 15 of them, folks.
2 more.
So there we are. Ben Slater and Joe Clark are 2 that are in the 900s for Notts, and they'll be hoping for another innings, otherwise they're going to fall just short this season. Let's see if Will can get there.
Lord comes in. Rhodes a short ball pulled. He's going to race away for 4, and he's going to get those runs now. There we go. Moves on. He's got 4 more to his total, and he's made the 1,000. As he now moves on to 19.
And clearly they all knew out there, because he got a bit of a congratulatory hug from Sam Hayne, which would have been excessive just for a pull for 4.
Couldn't put that one down to excitement. No, that's a serious effort to score 1,000 runs, and brilliant achievement.
Brett Hutt's trying it on. The ball's been returned. He's had a look at it. He's gone up to the umpire, David Milnes, who said, "Get on with it." Been round the block a time or two, umpire Milnes. Get on with it. Nothing wrong with it, lad.
No, Lord's going to come here over the wicket. 2 slips in play. Just pushes back, dot ball straight back to the bowler.
The fact that we've had 2 boundaries and we've had a little bit of time to fetch the ball, and the fact that Brett Hutton was asking the umpire to inspect it and all the rest of it, does mean that pretty much all the devices I can see are now on 330, so we might not get that extra over from Farhan Ahmed after all.
Joe Clark and Freddie McCann in at the slip cordon as Lord comes in for his 5th delivery of this over. Rhodes on strike. Oh, he's just defended that, but not convincing. It's actually inside edge that onto his foot. No runs scored, just 8 off this over. But 8 is quite expensive considering Lord's only gone for 13 in his almost 4 overs.
Lancashire still 7 down, 119 for 7. And we do go for tea here. Kevin Howells will be once again picking things up for listeners to 5 Sports Extra and bringing you up to speed with the full scorecard up and down the country.
Lord approaches the crease. Just back of a length, slightly squared up there from Rhodes, but finishes his over. 4 overs now, 0 for 13. Warwickshire 68 for 2. And looks like they are going off for tea.
They are indeed. It's tea time here at Trent Bridge. We're 2/3 of the way through the 3rd day. Nottinghamshire, who began the morning on 324 for 6, batted on for best part of half an hour after lunch before being bowled out for 487. Carl Verreynne, the South African Test wicket-keeper, 148 not out, and then not struck 2 early blows with Brett Hutton and Jacob Duffy dismissing Rob Yates and Alex Davis respectively. Sam Haines got a good start here. Will Rhodes too has just blossomed in the closing moments, reaching 1,000 first-class runs for the season. He'll go to tea on 19. Sam Hain has 31. So at tea, Warwickshire trail by 419 on 68 for 2. Listeners to 5 Sports Extra, I'll now hand you back to Kevin Howells. And for listeners to the BBC Sport website and app, I'm going to sit here and have a sandwich whilst Adam and Nicole race each other downstairs to be first in the queue for the scones and jam and cream. We'll all be back in 20 minutes' time. I hope you'll join us then. in the context of this individual game. It might, though, be the session where both Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire can mathematically reflect that they are guaranteed to stay in Division 1. Lancashire at tea are 119 for 7. They're playing Worcestershire, who've got 180. That's irrelevant, really, because at the moment it's all about whether Lancashire can get batting points. If they don't get to 250, they will be relegated today at the moment that Notts get their first bowling point. Warwickshire are safe, provided there isn't an absolutely dramatic turnaround at both New Road and here, in that Lancashire can somehow turn that around, get a full complement or near as batting points, and then go on to win the game against Worcestershire. Of course, this is all bearing in mind we're already deep into day 3 of these matches, so it's looking very much as if Lancashire will be going down with Kent, and that will become clearer, I guess, over the next half an hour or so. Kevin Howell's here in the building. Adam Pinder-Smith is here as well. He's just next door, updating listeners to BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and Nicole Harvey to my right. Last I saw of her, she said, "I'm off for a walk," and then you came back. Did you have a walk?
Very brief one. I thought I haven't got long, but I get a few steps in when I've been sitting down. And the sun is shining, so I thought I'd go outside for a little bit of a sunshine.
You didn't find your way to the ice cream counter?
No, but if you told me where that was, I would have probably had a little quick dash down there.
So it's going to be Farhan Ahmed to bowl the first over after tea.
I didn't have any cream teas either.
Yeah, we're just going to see the very first ball after tea bowled by Farhan Ahmed, and he's bowled to Warwickshire's Sam Hain. He's 31 not out. Will Rhodes is 19 not out. Warwickshire 68 for 2. Nottinghamshire have had a good day. They advanced their first innings score to 487. Big century, unbeaten century from Kyle Verreynne, the South African wicketkeeper. 148 not out when the Notts innings closed on 487. Then early wickets for Brett Hutton and for Jacob Duffy. The bigger picture is coming from New Road, Worcestershire, where Lancashire already 7 wickets down without any batting bonus points. If they fail to get to 250 and Notts get one more wicket here, then whatever happens, Notts are guaranteed Division 1 cricket next year. They're nearly there. One more wicket will just about do it. Or thereabouts. Here is Farhan Ahmed bowling to Sam Hain. Wristily whips this away on the leg side. Farhan Ahmed, Nicole, herself a fully paid up member of the Spin Bowlers Union. He's very deliberate in his have you noticed how he plants his feet before setting off? It's sort of a little bit like a golfer. They're what, a metre or so apart, very deliberately on the mark, down on the grass.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to describe earlier. Starts with a very wide stance, a little bit of a crouch at the start of his run up, and then narrows his feet as he comes in.
He bowls and Rhodes pushes it back to him. You think of people that have sort of done that in the past. Freddie Flintoff, he was a little bit, wasn't he? Got his 2 feet stood there, and a very, very, very different player, but a modern player, George Scrimshaw, who was with Derbyshire, now with Northants. Big, tall George. He always sort of stands with his feet apart at the end of his mark, and then almost seems just to get into the zone straight away and then come in and bowl.
In the women's game, Phoebe Graham does that. Although she bowls seam, she does that at the start of her mark as well. A little crouch, very similar.
Yep, that's a very good comparison. He's into his 3rd over here, Farhan Ahmed. This is the final ball of it. Yet to make a breakthrough. He'll know about it when he does. He loves the celebration. Comes in now, and Will Rhodes pushes it out onto the offside, and the Bears are 69 for 2, replying to Warwickshire's 487.
Beautiful sunshine over the ground here. A little bit of shade from the floodlights as the sun just moves around, and from the stand here, PKF Smith Cooper. But beautiful sunshine. People sitting there seem to be taking off their coats and jumpers. There's actually a few t-shirts, more t-shirts than we've seen on any other day so far.
You'll be hinting at some cream next, and,
Wow.
and ice creams and cold drinks.
You mentioned the ice creams has made me fancy one. But here we go. From the Stuart Broad end, we are going to see
Jacob Duffy, I think it is, at the far end.
change to the bowling. Lord's going to come off for a little bit as Duffy comes back into the attack.
Playing his first game here, I guess he's not yet figured out which is his favoured end, but he did get a wicket from this end and bowled lively.
Sam Hain on strike, 2 slips in play. Duffy comes in, real purpose at the crease there, and quite a follow through.
If you're just joining us, Kyle Verreynne with an unbeaten 148 today, battered beautifully for Notts as they made 487, got lots of support from the tail. Rob Lord made 31, Brett Hutton and Jacob Duffy each made 29, Farhan Ahmed made 10. Tail really wagged for Notts.
Hain on strike, Duffy comes in short, worked through off the hip to the leg side, just going to get a single as the man out on the boundary comes in. And that was Ben Slater picking that one up, fielding out a deep square leg.
Is it starting to feel like a long week to you? You've been here since since Wednesday.
No, it's not. I think the sunshine's helped that. The rain started, though. It was that made the days a little bit longer.
Yeah.
I must be honest.
Yeah, today was the first of the 3 days where we've had any play before lunch. So, yeah, get here early and then you don't see any cricket till the afternoon.
Yeah, you could have warned me about that, Dave. I might have had a little lie-in for once. In comes Duffy. Bowling it hard into the wicket.
Yeah, we've got the gun on again. It said that one was 82.6. I think we've pretty much become acclimatised now to the placid nature of this surface for this game. We've seen Verreynne standing up to Brett Hutton in his first spell.
You can just hear on our pitch mics and Clark and McCain making a little bit of a clapping shot. Just late cut that, and Rhodes, that's going to race away for 4. He's going to come up for 23. As some gentleman on the boundary fields that for Nottinghamshire. Warwickshire moving to 74 for 2.
Yeah, placid nature of the surface, and even though Jacob Duffy, the New Zealand international, bending his back here, is not getting an awful lot of assistance from this track. I suspect both these sides have gone into it well aware that a draw would just about be enough, and that's how it's going to pan out, I think.
Duffy around the wicket. Rhodes just flicks that off his hips. He's going to get a single down to fine leg. He moves on to 25, and that's 6 off this over so far. Duffy is really putting his back into it, but it's not looking like a wicket at this point. Not getting too much, as you say, off this surface and from the ball.
Lancashire are now 8 down, 121 for 8 at New Road. Lost all of day 2 there. They had a lot of wickets fall on day 1.
Duffy coming in, approaches Sam Hain, just rocks back, defends that into the covers. And that's over bowled. He's 1 for 21 off 6. Warwickshire 75 for 2.
If you're just coming into the ground now, it very much depends on whether you like the sun or you don't. Away to our left, the Fox Road side of the ground there in the better seats, just for a little bit of the warmer weather. They've got the sun in their face, perhaps got to shield their eyes a little bit to look out to the middle and see the cricket, but they're in the warmth. Away to our right, they're huddled together. I'm sure the blankets and the flasks are there on the right hand side, the Bridgeford Road side, in the shade. It's Farhan Ahmed, 16-year-old off spinner, bowls to Will Rhodes, who just gently pushes it out onto the offside. Don't think there's a great deal of assistance being offered to Farhan Ahmed. Saw the Worcestershire attack go through similar issues, long periods without getting wickets, and not much assistance for their pace bowlers or their spinners. Sam Hain on 33 from 63. Goes across his stumps and then just turns this through the square leg umpire out to Duffy, who fires a throw in that he has to apologise for. It was so wide of the target that Verreynne was very nearly in the middle of the strip to stop it going way there to our left. There were players backing up, of course, but it was a bit of a wild throw which he held his hand up for. Ahmed in his 4th over, none for 6. Comes in, flights the ball, but again there's just no pace to work with, no bounce at all, and it just sits up gently outside off stump, and it's cut away out to Duffy again, and this time he doesn't inconvenience the keeper. He spears it to the non-striker's end, and once again it's not gathered cleanly. Suspect if Jacob Duffy really wanted to throw it, he could throw it from probably one side of the ground to the other. He's a tall, powerful man. He's just not quite got his throw in just yet, as Ahmed bowls and driven through the offside by Hain for 4. That's a very, very high quality shot from Sam Hain. There's been a bit of a gap left there, I think deliberately by Farhan Ahmed, encouraging to try and drive there, but just slightly overpitched, and Hain cashed in, gets the boundary. Takes him on to 38. It's 82 for 2.
2 more balls in that Worcester game would finish that for Lancashire, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Lancashire 122 for 8. So Farhan Ahmed just been driven for 4 through extra cover. He's still left the gap there. There's a short leg catching, there's a short mid-wicket catching, and Hain drops it down at the feet of Jack Haynes. There's no run. Hain the batter, Haynes the short leg fielder. As an ambulance goes by with the they call them the blues and twos, the blue lights and the 2-tone horn, the 2-tone siren blaring as it goes down the Loughborough Road. To our right, next delivery is just worked to the Notts captain Hamid on the leg side, and there's no run. Notts made 487. They were put in, remember, on that first day. Seems a long time ago to me, but Notts managing to bat into the 3rd day, making 487, and then they've got Warwickshire at 82 for 2 in reply.
Hamid's looking a little frustrated, but I think he's got to remember Sam Hain and Rhodes, they're brilliant batters, high quality batters, and he's just got to keep in the battle, and I'm sure it will come. But he is looking a little bit frustrated.
Duffy to bowl from the pavilion end here, the Stuart Broad end as it's known now, just having a bit of a chat to Asiba Mead about any potential field alterations. Don't seem to be any.
Here's some big cheers from the football ground. Duffy comes in, Rhodes just sits back and hits that to backward point. He's going to come through for a single.
I think that's the second half just starting. They sort of start it off on the PA system. The home song is Mull of Kintyre, and they just play a little bit of that and then turn it off, leave it for the fans to sing as the second half kicks off. Nottingham Forest playing Fulham just over the road behind us. There's a number of spectators here in their red shirts for the morning session, then left, and you'd imagine around about 3/4 of an hour or so they'll come back in to catch the last hour maybe of play here.
Duffy comes in, just worked off his legs into the leg side. One off this over so far. Sam Hain on 38 off 68 and Rhodes on 27 off 57. Building a little bit of a partnership now. Warwickshire really needed that with not a great start.
Now they were 6 for 2, they're now 83 for 2.
2 slips in play as Duffy comes in over the wicket to Sam Hain, who's just defended that into the offside.
One result already in Division 1, Hampshire defeating Somerset by 5 wickets down at Taunton. A low scoring match there. None of the 4 innings actually reached 200. Chesterley Street, Durham 323 for 6 against Kent. They lost the first 2 days in that one, but Durham making up for lost time there, particularly Alex Lee's 144 he made.
Duffy coming in here, just going down the leg side, and good take from Verreynne.
Similar story at Chelmsford, where Essex are now 423 for 2. Tom Wesley made 135. Dean Elgar's 181 not out. And Matt Critchley 83 not out. You have to feel for Robin Dass with a scorecard like that when you see that he was dismissed for 3.
Duffy comes in here, slightly back of a length. Hayne just rocks back, hits that to mid-wicket. No run scored.
Division 2, the batting side, Glamorgan 381 for 4. Declared Gloucestershire 129 for 4. Got that the wrong way around. Leicestershire 176 for 3 against Derbyshire. No play in the first 2 days there in Leicester. First against third at Hove. Middlesex just been bowled out for 271. And at Headingley, Yorkshire 234 for 1. Big century there for Adam Lyth, who's still at the crease.
Duffy bounds off. Haynes just flicked that off his legs nicely. Out to the man at deep square. As Ben Slater just throws that in, Haynes comes through for a single, and Warwickshire move on to 84 for 2.
Been steady since tea, hasn't it? Almost a bit of inevitability about it, I guess, with the situation here, the situation at New Road, end of a long, tiring season. It hasn't quite come out of the traps yet, this evening session, has it? It's been milking the singles and getting through the overs, and a beautiful evening here, or late afternoon anyway, sunshine at Trent Bridge. It's going to be Ahmed to continue. He's coming round the wicket now to the right-handed Hayne, and he just defends that into the leg side, and the fielding's done by Hamid for no run.
I don't think I'd want to sit out in it for too long though, Adam, without a coat on.
No, there was a brave guy I saw when I went to get my scone at the tea break, which I did check, and I took a photograph of it for proof as to which way round it was.
Jam was first.
As Ahmed's in again to Hayne, and he rocks back and works this for a single all. There's a cry of yes, no, but I think they're going to... It's well fielded actually to make sure that no run happens, and they start on 84 for 2.
Being pedantic, if the lid's on, which I think the lids were, if the lid's on, how do you know which is on the bottom?
Oh, behave, Dave. Yeah, but what was on the bottom of the plate? What was in the bottom of the plate?
Well, it might have been upside down.
There's always an answer, isn't there?
They were getting on so well, these two.
Jam's on first, unlucky.
Ahmed in again, and this is worked into the leg side by
Great
Hayne,
piece of
but
fielding.
a lovely bit of fielding there on the 45.
Brett Hutton just diving stop.
No run, the 84 for 2, so Hayne stays 39 not out. Yes, I did see a guy as I was going out in. He was trousers, flip-flops and t-shirt, which I think it's October next week, has to be applauded.
Anyway, going back to your picture, it was the Jam first, wasn't it?
Ahmed in again, and Hayne defends. So looking at this, I've not took it from the greatest of angles, but when you say first, you mean Jam on the bottom. Yeah, it was bottom of the scone, Jam, cream, scone, cream, strawberry.
Yeah, I think that bit on top's just a decoration.
So that's not part of the uniform, no?
No.
Hayne waiting, tapping his bat on 39 not out. Here comes Ahmed from the Radcliffe Road and in round the wicket-keeper, and that's defended again by Hayne.
That means you two boys were wrong earlier. It is Jam first. But it's okay, we won't talk any more about it.
I mean, it was delicious. I didn't really mind which way round it was.
They've done it wrong. Your cream is your dairy. It's your butter substitute.
I've got to actually admit, I don't actually eat cream, so all this debate, and I actually don't eat cream.
Last ball of Ahmed's over is worked into the leg side by Hayne. He'll trot through for a single. Nice way to finish the over. He's nicked the strike off Will Rhodes as well. Takes him on to 40. There was one from that Ahmed over. 85 for 2, the Bears are.
At Nicole Harvey 02 if you want to send all your all your pictures of
Scone debates. I'm up for it.
cream first. There's just been an enormous roar from behind us, but
Let me know your thoughts on those ones. I'd love to hear.
Are you on tomorrow?
I am. And so far the jam has been first every day here.
And then have you got the 7-hour drive tomorrow night when we're finished? You're going back tomorrow night?
Yeah. It's going to be a long old one.
Down to that there, Cornwall. Here's Duffy.
Let's hope it doesn't take as long. Sorry, I was just on Twitter checking if anyone was tweeting me. Let's hope it doesn't take as long on the way back.
You've not been review bombed yet, no? On your Twitter feed?
Not yet. No, I'm waiting.
86 for 2.
But do please send in your pictures. I'd like to see them. Especially if they were at a cricket tees. Duffy is just coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Rhodes here is on 27. One off this over so far. Still 2 slips in play. It's bowled that with quite a lot of effort. It's fielded down here by Ahmed, and they are going to scamper through for 2.
Talking of cricket tees, I won't name the club, but we did drop a team from our friendly fixtures at the team I play for because the person who did the tees died, and so the standard of tees went down significantly, and so we dropped the fixture.
Keep it light.
It's only a friendly as well. Short hit through the offside, late cut down to wide third man, and Rhodes is going to get another single.
Those tees were legendary.
Were they?
They went downhill.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
But it's a friendly fixture. It's about the cricket, not the food, isn't it?
Oh no.
You're just there for the food.
I'm there for to make up the numbers for a good tea and a good laugh on a Sunday afternoon.
Wow, that's fair enough.
My cricketing pedigree was never going to trouble anyone in that ball or in the field.
Duffy comes in, Sam Hain on strike. Let's hit that to backward point. Ahmed's just stopped that. A little bit of a fumble. But that is a dot ball. A little bit short and wide there from Duffy.
It's a game I love, but my prowess as a cricketer was, well, if you could give a minus score out of 5.
No. I'm sure that's not true, Adam.
You probably would.
You're underselling yourself, I'm sure. Sam Hain here on 41 off 80 balls so far. He's played some lovely shots so far in this innings as he works that one off his hip into the leg side. He's just going to get a single.
It is just a little leggy to him at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, Duffy just hasn't got it quite right. I mean, he is trying to bowl quite a heavy ball into the pitch, as we've seen in these last few overs. But yeah, it's not been successful so far. Sam Hain moves on to 42. Warwickshire 90 for 2 now. Coming around the wickets are Rhodes, short one. Yes, Rhodes just ducks under that. And he's asking the umpire, is that one for the over? And that's just been signalled no ball, hasn't it?
Yeah, very belatedly there. It was...
there was a little bit of debate. Rhodes was saying, what's going on here? And
it did climb.
It did, and I think it was a fair old call, but David Milnes, the standing umpire, looked at Jack Chantry, and Jack Chantry had to think about it and then made a signal, and then David Milnes stuck his arm out.
In comes Duffy. It's just worked by Rhodes through backward point. They're going to scamper through for 1. And that's the over bowled from Duffy. He is 1 for 31 off 8 overs so far. Warwickshire 93 for 2.
Yeah, in theory, 32 overs remain, and also in theory, they're supposed to get through about 16 overs an hour, so that would take us to 6:15. I know it's lovely right now, and we've got blue sky and sunshine, and obviously the floodlights aren't on, but I'd be staggered if we got another 32 overs in, even with Farhan Ahmed bowling half of them.
Yeah, that feels a long old way away, doesn't it?
Mark on Twitter just followed me. Have you got any scone tweets you'd like to send me, please do.
It's going to be Ahmed to continue from the Radcliffe Road end. Left-handed Will Rhodes on strike. He's got a slip and a guy catching on the offside under the helmet, and he's forward. is Rose and Hamid Fields for no run.
Don't fancy going in close there if we're bowling that full. Jack Haynes has nearly had his legs blown off.
Yeah, he's got the shin pads on. You can see them protruding through his whites. But still, even with the helmet on and a box, that's brave, that is there. Here comes Ahmed, round the wicket, past the umpire, and Rhodes is forward, and he'll sneak a single here. Hayden calls him through, Hamid Fields, so one more to the total, 94 for 2.
Flighted, slightly slower that delivery. It's just getting it up and down above those batters' eyes, trying to tempt them. But Warwickshire so far have been calm and composed, not fallen into the trap.
We've got a mid-on and a mid-off. The field's changed actually for the right-hander, but the mid-on and the mid-off remains. Slip, backward point. Man catching on the leg side now under the helmet as Ahmed's in, and this is worked into the leg side. I think that may have just nicked and took Haynes on the way through. As it all happens there was half a chance of a run out as well. But Ahmed, I think that was caught on the fingers as the ball came into his end from Hamid.
Actually hit him on the funny bone.
Oh, yeah. Hamid's just gone up to check his bowler's all right. They hurt, they do, when they pop up like that.
Hamid had a little shy and he's caught Ahmed wrong there, and ironically not funny. It's just calling on for the physio.
Yeah, so there'll be a bit of a hold up here whilst he gets some treatment. I imagine it'll be Phil Tranter we'll see rushing out, so we can again go round the...
Can't see anyone rushing for a minute, Dave.
Well, no, round the grounds. Hampshire have defeated Somerset, we know about that one. Durham 339 for 7 now at Chesterley Street against Kent. Kent already relegated, of course. Lancashire 139 for 8, replying to Worcestershire's 108. Here comes Phil Tranter with his bag of
goods
paraphernalia. Yeah, Essex 431 for 4 against Surrey. In Division 2, Gloucestershire 133 for 5 against Glamorgan. The battle there between the T20 Kings and the 50 over Kings. Leicestershire 190 for 3 against Derbyshire. Middlesex made 271, Sussex just starting, and Northants 147 all out. Yorkshire 251 for 1, and that is a match where Nottinghamshire's Fateh Singh, another young spinner, the left-arm spinner who we've seen in List A cricket in the past, is making his first-class debut for Northants on loan. He's bowled 6 overs, none for 26 so far. He made 4 yesterday when he got to the crease. So onwards and upwards for young Fateh Singh.
Here at Trent Bridge, the physio is in the middle with Ahmed. I've not seen the magic sponge yet or the magic spray. He's just having a thorough inspection. It's his non-bowling arm, I think, isn't it? That looks like his left arm. So hopefully he'll be okay to continue. He looks in a bit of pain. Just the 16-year-old.
Dr. John's with us. Hi, Dave and team. I've been following quietly this season. Come on, not, says Dr. John. I've been busy playing with my new band called In Floyd's Footsteps at the Red Lion in Raunds, Raunds, R-A-U-N-D-S, Raunds on the 5th of October. Leaving it late to achieve safety. New squad gelling well, though. Always cream first and last for me, says Dr. John. Mark the Mod afternoon all from sunny Sevenoaks in Kent. Going to miss the old pavilion at Trent Bridge. So many memories, including my wedding. Where will the scones be served? DRS? The DRS, Derek Randall Suite. No, our scones at this end will be unchanged. They'll be in the press room, Mark. Mark had his wedding in the pavilion at Trent Bridge.
Very nice.
You do realise you'll have to go through it all again then, Mark. I'm afraid if the original venue is knocked down, you have to go through it all again, mate.
Makes it void, does it?
Yeah.
Crikey, don't tell my wife that. I think the boat that we got married on is still in existence. She's listening, so she'll text any second.
You got married on a boat?
We did. The HMS Trincomalee in our hometown of Hartlepool. Big tall ship.
Oh, yes, you can see it from the football ground.
You can see it from Victoria Park.
It's called what?
The HMS Trincomalee.
Oh, I didn't know that, but I've often done commentaries up at Hartlepool and seen it there.
Yeah, we didn't have Hangus the monkey with us.
Now there's a story for another day.
That's one for a rain delay, that, I think.
I think Farhan's okay. We might have a little bit of cricket breaking out here.
He was midway through his 6 over. Yeah, he's fine to continue, and he's bowling to Sam Hain, and it's a straight one that's played off the back foot by Hain for no run. 94 for 2 the Bears are, in reply to 487 all out. Hain 42 not out off 83 deliveries he's faced. Rhodes has had 63 sent down to him, and he's on 32 not out. The run rate at just under 3.5 and over, and this one's chipped into the leg side by Hain, and they'll trot through for a single. Fielding done there by Jacob Duffy, so one more to the total. 1 ball to go in this over. 2 off Ahmed's over so far, which has been held up a little bit as he got caught on the elbow. The physio's been out, but he's fine. It was his non-bowling arm as well, so he's good to continue. He's got a slip in place, a guy catching close on the offsides to Will Rhodes, and then a fairly squarish square leg as well, with Hamid at a catching extra cover. Fast ball of the over then. He's played up to Hamid, and there'll be no run there.
Didn't go for another shy then.
A dot to finish the over. The captain decided to have a bit take the misery out of it for the young bowler. 95 for 2 the Bears.
Oh dear. Still Jacob Duffy coming on to bowl from the Stuart Broad end.
We've seen 5 different bowlers, haven't we? The 4 seamers, Lyndon James, Rob Lord backing up Duffy and Hutton's initial spells, and a little bit of Farhan Ahmed. The other one is Freddie McCann, who's had a great match so far. 130 yesterday, good sharp catch today so far.
In comes Duffy. Hain just works that off his legs, hits it cleanly to the man out on the boundary. He's only going to get 1 for it though.
Been a lot of leg stuff bowled at Sam Hain so far.
Got Brett Hutton at mid-off here. Got an extra cover. And now mid-on to the left-hander. Square leg out on the boundary as Duffy comes around to Rhodes. Full flicked off his legs, lovely shot, which is going to run away across the square for 4 for Rhodes, taking him to 36.
Just skated, didn't it, over those sort of practice, well, I assume they're practice pitches right over there at that far side. The fielder was coming round and within half a chance, and then it just seemed to gain a bit of speed as it went over and skated off towards the boundary for 4.
Duffy hasn't quite got his line and length there. He's bowled a little bit full on leg stump then. And 100 runs for Warwickshire now. So quite the partnership. 100 for 2 of 28.3. As that's a dot ball, just defended straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, they've had a 94 this pair. It was a wretched start. Rob Yates out in the first over, edging Brett Hutton to second slip. Freddie McCann hanging on despite Lyndon James from third slip diving across him.
No ball called. Had a couple of those this afternoon, sorry.
Yeah, and then from 0 for 1 it became 6 for 2 as Alex Davis bowled by Duffy, not playing a shot, one that jagged back.
Front foot no ball there from Duffy as he comes into Rhodes here around the wicket. 2 slips in play, McCann and Clark. Let's just work that through backward point. It's going to take a quick single.
Still some very decent players to come for the Bears. Dan Mosley listed at 5, Ed Barnard, Michael Burgess, who I remember getting at least 1 century against Notts in the past. Danny Briggs, he's another one who's scored good runs against Notts, often as a night watchman in his various incarnations for different sides over the years. Craig Miles, Oliver Hannon-Dolby and Michael Booth, who will be hoping just to put his feet up for a bit longer.
Duffy in, Sam Hain's driven that through the covers, racing across the square. And it's being chased out to the boundary, just stopped just before the boundary by Lyndon James. Sam Hain's going to come through for 2 though.
Yeah, good work in the deep there. would have just about had the legs on it to get over the rope had it not been cut off. So a couple of runs saved there, and nearly a century stand now between these two for Warwickshire.
Good chase there, Lyndon James. As it raced across the square, Sam Hain holding his shape, just leaning on it. As Duffy comes in, just back of a length, hits it straight back to the bowler. And that's his over bowled. Warwickshire 105 for 2 now. And Sam Hain playing a few good shots in that over.
So Division 1 cricket here between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire to round off the season. The one result in this round of matches, the significance of that is Hampshire have gone second and will finish second. They've gone up to 214 points from their 14 matches, season over. Somerset third on 196. They could be toppled by Essex if Essex were to go on and defeat Surrey. They are at the moment 17 points behind without adding any of their bonus points on. So Somerset at the moment third, but if Essex can get 17 points, in fact, would do it if Essex can win that game.
Ahmed into Rhodes, and it's worked off the front foot by the left-handed Rhodes, but for no run out to mid-on.
Sorry, we'd have to lose 20 wickets between now and just about this time tomorrow. Durham are 5th, Worcestershire 6th, Warwickshire 7th, Notts 8th, and Lancashire and Kent at the moment propping up the table. We know Kent are already relegated.
Straight at one this time, that's played into the offside. Hamid fields well off the bat of Rhodes there for none. Polishes the ball on his trousers. Does the spinner. 16 years of age is Farhan Ahmed, the younger brother of Rayad Ahmed. 97 on his back. Round the wicket he comes to the left-handed Rhodes, who shouts a big no to Sam Hain. So that's another dot. Good over so far from Ahmed. 3 dots off it. 105 for 2 Warwickshire are. Hain 46 not out at the non-strikers end. Will Rhodes is on 37 in his last game as a Bear before he becomes a Durham player next season. Ahmed through his pre-action delivery stride and bowls. Oh, he's cleaned him up. How's that got through? Brilliant work. Lovely delivery that.
Dave, you said about his celebration as he runs to point. Little jump, little skip.
Great moment for Resumption Ahmed. Beg your pardon, for Farhan Ahmed. That is the 3rd wicket to go down here at Trent Bridge as Will Rhodes takes his leave, perhaps for the last time in Warwickshire colours. He's been bowled for 37 by Farhan Ahmed, getting his 1st wicket of this match, his 20th of the last 5 matches. What a terrific output he's had, but that does have huge significance. At 105 for 3 means that Notts have picked up their 5th bonus point of this match. So Lancashire right on the brink now. They've really got to go on. They're currently 155 for 8 at New Road against Worcestershire. If they don't get to at least 250, they are relegated. And clearly, as it is, they're probably going to need a lot more. But Notts getting the breakthrough there, just 1 run shy of a century partnership. It was a fabulous innings from Will Rhodes. Sam Hain still there on 46, but Farhan Ahmed, who was injured or was in a bit of pain in his previous over, had to have Phil Trent of the Notts physio come out and administer some magic spray. I don't know what's magic about it. We always call it magic spray, don't we? But it certainly was. Can you have performance enhancing spray? But it's got him a wicket anyway. Farhan has figures of 1 for 14. The Bears are 105 for 3.
Dan Mosley strolls out to the middle at number 5 to join Sam Hain. As you say, 1 short of a century stand between Will Rhodes and Sam Hain, who's still there on 46 not out. Dan Mosley finishing off the Notts' first innings earlier with that last wicket of Jacob Duffy. And he's out with the bat in hand now. Just having a look around is the Warwickshire man.
I'm waiting to see the next celebration, if there is one. He's run to point.
Well, so far it was dot, 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 wicket for Ahmed. The left-handed Mosley is on strike as he's in round the wicket and he's forward to this one. Thou shalt not pass. Down Mosley there, he was forward and full and smothered the spin of Ahmed. 1 ball to go in Ahmed's 7th over. He's 1 for 14, his figures so far. It's a slip in place. In Ahmed comes and once again, Mosley's bowled. Mosley can't believe it. Has to go. Great catch behind the stumps there to dismiss him. 2 wickets in the over for Ahmed, a double wicket maiden. Mosley departs without troubling the score. It was 105 for 4.
It's LBW there. Mosley's gone. And Ahmed for another brilliant celebration as he's run over and all his players have joined him. 16 years of age, already 2 wickets. Watching the replay here. Yeah, that's him on the back pad there, I think. And
I tell you what, he was already an extra cover before the umpire's finger was raised.
He knew it was out.
It was fairly plumb.
Well, I think the polite thing, the etiquette, the cricketing etiquette, is to actually turn and appeal and then wait for the umpire to make a decision. But he'd gone, hadn't he? And just as Nicole was saying, she was looking forward to his next celebration. There you are. Was that good enough for you?
Yeah, I think it's really nice to see. He's obviously very passionate and he's obviously very skillful as well. But it's nice to see that passion, and it's very much excited and he's wanting to take wickets. He wanted that ball in hand early doors and he was hinting to the captain, put me on, I'm ready, I'm warm. Very thorough as well in his practice before the game and yesterday. It's really exciting for Nottinghamshire, and 16 years old, he's got a long career ahead of him, hopefully.
Tell you what, those people that like to play fantasy cricket, they're going to have him in their teams for next year, aren't they? My word. He showed earlier today that he's no novice with the bat, hung around, played some nice shots, did really well in partnership. But as a bowler, that's now 21 in 5, I think he's played, yeah. 21 in 5, 21 wickets at 21 apiece in 5 matches.
Brett Hutton's going to come on from the Stuart Broad end, so we're going to have a change of bowling. Duffy's going to come off.
In fact, it's 4 matches. He's played here against Surrey, away against Essex and Kent, and now this one, 21 in 4. It's a great output, isn't it?
Yeah. Brett Hutton's coming back for his second spell. His first spell was really good. Opening the bowling. A lot of player misses early doors.
Mark the Mod has sent a photograph of him and his good lady getting married in the pavilion. Says, don't tell Ros about the marriage not being valid.
Hutton comes in. Hayne flicks that one off his legs. It's just going to come through for a single. There's a man out on there on the boundary.
It's nice, isn't it? Nice photo of
lovely
Mr.
photo.
and Mrs. Mark the Mod.
Oh, lovely, Mark and Mrs. Mark. Congratulations to you both.
Lovely smiley photo. Keep sending anything in. Send it to Dave, send it to me, send it to Adam. I'd like to see. Give you a little shout out.
It's great to have you with us wherever you are, however you're listening to us on the penultimate day of this season. It's been a great season of cricket.
Hutton 1 for 19 so far. He's now bowling his 8th over. And he's got 2 slips in play. Hayne on strike. Pardon me, Barnard on strike. Both got grey nickels now. Helmets and bats, and Sam Hayne though has got his sweater off now.
Yeah, a couple of years ago Ed Barnard got 160 here for Worcestershire. It was a terrific knock, as a score of that magnitude would suggest.
The umpire's just standing at point now as the sun is coming down. Doesn't want to be blinded by that. Brett Hutton comes in. Oh, it's very well bowled, and that's edged through just past second slip. Clark is going to chase that down to the boundary, and he's tried to flick it back, but unfortunately it's just raced away a little bit too fast for him. And that's 4 more for the total, 110 for Warwickshire, and Barnard's first 4 runs of the day. Good ball from Brett Hutton there, getting the outside edge.
Yeah, Ed Barnard up and running. High quality player. Work to do, 110 for 4, but this pair more than capable. Michael Burgess due in next.
As Hutton comes in, approaches the crease. Strong bound from Hutton. Nice, smooth action.
You mentioned earlier, not many of the Bears will be all that familiar with Farhan Ahmed. You know, a couple of wickets in and over, and then obviously Will Rhodes initially, and then Dan Mosley will get back in there, and there'll be questions being asked, won't they, in the dressing room? You know, what's he doing? What's this? What's that? There'll be a little bit of intelligence passed on.
Yeah, very much so. Hutton comes in. Oh, that is a brilliant ball. It's play and miss though. Little bit of an appeal from the slip cord, and it's exciting to see though Brett Hutton beating the outside edge there. Yeah, very much so. He's 16. They wouldn't have seen much of him, you know, if he's in his 20s, 30s. He's played on the circuit. You get to know players and you know what they do, their variations, you know what they do. Do they come round the wicket, use the depth of the crease, slower balls? You know, they're going to try and slide it onto your pads. But no one's going to have seen too much of him unless you're in that 16, 17-year-old bracket. Plays age group cricket together. Hutton just bowls that one. Barnard's left that one alone, and he finishes his 8th over, 1 for 23. Warwickshire 110 for 4. Yeah, so unless you've grown up playing with him, I can't see that you're going to see and have too much of him. Yeah, I mean, they'll have some video footage of him, but he hasn't played a lot to have a lot of video footage in the county championship.
Still got, in theory, 28 overs to go on day 3. Weather set fair for tomorrow. Wouldn't be at all surprised if we're not shaking hands round about 4:30. Guess the other thing to throw in there is if Notts were to bring about a bit of a clatter of wickets here, Warwickshire, I guess, could be vulnerable to being stuffed in again tomorrow morning, maybe.
Ahmed then, this time over the wickets, and forward comes Barnard in defence, no run.
Just one win for Warwickshire in the county championship. They won't want to end their season with another loss.
Absolutely. Sam Hain, on strike. 47 not out is Warwickshire's number 4. He likes batting here, as we said earlier. And he comes now, does Ahmed, and this is, shouts of a catch, and I think there was a bit of glove on that as it went through.
Got a no scone pick here, but loving the commentary from you all. Here's a pic of one of our pet sheep called Gladys instead. She would enjoy a dry scone. There you go, Dave. What do you think of that?
You must be joking.
Ahmed in once more and played off the back foot is Hain. He'll take the single here and move on to 48.
Lovely.
111 for 4.
That particular one would go very nice with mint sauce.
No, love the pictures, keep them coming, and lovely to hear from you. I'm glad you're enjoying our commentary.
Is that from a farm or a farming community, or is it a pet?
No, it's a pet sheep, apparently.
Well, I wasn't expecting a sheep as the first picture to come in. I'm not going to lie, folks. Coming around towards 20 to 5.
Keeping us on our toes on a Saturday.
Well, exactly, yes.
Exactly.
Ed Barnard on strike, 4 not out. Sam Hain, 48 not out at the non-striker's end. 111 for 4 at Warwickshire in reply to 487 all out for Notts. Round the wicket then comes Ahmed. Flows this one forward and Barnard defends into the offside for no run.
Have you not got a pet sheep, Adam?
No, I've got 2 cats.
Oh, lovely.
And 1, 2, 3 goldfish. And if my daughter's listening, no, we're not having a pet sheep.
I've just started that, haven't I? Started that trend.
Using the BBC for my own personal message sending for a moment, as Ahmed did again, and this one, again, is defended by Barnard for no run. I can do without a sheep, I think it's fair to say.
Dave, you need one to cut your grass?
No. No. I think I'd get a goat if I did. They're better. They're better at it, aren't they?
I have
Yeah,
considered
they're good.
chickens in the past.
Really?
Of course, like being on Country File now, isn't it? We've gone very different. Ahmed in, and forward comes Barnard, and they'll sneak a single. It's going to be a throw at the striker's end, but Hayne is comfortably home. One more to the total, 112 for 4.
I tell you what, he's nearly been hit again there. He's run across Brett Hutton's throw that's gone to the keeper's end, and he's nearly ran in front of another throw and got hit on the arm. A very quick single there, though, from Warwickshire. A little bit of change of tone there, a little bit more intent.
Have you played at the Valley of the Rocks in Linton and Lynmouth in North Devon?
No, I haven't.
They have lots of wild goats all around there, lots and lots, and you very often will have play interrupted as they rush across the ground, because if they decide they want to go from A to B, they're not going to go to C first. They will just rush across the ground, and there's trees all around, there's a cliff at one side and there's trees in the side of the cliff, and the goats actually climb up the trees and eat the
Really, that's
leaves.
cool.
And, yeah.
That's funky.
Spend a day goat watching there.
Hutton's coming in. Bernard on strike, full. Miscued that to cover. No runs scored.
Yeah, a bit of a loss to Warwickshire. Ed Barnard, of course, they talk about obviously Joe Clark coming here, and Jack Haynes and Dylan Pennington, Josh Tong, but they've lost other players to other county sides, and Ed Barnard, one of the high-profile departures from New Road a couple of years ago. It perhaps stings a little bit more going to Warwickshire.
Hutton comes in. Full delivery, defended straight to cover again. Second dot in this over.
Lancashire still 8 down, 164 for 8.
Haven't heard any big cheers from the football for a minute or two.
No. Lancashire being held together by George Balderson, who's on 29 not out, and Anderson Phillip, who's on 26 not out. 164 for 8. They've added 45.
Hutton comes in. Just worked to cover. A lovely bit of fielding there from Lyndon James. Quick feet, cutting the angle as he has a little shy at the bowler's end. Brett Hutton now in his 9th over, 3 dots so far. Sam Hayne on 48 and Barnard on 5. Full defended. Few noises, bit of excitement from the slip cordon, wanting him to shape up and open himself up as he did a little bit, squared up to the ball a little bit there.
Yeah, interesting call to bring Brett Hutton back on. 1 for 23 his figures. He's attacking the stumps here. Let's see Jacob Duffy drift rather too many down the leg side.
Brett Hutton comes in full and straight, just defended to mid-off there. No, I mean, he's not bowled too many loose deliveries so far, Brett Hutton. He's attacking the stumps, making them play. Can't shoulder and arms those. If not, we'll have a repeat of the stumps being castled. Hutton comes in. 2 slips in play and someone close in at mid-wicket. And that's another maiden for Brett Hutton. 1 for 23, Warwickshire 112 for 4.
Yeah, good over from Brett Hutton. Bowling from the Stuart Broad end, takes his cap from David Milnes. Very much a former bowler in the same mould as Brett Hutton, would run in all day for you, hit the wicket hard. Got a fairly lengthy chat going on here between Farhan Ahmed and Hasib Hamid. This morning, knots resumed from 324 for 6. They lost Rob Lord, but not before he'd reached 31. Highest score of his young first-class career, LBW to Oliver Hannon Dolby. Brett Hutton was stumped by Michael Burgess from the bowling of Rob Yates for 29. Farhan Ahmed, Court Davis bowled Yates for 10. And Jacob Duffy also stumped Burgess from the bowling of Dan Mosley for 29. As this is turned on to the leg side. There's
A couple of hours ago up in Durham, there was a dog on the pitch, Dave. Have you ever seen that here at Trent Bridge? Dog chasing after the ball on the pitch. And quite literally out on the square, not just on the outfield.
I can't recall. I think we've seen squirrels, I think we've seen foxes, I think we've seen cats here. I can't remember a dog, to be honest, but may have been. Kyle Verreynne finishing 148 not out for Notts in that 4.87. And in the Bears innings, Yates 0, Davis 5, Rhodes 37 and Mosley 0. The 4 to be dismissed. No, I can't recall a dog on the pitch. Here's Farhan Ahmed round the wicket, bowls, and it's dropped on the leg side. If there's going to be a ground in the country anywhere where you're going to get a dog on the pitch, it may well be Durham. That there's vast open spaces, of course, at Durham, but there's also, as we often mention in commentary, there's a gentleman who brings a dog in a pram, in a pushchair. This is dropped on the leg side, genuinely. As we look out from our commentary box at Chesterley Street, down below us, there's always a gentleman that sits there just in front of the commentary boxes with a dog there. It's usually asleep, of course, in a bit of a pushchair.
Dog in a pushchair.
Yeah, takes the dog to cricket. Yep. This is,
That's
whipped into the leg side, but straight into the body somewhere of Jack Haynes. Doesn't seem to be injured particularly, just picks the ball up and starts polishing it, so must have struck a pad. Yeah, sounds like one of those Dr. Seuss books, doesn't it? The dog in the pushchair. Slip and a short leg, catching mid-wicket is the skipper, Hasiba Mead. Farhan Ahmed stands deliberately with his legs apart and then brings them together and bowls, and again turned into the leg side and nicely stopped again by Jack Haynes. So a little bit of pressure being applied here. 112 for 4. That 2-wicket salvo from Farhan Ahmed, and
2 maidens running now here for Nottinghamshire. 12 dots, and they should be reminding them of that. But I'm sure Warwickshire are just happy to keep ticking over for a minute or two. Don't really want to lose another wicket. Rebuild a partnership now. As Brett Hutton comes back for his 3rd over in this second spell. Bernard on strike here. Drives that one through to mid-off. Just cuts that off as a little bit wide to his left-hand side. And he scampers through for a single.
Yeah, it just breaks that run of dots, doesn't it? Gets them at opposite ends for a while.
Sam Hayne on 48 now off 97 balls to face Brett Hutton. Hutton comes in. Hayne flicks that one through to mid-wicket. A little bit of a sigh. Hands in the air from the slip cordon.
Yes, you just wonder how much work realistically they're going to get there at slip, don't you, Joe Clark and Freddie McCann? We're into the 35th over now.
Sam Hayne just taking a guard there. Might be changing his guard, in fact, as Brett Hutton comes in now. Flicked off his legs, and he's going to come through for 1. It's quite straight. He's actually bowling quite straight, but Sam Hayne is so good off his legs. He's just flicked that to the boundary, and the man out on the boundary picks that up and he gets through. 49, he's now on off 99 balls.
Yeah, it's Ben Slater out on the leg side. He's got the sunglasses on because he's peering straight into the sun. I think, yeah, he's certainly better off fielding on this side, the right-hand side, the Bridgeford Road side, as we look. Sun behind you.
Hutton coming in. Driven by Bernard. not gone anywhere in particular though, as Hutton stops that on his follow through. 2 off this over so far. Brett Hutton is building a little bit of pressure, to be fair, and bowling these dot balls, and these overs only going for 1 or so.
Fancy dress day tomorrow, last day of the season. What are you coming as?
Is it actually? You just winding me up so I come in fancy dress, Dave, or what? Hutton comes in. Oh, it's a play and miss. Bernard's not even in the right postcode there.
No.
Just moves away.
What would he come as?
Oh, well, we'll have to have a little couple minutes to think about that, Dave. Then I'll get back to you on what I might dress as. Fancy dress. Don't have anything. I didn't bring anything with me. If you sent me a little email before, I'm sure I might have actually taken part.
My fault.
Yeah, fireworks for these fancy dresses as well. Hutton comes in. Oh, not deliberately defended that. He looked like he was going to leave it, but he just dropped his bat on it last minute, and second slips fielded that. Still a dot ball. Brett Hutton gets 2 off the over, 1 for 25, and Warwickshire 114 for 4.
I wonder if we can get the Nuts the Squirrel costume for you to wear, the Nuts mascot. Unless it's still trying to run round Edgbaston to finish the mascot race. I don't think it was placed again this year with its big clodhopper boots.
I don't blame him. To be honest with you, I would never be able to do that.
That is the most unfair competition ever, the mascot race, because some have got trainers on and some have got giant either foam or plastic wellies that are 19 sizes too big. They're asked to hurdle fences and go under those arming nets.
Wow.
There's Verreynne.
Certainly not for me.
Past umpire Chantry. Oh, he floated that up nicely. It's been nudged into the offside by Hayne, and that will be... Now, is that his 50? I think it is. It is, indeed. So it's 50.
Sam Hayne. Brilliant innings. 127 minutes.
Yeah, 100 balls and 7 fours for Sam Hayne. Even I can work out that's a strike rate of 50, isn't it? Well battered again here at Trent Bridge. Loves batting here. Don't know why he don't come and play here. Well, he has done, of course, for the Rockets. Here's Verreynne round the wicket now to Ed Barnard. This one just bounced a little bit, got big on him, and nicely controlled, nicely played. No run. 115 for 4. Lancashire have just lost a 9th wicket. They are 177 for 9, so they are 1 wicket away from relegation. As Verreynne bowls and hit onto the leg side, fielded by Hamid, and there is no run. So George Balderson has just been dismissed by... Is it Ethan Brooks? It is Ethan Brooks. So a former Warwickshire man has just taken a wicket for Worcestershire against Lancashire, which might help Warwickshire. It won't, because Warwickshire already safe. Might help Notts. This is turned behind square on the leg side. So Lancashire's last pair of Anderson Phillip and Will Williams have got to get, well, a lot of runs. They're 177 for 9. There's not going to be an awful lot riding on one or 2 games tomorrow.
I'm glad you're doing the maths, Dave. It's really not my area of specialty. Ahmed in on forward in defence that time is Barnard for no run. 115 for 4.
I have to let you into a little secret. It's Kevin Howells who's got reams of paper with all the crossings out and the permutations and what have you on.
Ahmed in again from the Radcliffe Road end, and forward once more is Barnard. They're going to try and sneak a single. Yes, they will. Hayne calls him through in the end. There was a bit of hesitation, but he got home with ease, actually. Another 1 to the total. 116 for 4.
And that last wicket has just gone down at New Road. So Lancashire are relegated. Kent are down Lancashire are down, Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire, and of course the 6 sides above them are all safe. They'll all be playing Division 1 cricket next year, along with Sussex, who are promoted, and the way it's going, almost certainly they'll be joined by Yorkshire in Division 1 next year. But Lancashire are relegated, the Red Rose have gone, Warwickshire are staying up, Notts are staying up, and these 2 sides can, well, I guess, focus very much on individual performance here, and then obviously translate that into team performance. Can Warwickshire extricate themselves from a position of 116 for 4 to have a good day tomorrow? Can Notts turn the screw a little bit, get a couple more wickets tonight and put some pressure on the Bears tomorrow? Here's Hutton from the Stuart Broad end in the distance, comes in and bowls, and not as if Ed Barnard had left his bat out there a little bit, just hanging limply and dangerously close to the line of the ball.
Certainly was just left out there. So with the Bears surviving, if the fixtures are kind, it may mean I find the only ground I've never been to, Dave, is Hove. Nice. So now I know how it works in that you're not guaranteed to be home and away of every team in the county championship, but I may finally get to Hove.
There's Hutton, comes in, bowls, and just guided with soft hands by Barnard to I was going to say to the left of backward point, really. Farhan Ahmed quickly got round there. The last one to fall was Anderson Phillip, who was dismissed at New Road by Logan Van Beek. So 177 all out there. Lancashire, welcome to listeners to 5 Sports Extra, back to Trent Bridge. And as Kevin Howells just taps on the glass to say that we're with you, the lights come on here at Trent Bridge as Brett Hutton bowls to Ed Barnard, who drops this down on the leg side, and there's no run. So Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire now mathematically safe, assuming there's no EBGBs with over rates and all that sort of stuff. That would get Kevin Howells in a right old tizzy, wouldn't it, if well, so and so could be docked for this or that or whatever. But assuming that there's no extra influences to be brought into play, the Red Rose are down with Kent. Here's Hutton with one of the 4 wickets to fall, bowls, and this is driven into the offside and nicely fielded by Jacob Duffy, who's got one of the 4 wickets to fall.
A couple of swallows swooping down there. That's a sign that it's late summer, isn't it, when you see the swallows sweeping? But it's been a lovely day here at Trent Bridge. Apart from when that cloud descended for an hour or so after lunch, it's been a lovely sunny day. Not the warmest, as you can imagine, in late September, but no chance of rain. The light's been generally good. They have come on now.
Hutton past umpire Milnes's left shoulder, bowls a foolish delivery, which is just patted back to him by Ed Barnard. I wonder what they can actually see behind us, because on the face of it seems a strange time to put the floodlights on, with lovely autumnal shadows across the entire square, blue sky overhead. It's chilly, there's a nip in the air out there, but in terms of light, it just seemed an odd time to put the floodlights on, in case they can sense some nearing darkness behind us, as this is run gently by Barnard on an angle of 45 down towards third. Farhan Ahmed has lost his cap, and he's also lost the race. Freddie McCann went with him in sort of a supporting role in case Farhan was able just to flick it back to start the old relay in, but it goes for 4. Barnard on to 11 there. Those of you watching the live pictures, the live stream, will see that there are some dark, threatening clouds coming, at least threatening in terms of the light. I think with the floodlights on we'll be okay for a while. I don't think they're full of rain, but as I mentioned earlier, I'm no meteorologist. Weatherman, that's the word. Person, yeah. 22 overs remain in the day, in theory, 120 for 4. I deliberately did it wrong that time, Nicole.
I know. Comedy value. Floppy hat on here.
Oh, I like a floppy hat.
Yeah, it's Ben Martindale who's out on the field. I didn't see who popped off for Notts. Somebody's gone off for a comfort break, but Ben Martindale out as the sub-fielder with, as Nicole described, the floppy hat.
Do you wear a floppy hat?
I do don a floppy hat. I have both a blue and a white one.
Wow.
So if I'm sat in the crowd
What about you, Dave?
No.
No, me neither.
I just find it genuinely gives you better protection from the sun.
Very sensible. Not for me.
Ahmed in, and it's worked to the leg side by Barnard for no run.
Well, you said sat in the crowd, and you said, did you? I thought you said, did you wear a floppy hat? Meaning when I used to play cricket, I never wore one when I played cricket.
No, me neither.
I'm not averse to sitting on a sunbed with a pina colada and a good book wearing a floppy sun hat, but I don't think that's what you were talking about.
No, I wasn't.
No, I don't think she was. Here's Ahmed again, round the wicket, and this is worked into the leg side by Sam Hain. He's 50 not out still. Yes, I've got a white one for when I'm playing, because I think it looks a bit daft if you're in whites and then you put a blue hat on. And then I've got a blue hat for if I'm sat, like I was sat here on the hottest day of the year watching the test match earlier in the summer against West Indies.
No, it is sensible. I just personally can't wear one for playing.
Hain forward in defence on that one.
Always worn a cap though, every game.
I think has to be done sometimes.
Update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. Well, the significant news hasn't come from here at Trent Bridge. It's come from the West Midlands, actually, at New Road. Lancashire have been bowled out cheaply without getting any batting points in their match against Lancashire. That means whatever happens from here on in, both of these sides, Notts and Warwickshire, are safe. They're guaranteed Division 1 cricket next year. That said, there's still a game to be won here, and Notts are trying their level best to win it. They made 487, century yesterday for Freddie McCann, one today from Kyle Verreynne. But then they've picked up 4 wickets. They've come in 2 clusters right at the start of the Warwickshire innings. Hutton and Duffy reduced the Bears to 6 for 2. Then a stand worth 99 before Farhan Ahmed, who's bowling at the moment, got 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls. Sam Hains is doing what he always does at Trent Bridge, scoring good runs. He's 50 not out. Ed Barnard with him. The Bears are 120 for 4. But the significant news here is because of events elsewhere, Notts are safe. Notts are guaranteed First Division cricket next year, however this one pans out over the next day.
Dave Bracegirdle, thank you very much. Good stuff, Dave. Appreciate that. Bless you.
Farhan Ahmed still bowling. I suspect I had to say something there for the benefit of some sort of cut or clip as this is turned behind square, and there is a couple of runs to Sam Hains. Can you just repeat the bit, Dave?
Do you think someone was a bit sloppy on the fader and missed your first?
I suspect that would be for a clip, just saying that Notts are safe. But there we are. Anyhow, 122 for 4. I don't think they're going to fall foul of the over rate anyway, with young Farhan bowling his overs in, well...
he doesn't muck around. Because if he's getting played by the ball, isn't it?
As I said, in his first game, his debut match here, he also had Liam Patterson-White, the slow left-arm spinner, played in that one as well, and they got the over rate up to plus 19 over the course of the match, which was a phenomenal achievement.
Like a bowling machine. Brett Hutton coming in from Stuart Broadend again. Bernard on strike, just presses back and defends that into the offside. The 12th man has touched the ball in his floppy sun hat. He's looking quite chilly though, with no jumper on.
Ben Martindale, his dad Duncan played for Notts, late 80s, early 90s. Was at the other end in that famous Lord's final where Derek Randall, I think, needed 18 from the last over and was out on the last ball, just shy of getting Notts home.
Hutton in, and Bernard leaves that one alone. It's a good ball from Hutton, great carry.
You watched that sort of stuff as a youngster? You know, what got you into cricket? Was it watching it on TV, or was it going and playing yourself with family members?
No, it wasn't on TV. My older brother played cricket and I always wanted to be better than him at everything. So
you didn't watch any televised cricket or anything? It wasn't a case of, well, I've played it out there and now I'll see what the pros do?
A little bit, but I didn't watch particularly. Like I said, I went to my local cricket club. My older brother was playing and I was about 6 or 7 at the time, and I think I could throw the ball further than anyone else at the cricket club, all the boys. So then I just started playing cricket when I was 8. And yeah, went from there really.
So had you seen any first class cricket or county cricket before you actually became a county player yourself?
Yeah, I'd seen it.
Where at Taunton, would that be the nearest?
Yeah. My mum and dad used to take us up there. Hutton comes in. But I hadn't seen it before I started, if that makes sense. Actually playing at 8 years old. What made me play was my brother, and I was a little bit of a tomboy, and very much just wanted to be competing with him and
good supporter. Did he come and
keeping up
watch
with
you?
him. Yeah, I mean, my family are very supportive, and my older brother loves cricket. My younger brother likes cricket. Plays a bit more golf though, my younger brother.
Are they known as Nicole Harvey's brothers?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. They're great humans.
First class fence sitting there from the sister of the Harvey household.
Great.
You can't see her face even on the screen at the moment.
Use of the word human.
And no, they're good. They're good cricket players. And
who was your favourite brother?
Oh, Dave, you're putting me in an awkward position here. Very different people, and one's a lot younger than me. So Brett Hutton comes in, and he's giving it the grunt effort ball.
So it was the elder one.
No, the elder one and me were always scrapping or play fighting, and the younger one.
Always cricket, not
quiet.
Hockey or football or netball or
netball and
rugby
horse,
union or
netball, horse riding, ballet, and cricket to start with.
There's a mix.
Yeah, and I always did ballet and tap, and I think that was really good. My parents got me to do that. It's really good for your core and fast feet and things like that. And horse riding, my parents are farmers. And netball, my mum was a netball player, so that's where that came from.
Excellent. Yeah, my daughter, ballet, tap, cricket, that's her diet of sport as well.
Nice.
So she's nearly 11 and not got into horse riding.
It's quite expensive, horse riding.
It's one of the reasons I've not encouraged it. It's much easier to get her to just throw her a ball in the cricket ground and get her to tap it back on the old All Stars programme. Here's Ahmed then, he's in and he's bowling round the wicket to Hayne, who's on 52, and once again Hamid does the fielding for no run. 122 for 4. If you're just joining us here, getting in the car, the news really isn't from here at Trent Bridge, it's results elsewhere. Lancashire are heading down to Division 2, which means that Warwickshire and Notts are safe now as Ahmed is in round the wicket, and that's worked off the pads beautifully by Sam Hayne. Should be at least one, it may get all the way to the boundary. Brett Hutton in pursuit going up towards the Batman scoreboard, and they're going to have to settle for 3 because it pulls up just inside the rope.
Ahmed just a little bit straight with that line there.
or as we're calling it today, the Batman no scoreboard.
Well, true.
Yeah, shame. Didn't have it yesterday as well either, really.
I've got to pop next door
No
and
problem, I'll
do a
carry
bit of CWRing, so I'll leave you to...
Ahmed, 3 off this over so far, only 2 balls in. Little bit straight with that line. Sam Hayne on 55 and Bernard on 11. It's Bernard to face this next ball. As Farhan Ahmed comes in. Bowls looped. Flighted delivery. He's driven it to mid-on. He's going to take a single. Sam Hayne to be on strike now. Just moving long on back. Martindale coming back further for Sam Hayne.
This is Farhan's 12th over. As we've seen already, he's got a great appetite for bowling long spells.
He's approaching the crease now. Worked off the legs, hit firmly to the man in close. As he's just stopped that and then gone on to the captain just behind him. No runs scored though.
Can't really relax against him, can you? He's doing a little bit and he's got the close to the wicket catches. Got to be on your mettle every single delivery.
Yeah, he's very much as well varying his flight and trajectory a little bit. It's very slight, it's not obvious as that of Briggs, who bowled for Warwickshire, who was varying some balls flight and also speed by quite some distance really. 6 miles an hour, some of those different deliveries. Hayne just hits the ball so cleanly, doesn't he? Ahmed coming in, flighted delivery on the stumps. Haynes gone back and then come forward, and I think the flight is just a little bit of deception there. Over bowled though, Warwickshire are 126 for 4 for 40 overs.
I noticed before that last over, umpire David Mills asked for a light me to be brought out to him, and I think now he's going to have a little bit of a look.
I think it looks all right to me, but
the trouble is you're well
said this
aware.
Yesterday, didn't we?
Over the first 2 days, they have taken a judgment with that light meter, and they've gone off at times when they've thought it was dot. Are going to let play go on for the time being, but I don't know. A couple of things on that. If the umpire asks for the light meter to be brought out and you want to play on, you get it yourself. But not sent it out with the 12th man. But Verreynne Ahmed bowling at this end. I guess Brett Hutton is a little bit quicker. In fact, we've got Verreynne standing back to him now. He was stood up to him in his first spell. Here comes Hutton from the Stuart Broad end. There's the familiar grunt and a cry of no from Ed Barnard as he pushed it into the offside, and I think Sam Hain was interested in taking a single. You can actually see the shadows around the players from the floodlights, which is something the umpires don't like. So though it might look fine to us looking down from our lofty position, it might look fine on the live stream. I just wonder if out in the middle there it is a little gloomier than perhaps we suspect, as this is driven again into the offside. Straight to Lyndon James. Club cricket, they wouldn't even be contemplating it, would they? Get on with it.
no. Lyndon James is a good fielder. He's made some good stops there in the covers.
Like Mr. Tickle, isn't he, with tall man with long arms. Good wingspan.
Yeah, quick, fast feet. He's been cutting off the angles.
Some gloomier looking clouds not too far away as Hutton in again bowls, again the grunt, and again the push into the offside, and again it's Mr. Tickle getting there. I shouldn't call him that. A, it's not nice, and B, I used to call Matt Carter that, because if anything, Matt Carter was perhaps even taller, and he would take some spectacular catches at full stretch. Been a decent crowd in today. I'm sure there'll be a few more just having come back in, with the football having recently finished behind us. Generally that tends to happen as Hutton bowls again, and Barnard once more sort of leans on his back, pushes it into the offside, sees it goes to Lyndon James and says no. 126 for 4. There was a burst of 2 wickets in quick succession at the start of the innings, and then a partnership of 99, and then Rhodes and Mosley went in the same over from Verreynne Ahmed. Rhodes for a splendid 37, which took him past 1,000 for the season in what is his last season with the club. This is his last game. That might have been his last innings, we don't know. As next one he's pushed to Lyndon James in the offside, and again he fields it at full stretch, and Dan Mosley in and out quick as a flash. Bob's your uncle, and all the rest of it out for naught. With Verreynne Ahmed doing a bit of an Imran Tahir, running off celebrating before the umpire's finger had gone up, which they won't like. The umpires don't like that. Can you wait until I've adjudicated, please, young sir? Hutton to conclude the over. Oh, now that he struck him on the pad, and they're asking here. He was just lunging forward, Barnard, hit him round about the knee roll sort of area. Brett Hutton sort of goes down
about
on
that,
his
is he? He's really?
Yeah, he had a bit of a look there. I'd have been a little surprised had the finger gone up, but from Hutton's reaction, he thought it was, to
be fair, that did look quite close. I'll give that to him.
Yep.
The replay I've just seen there.
Yeah, you can see why he was a little excited, but not out was the verdict from umpire Mills, who has again got the light meter. Put it away, David. Put your light meter away. Let them play cricket. I would imagine, if you ask both sides, though, they're probably more than happy to pop off, but get on with it.
Yes, I don't want to get stuck in this football traffic, Dave. Should be finishing up about now, isn't it? Just finished?
It does feel a notch darker though than when I left you, I must say. I know I've been away for about 10 minutes or so, but it feels like the floodlights have took a bit more of an effect in the time I've been with BBC CWR. Forward was that one there from Hayne to the bowling of Ahmed. Dot ball, 126 for 4.
Yes, tomorrow morning. I think it's a number of road closures as well. I don't know if you've seen the signs around. It's the Robin Hood Marathon, the big city marathon tomorrow morning. So you can
Come
go
in
out.
your lycra.
You can go out and do your steps tomorrow morning.
Half a marathon, what before? Coming in, I don't think so, Dave.
Hayne plays this one off the pads and it rattles in.
In my fancy dress squirrel costume. You won't see me for the day.
Is it often a fancy dresser? What was it? Did you say the sheriff of Nottingham's?
No.
No. Sorry, you can tell I was paying attention, can't you?
Fancy dress at the cricket. But I think Dave's pulling my leg there.
No, I think you should come in fancy dress tomorrow.
And it's a half marathon.
Ahmed in again, and this one is worked into the leg side. Should be just a single though, going to be cut off in the deep by Jacob Duffy. One more to the score, 127 for 4. Hayne moves on to 56.
I don't know if it's half marathon or marathon tomorrow. Somebody will tell me.
It's not really my area of expertise.
No, nor mine.
Long distance running.
What, you've never actually ran a marathon?
I've never ran anything more than the 1500 metres at school. And I did shout to the sports teacher as Ahmed comes into bowl and the sweep comes out. This should be 4, yes. Flies away to the boundary. Lovely shot that by Sam Hayne, moves him on to 59. Yes, I shouted to my PE teacher as I come around the final lap, can you dial 999 please? I think I'm having a moment. me and running do not go well. I'm very much an armchair sports fan. I'm not really one for sort of running a full stop for a bus, a bath, anything really. Just much more about taking a nice. I love walking, but running, no. My body's not designed for that sort of thing. I was all arms and legs as a teenager, and that didn't really go down for running. I kept toppling over, and as I've grown up, again, I'm not really in the right physique, as Ahmed's in, and this is trying to be swept, but it's missed this time by Barnard. It goes through to the keeper for no run.
Tony T, one of my regulars. Afternoon, Dave and team. While the season's had a transitional feel to it, I think there's a lot to be optimistic about going forward for Notts, especially now we're staying up. Very pleased to see the faith has been placed in some younger players. Thank you, Tony T. Thank you for all your contributions this season.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Notts today. With the bat and the ball, they've looked the part. Here's Ahmed once more, and forward in defence comes Barnard, but they're going to scamper through for a single. That'd have been a cleaner pick-up. There may have been a run-out chance at the bowler's end, but Barnard home comfortably, 131 for 4. He gets on to 16. End of the over as well. 132 for 4.
All eyes on umpire Milnes there. The live streamers picked him out. Yeah, he's going to do it again. And I don't know. Do you need to just keep checking the light? Clearly, if it's getting gloomier, then yes, you do. But it doesn't seem to be getting any worse. Get a couple of overs in. He's nodding now. Is he nodding to? Is he nodding to the square leg umpire? Oh, they're going to have a chat.
Oh, this is ominous.
Not so wanting to bring Rob Lord on, who certainly on his quickest day is the quickest of the bowlers out there that I've seen of those that are playing in this match.
A few cheers from the crowd saying get on with it.
Yeah, I guess I was going to say I think they're going to carry on. To be fair, yeah. The problem is if then you start the over, if there's an element of doubt, you start the over and Rob Lord here perhaps bowls a bouncer or something, and then no, off you go. I think as a fielding captain, you deserve the chance to get to the end of that over and then be told by the umpire, right, that over we think was borderline. If you want to carry on, you've got to have a spin at both ends or whatever.
Yeah, I would say it's getting towards, I mean, you guys see a lot more cricket than I do. It's getting towards the point where it's starting to become an issue now, the light. I wouldn't class it as dark yet, but there's foreshadows around the players now, so the floodlights are starting to take effect. It's not, I'll say it's not dark. I wouldn't class this as dangerous just yet, but I can see why they got together and had a chat.
Can you see that aeroplane 10 miles away just landing in East Midlands Airport?
I can.
Right, well, how far do you want to see?
Anyway, he's in now and balls, and that's
It's a
swatted
great shot.
through extra cover for 4 by Barnard. He saw that,
He saw
absolutely
that one.
fine. No problem there, 136 for 4.
I think this is fine, absolutely fine. I will throw in the rider, though, that you can see there are 6 floodlight pylons, and you can see 6 shadows around all the players. In fact, then it just disappears, and we do get some natural sunlight, which is a good thing. But
that was the point I was sort of alluding to a little bit. Really, is it's on the cusp. It is late September. In he comes now again from the broad end and left alone this time by Barnard. So Rob Lord has had 2 deliveries so far, both of which Barnard smacked one for 4 and he's left comfortably the other. So
I was enjoying your chat about the light and thinking so much about my thoughts about whether I actually think it's dangerous or whether the umpire maybe just wants to put his feet up, and that was my over, so apologies there.
That's
Adam.
all right. I wondered if the ex-pro was pondering something there to be able to throw in from all her years of experience.
Lord coming in, just back of a length, hit to backward point there, no run scored. Yeah, I was daydreaming about this light debacle and the plane over there, and I was thinking you were having me on there for a minute, Dave, whether there was actually a plane, but there was.
Did you not see it?
I was daydreaming for a minute about it, thinking where could I be flying off to on a nice holiday.
What about him calling you an ex-pro there? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I know.
Did you hear that?
Adam, it's not over yet.
Have you something to announce?
No.
I thought I was getting a scoop, but no. Apologies. We'll cut that bit out in the edit. It'll be fine.
This is live, okay.
I like the
and
assumption.
in comes Lord, 4th ball, left alone. Another dot there.
He just naturally assumed that you're an ex-player.
Well, there we go. Maybe you know something I don't, Adam.
I'm afraid I've got no inside knowledge.
No, keep playing until I feel. Apparently, you know when your time's up.
That's what the greats all say, isn't
You
it?
do.
Owen Morgan woke up one morning and decided it was time to go.
In comes Lord. Defended straight back. No run.
Stuart Broad, didn't he say that he went to the Oval not knowing he was going to retire that game last summer? So he knew sort of mid-match that it was going to be his last game. So
Completely different kettle of fish. I played till I was 51 or 52, and I just got sick of breaking and dislocating fingers.
You would
The
have
ball
kept going,
started
Dave.
to hurt more and more and more. It took longer and longer to heal. And sick of turning up at A&E, to the extent I was getting an invitation to their Christmas party. It was
first name terms with the nurse, that sort of thing, was it? Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing to spoil your Saturday tea time than some nurse telling you to look that way whilst they yank your finger back into place.
No, that doesn't sound nice. Lord's got 2 slips in play still. Very backwardish gully point. It's worked down to the leg side. It's going to run away for 4.
Leg buys.
And it's just hit the pad.
Another aeroplane, Nicole.
Yep, I've clocked it. Thanks, guys, for the reminder. Warwickshire now 140 for 4.
I think there's one over there as well to the left.
There are some commentators that you'll work with on the circuit. I assume you're invited back next year, but there are some commentators on the circuit who have the app that I don't know what they do. They just point it at the thing and it will tell you. Well, that's the 150 flight in from Malaga, and it's on its way into. Have you seen these apps? No,
I haven't.
Yeah,
so that's
yeah.
interesting to know.
Yeah, I would never be that geeky to have such an app, but I'm fascinated if somebody says, you see that there, it's just that's just come from
It's the Boeing
Cape Town
blah,
or
blah,
wherever
blah, blah,
it may be.
Yeah, so it's the cricket aviation enthusiast Venn diagram. There's some of them in the middle that are cricket commentators. It's going to be Ahmed to continue. He's been plugged in from this Radcliffe Road end since before tea. He's in past the umpire and bowls, and it's defended on the front foot by Hayne for no run, so 140 for 4. Hayne on 56 not out. Ed Barnard has got the single teapot going at the moment at the non-striker's end. He's sat on his bat, not interested in running on 21. Still got a slip in place though, have not. Still the catcher under the helmet on the leg side in front of the square leg umpire. And Ahmed in, right arm over is the action, and this is driven down the ground. This should be 4. Can't see. Oh, it's just going to tease up in front of the ropes. It's a teaser. No, it's just got there, I think. Looking at the umpire now. No, good bit of work. Excellent bit of work in the deep. Who was that down there?
Lyndon James.
Lyndon James. It's just in a bit of a blind spot for us below the Radcliffe Road stand, and it was pulled up just in front. So they had to settle for 2. 142 for 4. Hayne moves on to 58. 3.2 is the run rate this afternoon. Ahmed just going through his pre-delivery workout again, flexing his shoulders, taking the squatting position, and in he comes now past the umpire and chipped into the leg side this time by Sam Hayne, and he'll settle for 1. Good bit of work in the deep by Jacob Duffy there. Tosses the ball back into the skipper Hamid. 143 for 4.
He likes an underarm, I've noticed. Throughout this game so far, he's just underarmed the ball in, saving his shoulder.
Oh, Duffy, yeah.
Yeah, the boundary's in quite a way, isn't it? That side, so I think you can get an underarm in. If you were right out by the fence to this strip, you'd have to overarm it, I think. Round the wicket now comes Ahmed, so a change of action, and forward in defence is Barnard. So round the wicket is the ploy at the moment for Ahmed to Barnard. Hayne, he's sticking with over the wicket. Bit of shadow batting being done by Warwickshire's number 4 in front of the umpire.
Finish for the day at New Road. Worcestershire 180, Lancashire 177, then bad light, and they've finished for the day anyway.
In again is Ahmed, and padding up and on the forward defence this time is Barnard for no run. Crowd thinning out a little bit, to be expected really, isn't it, at this time?
Going home for tea.
Oh, I think we're having burgers for tea when I get home. Oh. Here's Ahmed once more. Straight at 1 again, defended by Barnard for no run.
That's if you stop at the drive-in on the drive-through on the way home, is it?
No, Mrs. PS has said, what should we fancy for tea? I said, I fancy burgers. So she's been to the butcher's.
Lovely.
Oh, proper ones.
Oh, yes, yeah.
What did you have for lunch?
I had fish and chips for lunch.
A burger for tea, fantastic.
Yeah.
That's a lovely Saturday, isn't it?
He had a full English as well, he did.
I did have a full English for breakfast, yes. So that was at the Trent Bridge Inn for 9 o'clock this morning.
Why not? The light meter's out again.
Yeah.
Umpire's having a chat. Off we go, I think.
And that is that, folks. I think I have to report, sadly, 143 for 4. David Milnes, you can't really deny that they've been checking with players' safety very much uppermost in their thoughts. At least once and over, they've been checking over the last 20 minutes or so, as you'll have heard, and clearly now the light has deteriorated. I nearly said disintegrated, but deteriorated, and off they go at 143 for 4. And just wonder if we're going to have time to get the next batch of good weather before 6 o'clock comes round, or whether that will be it. Notts made 487. Warwickshire 143 for 4, and they've been led there really by tremendous innings from Sam Hayne. I liked what Will Rhodes did as well. Yates, Davis and Mosley on this occasion didn't make much of a contribution. Ed Barnard's 21 not out, but Sam Hayne
very much held the fort there, didn't he? 59, played some brilliant shots.
Thank you. I was just waiting to see what his score was. It had just gone off our screens, and as you've been saying, we've got no scoreboard here working. So 59 for Sam Hayne. That's been a really good innings.
Yeah, he's looked really good, and his technique is brilliant. He hits the ball so late, times it well, and plays well off his legs. I mean, they've bowled into his hip a little bit too much, really, but they know if they bowl it too full on the offside, he's so strong through there as well. It's just such a great batter. Hits all round the ground.
So the difference between the two sides, 344, I'll make it something of that order. 344. Well, Warwickshire declare overnight. Notts forfeit their second innings. Warwickshire set to score 345 tomorrow, just to give us a game.
Wow.
What about that?
That would make it fun, wouldn't it, Dave?
I think 345 would be I think it'd be tough for both, actually. I think it'd be tough for the batting side to chase 345. I think it'd be tough for the bowling side to take 10 wickets tomorrow. I think we'll just see it peter out and come to a natural conclusion around about 4:30 when the two captains get together and draw the veil over the season.
You say that, but why not? Both sides are safe. If they can skittle Warwickshire out for under 200, Notts might think about it.
Warwickshire are 7th, Notts are 8th. Would you want to, if you're Warwickshire, it's risk and reward, isn't it? You can maybe go up a place at the risk of losing a place. Do you want to do that?
I don't know what the difference is in prize money, but
I don't know as it goes down to 7th and 8th. I really don't. Or
No,
6th.
I don't.
I think it's just the top 3. I think.
Yeah.
Not 100% certain. So we've got the little gathering and gaggling together of ground staff and umpires in the middle. How's your day been, and what do you think, and have you heard any footy scores, mate? Yeah, what have you heard, and what's this and what's that? They'll go through the motions. They'll stay out there periodically over the next few minutes. They'll just check the light meter, I guess, and if there are signs behind us that it's getting any better, then there'll be a little bit of encouragement not to call this off. But we've all seen this scenario so many times before. They sort of go through the motions, give you a little bit of hope that we might get some more cricket, and then the umpires have decided that with light deteriorating, etc., and we'll all see you back at 10:30 tomorrow morning. If that's the case, then that will be the case. We'll see you back, God willing, at 10:30 tomorrow morning. But we'll hang on for a moment, because I've just got to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment or two. Nicole, we'll see you again tomorrow. This is assuming there's no more play today. Adam, sadly we won't. Hope you've enjoyed your day today. Been an absolute pleasure and a treat. Last time we were together, I think 3 years ago, when Asiba Mead, I remember, got 100 at Edgbaston. So you saw him get some runs today. You've seen a ton today, but you've seen a full day's cricket pretty much.
it's been brilliant. I really love my days at Trent Bridge, and some good cricket. Been really impressed with Notts. I think they've impressed with the bat and the ball and in the field, and it's been great just being up here, enjoying what is one of the great sports grounds. I love coming to Trent Bridge, and lovely way to round off the season for one last trip here to Nottingham.
Bearing in mind we could be commentating together in 5 minutes' time, I will say safe journey home. Hope the burgers go well, and we look forward to doing it again soon.
We've had some lovely things today. The children out on the field, and we've had Luke Fletcher and his dad in here in the commentary box, and his dad even had a little go on the mic, even though he said he didn't fancy it, which was a really nice moment. Having a good chat here with Dave asking some interesting questions. Obviously known Luke a long time, and with the book and all the rest of it, it was a really nice moment to be able to witness.
Did hear him mentioning how he sat on me and did all sorts of horrible things to me in 2010 when they won the county championship. Up until that point, I wasn't up until that point, I wasn't sure what a wedgie was, but after that evening, I was.
Well, there's a mental image.
we move on. We move on. No, it was lovely. Jake Ball came, Stephen Mullaney came this morning and joined us. Still waiting for the cue to speak to BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. 1 day left in the season. They're done and dusted as well. Well, I'm not entirely sure why it is showing. It's just come up. I was going to say done and dusted at Taunton, where Hampshire defeated Somerset by 5 wickets to secure second place. It's just come up here that Glamorgan have defeated Gloucestershire by 192 runs. And I don't know what's happened there. I don't know if perhaps they'd had one of those declare jobs. I don't know, but it's showing as a result there. Glamorgan 381, Gloucestershire 189 all out. Glamorgan have won that match by 192 runs. I don't know. That's possibly an error, and that it's just close instead of result, but I don't know on that one. Elsewhere then, it is the close of day 3 at New Road. Worcestershire 180, Lancashire 177. That means without all those precious batting points, Lancashire are relegated. Durham have had a good day, 360 all out. Century for Alex Lees, Kent 41 for 2, still playing there. Essex 508 for 8 declared. Tons of runs, literally, for Dean Elgar and Tom Westley. Surrey 25 without loss, still playing. Division 2, days 1 and 2 lost to the rain. Leicestershire 248 for 6. That's against Derbyshire. Lost days 1 and 2 at Hove. Middlesex 271 all out. Sussex 81 for 1 in reply. And at Headingley, Yorkshire 310 for 2. Century for Adam Lythe there. Northants made 147 all out. We are going to do that update for Radio Nottingham, I'm sure, in the next minute or two. How many times have I said that, Nicole?
Fair few.
Here at Trent Bridge, I'm afraid the umpires have just taken the players off for bad light. I'm not sure what the weather's like across the road at the City Ground. Seems from our commentary position to be okay, but to be fair, the umpires have checked regularly over the last half an hour, and certainly it must be in accordance with what it's been over the last couple of days when they've taken them off. The situation when they went off really was that both these sides had a merry old skip back to the pavilion, because both have secured Division 1 status for next year as a result of what happened at New Road today. Lancashire missing out on any batting points at all, so they can't overtake either Nottinghamshire in 8th or Warwickshire in 7th. On the field here, a century from Kyle Verreynne. He finished 148 not out, led Notts to 487. Couple of wickets at the start of the Bears' reply. Hutton and Duffy had them 6 for 2, and then after a 99-run stand, Farhan Ahmed, he also got a couple of wickets. So the Bears were 143 for 4. They're 344 behind. We're just hanging around now. The umpires are still out in the middle with the ground staff. It is getting gloomier and gloomier, but we've had no play for about 10 minutes now. I suspect there won't be any more today, and I suspect it will just drift through to a draw tomorrow. The big news isn't the cricket here, it's the fact that Notts and Warwickshire indeed have secured Division 1 status for next year. It's Lancashire who go down with Kent. Okay, so there's that update for BBC Radio Nottingham. As ever, we say in these instances and circumstances, however you follow your cricket, if you've been watching the live stream, leave your pictures on. If you attend to social media or what have you, just keep abreast over the next 5, 10, 15 minutes. As soon as there's an announcement, then we'll all know what's happening. If there is any more play, then indeed we'll come back with the commentary, but I think hopes of that are fading fast along with the light. So in all probability, 143 for 4 will be the close of play score. If there is any more cricket, we'll be back to you. Otherwise, we'll see you in the morning. Enjoyed your day, Nicole?
Thanks for having me, Dave. Brilliant. We'll see you all in the morning.
Thank you for
Looking forward to seeing your fancy dress.
Yeah, if anybody at the club's listening, can we get Nicole the Nuts the Squirrel costume to try on tomorrow? That would be...
That'd be all fun and games. I'm not sure I would do a whole lap, but I would put it on. I'd embrace it.
Well, nobody'd know, would they? Nobody'd know it was you.
Well, maybe the height might give it away.
No, because you're going into a costume, so it doesn't matter if you're 4'6", 5'6", or 6'6". We'll see if we can get it. We'll see if we can get you in Nuts the Squirrel tomorrow. How about
You're causing trouble.
Fancy dress day tomorrow for Nicole. Let's to see if it's wearing it. If she's wearing it. If there's any more cricket, you'll hear it first and fast on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC CWR and BBC WM, and on Trent Bridge Live. If not, we'll speak to you just before 10:30 tomorrow morning, whatever you're doing this Saturday evening. Be safe, be careful, and enjoy it. We'll speak to you later.